Hello everyone and welcome to this session on RPA Full Course. Robotic process automation, also known as software robotics, uses automation technologies to mimic back office tasks of human workers such as extracting data, filling forms, moving files, etc. It combines APIs and user interface interactions to integrate and perform repetitive tasks between enterprise and productivity applications. Using software robots which mimic screen based human actions to perform everyday tasks, you can boost productivity while keeping your underlying applications and IT infrastructure intact. Here where RPA comes into play. In this session, you will learn RPA from scratch. So without further ado, let's see the agenda of the session. But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon so that you'll never miss any update from us.
What is this RPA? Robotic Process Automation. If I just abbreviate each of the words, you can get a beautiful derivation. Like a robotic means it's of an entity which has a capability to mimic an human action. Mimic an human action means, see, I'm just moving a cursor right now on my screen. So I'm just moving my cursor from this point to this point. See, this is often action what I'm doing on this machine. Now, this robotic means behalf of human performing the action, the robot gonna do it, moving the cursor from this point to this point. I'm just taking as an example. That is robotic. Process means a sequence of step. If anything follows, that we call as an process. Finally, the automation, the task which happen automatically without any human intervention, we call that as an automation. If I just correlate all the three things to one, I get a beautiful derivation like stating that RPA is of an entity which mimics an human action in a sequential order without any human intervention. See, this RPA can do the same thing like what we humans are doing right now in the work. The same task, it can be done by its own without any human intervention, without any human at the place. This platform can do the task. If you just look at the like the definition, the purpose of the AI as well. There, what we want our machine to have its own intelligence so that some of the tasks, some of the decision can be taken by its own and perform an action. Now, if you just correlate between the RPA and AI, you can see a lot of similarities. The abbreviation of this purpose of RPA and the purpose of AI both looks the same. That means this RPA has a capability to achieve that AI, but in a different fashion, but end product will be the AI. Now, this is about an overview of the RPA. And now, if I just look at the market usability of this RPA as well, because of this pandemic, many people have suffered a lot, and so many things have happened. It's very hard to say some of the things and some of the losses what we have occurred, but if you just look at on the other side in the IT perspective, due to this COVID, only there are two sectors which has boomed like anything. One is healthcare sector. Because of the pandemic, many people have suffered. So we know about it, how healthcare have benefited. The second thing is RPA. This RPA have boomed like anything because of this pandemic. Because of this pandemic, IT realized the potential of this tool. Now, because of pandemic, many people have started working from home. Many people couldn't work at the IT environment. Because of that, IT have suffered an huge losses. They suffered a lot to deliver some of the projects because of some things. Some due to this pandemic, they suffered a lot. Now, because of that, they looked into this technology, which is of RPA. This RPA, without any human in place, it can do a task, right? So that is the reason it gave in huge rise to this platform, which is of an RPA, what we are seeing right now. Now, another thing I just want to clarify, this RPA is not the tool which takes job from human. It is not designed to take away some of the jobs. You can think, okay, this RPA, if I just it has been introduced in my in my company means I might lose the job. No, that's not the case. This RPA is not designed to take away the jobs. It is designed to create more jobs for the people, and it is designed to give and potential for the human to do some meaningful activity rather than doing the same old repetitive tasks. If you just see the IT environment in the especially in the finance sector, if you just see uh, in a day, if a finance guy wants to enter the company and his job is to clear out some of the invoices and purchase order. Let's think this is his job. He come to the job in the morning, he gonna process some several kind of invoices, and at the end of the day he goes. If you ask him the question, so how many invoices you have clear, he just say today I have cleared 20, tomorrow he said he have cleared 30 40 something, but every day he is doing the same job. Now this RPA is a tool which is introduced to eliminate this repetitive kind of a task what he's been performing. It's giving a opportunity for that human to do some other meaningful activity. See, we God have created us to do some kind of an things which cannot be done by the bots. Let this manual repetitive task let it handle by the bots. It's of a manual task, let the bot handles. Let us human do some other creative things, other meaningful activities rather than doing the same old repetitive task. So this platform, just rule out from your mind, it is not going to take away your job. It's gonna create jobs for the humans by doing by removing the manual repetitive tasks. That's it. So that is this RPA is. Now we understood the market and we understood that IT is now greatly looking into this RPA sector. They want to just use it in their environment so that they can automate some of the manual tasks and all. So they are right now where they are very keen to adopt this technology, and also they are adopting it already. So that's the reason you can see the market. You can see many of the job openings for the RPAs. Now, if I just see what the benefits do I get out of this platform? If I just look at the benefits, the main thing is scalability and the flexibility. It's very easy in the IT perspective. Like I mean to say, like the people who look after the infrastructure perspective, even for them, it's one of the easiest tasks. Scalability and the flexibility is very much easy. The major thing is it eliminates a repetitive task, and another major thing is it follows all the compliance rules and regulation what that company is been following. It abides to all the rules and regulations, and it is one of the non-invasive technology, and it gets you the return on investment within a very short span of time. Within a short span of time you're going to get an ROI out of this platform, and the process improvement, cost reduction, improved delivery, and much more. These are the benefits what IT can get out of this platform, RPA. Now, we understood about the RPA, what it is and what its benefits and how it is helping the IT and how it is doing. Now, if I just RPA, if I just say, think you are a CEO of a company. Now, as soon as I say RPA is so and so things and it can help you a lot and all. Now you think, okay, this is one of the great platform which I need to look in. Now you're gonna think on that and you're gonna ask me a question like, how can I implement this RPA? So as think you are a CEO of a company and think in the organization perspective, how it can help us. If in the mid, if you have any questions or anything in your mind, you can ask me. But I'm just giving you a scenario and just trying to correlate the things. This RPA is something like it's often one platform. In that platform, we have multiple tools. If I just want to correlate the same thing to the other ones, you can think RPA is like a classroom. In that classroom, we'll be having many students, right? Like the same way, RPA is like a platform. In that platform, we have several tools like UiPath, Microsoft, Automation Anywhere, Nice, Cryon, WorkFusion, so many things. There are plenty of RPA tools in the market. As a CEO of the company, you said, I want to adopt RPA. Now, as soon as I say this, you get in a dilemma that, okay, do I need to uh, do I need to adopt this multiple tools in my organization to achieve that automation part? No, that cannot be the thing. If I just want to adopt all the tools, then the cost will be very much higher. The adoption things will be at the greater scales and all. Okay, out of this so many things, which is the best for me? See, that will be the next question as a CEO of the company. Yeah, as soon as I say all of this, he cannot adopt all of this technology in its environment. He want anyone, which is the best one. Everyone want best in the market. Now, for that, to give some guidance for such people, for C level people means like CEO, CTO. For them, we call that as the C level people. So for the C level people, to give some heads up, there are multiple global advisory firms in the market. Global advisory firms means they are the ones, what they do is every year they're going to take each platform like RPA, DevOps, data ops in the testing. So they're going to take each of the platform, they're going to list out all the tools which are available in the market, and they're going to do an hardcore testing on it. They're going to do a user testing, they're going to get a feedback from the customer who are using, and they're going to analyze the market trend and its capabilities, functionalities, each and everything. They're gonna do a testing on all of this, and after that, they're gonna release a graph accordingly for the C level people to consume it. So such kind of graphs here on the screen, what you're seeing. Forrester Wave is of a one global advisory firm. They have recently released one graph, which is often this of a Forrester Wave, what we call Forrester Wave graph. Here they're going to be talking about the RPA tools in the market. Here you can see we have multiple tools over here. Here you can see something called as a wave as well. Leader, strong performers, contenders, and the challenges. You can see a wave, one wave, two wave, three wave, and the fourth. Now, I just want to clarify which is the best, right? So the global advisory firm, they have already done so many kind of a job in the background, and they have released the graph. Every year they're going to release in the month of Feb. You can just Google it and you can look in this of a one forest away. Similar to this, we have multiple other global advisories as well, like Gartner, G2 Crowd, IT Center Station, and all. Even there, you can get the graphs and see. Even there, the UiPath will be leading. So I'm going to talk about it a bit later, but before that, I'm just going to talk about this. Leaders, strong performers, and the contenders. Now let me just help you to understand this graph. These leaders are the ones who are doing best in the market. These are the tools which are in that way. They are doing best in the market. They are solving all the business need by solving all the customer needs, and they are doing a greater extent in the market. They have a proper roadmap in the futures and all. Those are the ones are considered as the leaders, and they're going to be placed under leaders. Strong performers. Strong performers are those, yes, they are doing also the best in the market, but not to the greater extent as the leaders. Those are the ones are light in strong performers section. Next, contenders. Contenders are the one, they are doing best in the market, but they are very much precise for one particular sectors. One particular sectors means, if I just want to do an automation on the HR sector, if I just want to do an automation on the finance sector, for that sector only they're going to be doing the best, but not for the other ones. They are very much restricted. They have reserved themselves to one particular sectors. So those are contenders. Challenges, right now we don't have any, but challenges are the one who have recently introduced in the market, but they are still not on the limelight, but they have a potential to become a leader in the future. Those are the ones will be placed under challenges. Now, as soon as I say this, as a CEO of a company, what you would say, okay, I want someone from the leaders. Why? Because you, as I said, they are doing the best in the market by analyzing all of the things. Okay, in the leaders, I have so many things. I have something called as automation anywhere, UiPath, Microsoft, Nice, Crayon. Okay, in this, which is the best? Now, for that as well, this graph helps me with the answer. If you just look at the scale, strong current offering and the strongest strategy, if you just look at the thing, if you just see the UA path is leading from the stronger the strategy as well and the stronger the current offering, both of the things, it is the leading. And if you just see the market presence, I think I have just cropped it. So the bigger the circle, the market presence is the greater. If you just compare all of the other circles, you can see a bigger circle for this UI path. That means it has a greater market presence. So by analyzing the things, and also let me just show you one Google trend, how it is doing. This is often live trend. Even you can just go to the trend.google.com and you can see how people are been adopting this platform. Right now, I have took only three, one of the leaders like Blue Prism, Automation Anywhere, and UiPath. These are the three tools what I took, and here is the result. What you can see. This is the trend. How people are looking at this technology market presence. Blue color indicates and blue prism, red color indicates automation anywhere, and yellow indicates UiPath. This is often 1 year trend starting from December 13, 2022 till date, December 11th. Till date, these are the things. If you just see the trend as well, you can see Blue Prism and the Automation Anywhere, there is a tough competition between these two. Once it is going up, sometimes it's going up, low, and it is going on and on. The market presence, yes, is doing best, but they don't have any stagnant on the things on the RPA sector. But whereas the UI path, if you just see, it is way beyond the things, way beyond the other two, compared to Blue Prism and Automation Anywhere. Look at the thing, UI path, how great it is. You can look at the market presence, how greater it is. See, this is how people are looking at the technology. This is how they are adopting this, and this is how they want to use in their sectors and all. So this is of a market presence. It's of a live trend. What I'm just showing on the screen. By considering all of these factors, as a CEO of a company, I can just convince you that this UiPath would be the best platform for you by considering all the factors, by considering all the testing kind of thing, Google trend, and all the things, I can see the UiPath is the best. But as a CEO of a company, if I just showcase these two things, that doesn't add much of the weightage for you to choose this platform. Let me give you some additional points as well. If you just see some other advisories as well, like Gartner Peer, G2 Crowd, IT Central Station, each of the things you can see the values. See, in Gartner Peer Insights, only the recognized and only an authorized kind of users who have been using that platform, they only can rate it in Gartner. So totally 1,740 people have rated this platform with 4.5 rating. In the G2 crowd, you can see the number, how many people have been rating that too. If you just if you want to review it as well, you cannot do it. Why? Because you should be an particular user. Their question is been designed in such a way that only the user who have been using that platform, they only can answer it. So that kind of question has been designed. It's one of the, I can say, is one of the hardest kind of things. This people will pay for the users as well if they review about the technology in their site. So you can imagine how the tough things, the tough questions what they ask from the users. In even in each of the things you can see, in everywhere the UiPath is leading. UiPath reviews, and if you just look at compare with other technologies as well, the UiPath is leading when you compare with the other global advisory firms as well. So we don't have a concern that like only the Forrester Wave they are making UiPath as high, but not the others. You can see all the global advisories, they are rating this UiPath as the best in an RPA sector. With additional to that, let me give you some additional other points over here. Right now, for this, let me just highlight couple of things. One is of UiPath, which we are looking at right now, and we saw something about automation anywhere. Yes, even that is doing best in the market. And another in the leader segment, I saw someone. I can use the Blue Prism, but I will take the Microsoft one. Okay, these are the three tools which we saw in the leaders quadrant, right? Now let me talk about this on each of the line items. See, when I talk about a discovery, board ID, IDtation, portfolio, and return on investment on each of this, automation anywhere is giving you its rating itself as 3 out of 5. It is out of 5 values, whereas Microsoft 2.5. But UiPath, you can see a greater number, 3.5. Even this number is not released by UiPath. Even this numbers has been released by the global advisory firms. See, this is 3.5. Bot design and development, 5 out of 5, 4.4. UiPath is bit lower when I compare to automation anywhere. Okay, it's 4.4 where in the UiPath. Whereas bot development, management and analysis, automation anywhere rated itself as 3. Microsoft also 3, but UiPath as 4 because of the strong integrations what UiPath has. Next, bot governance, platform models, and the security. If you see, because this is the major concern for everyone, the security governance things, because it will be handling the company data and all. So automation anywhere is rated with 4.2. Same with the Microsoft. There is no compromise between any of the things. Everyone is rating the same. And general platform capabilities, you can see some of the numbers. Here UiPath is leading. If you just summarize the things between the five line items what we saw, automation anywhere is 3.9, Microsoft with 3.6, and UiPath is it's way beyond that other two, 4.13, which is doing the best when I compare with the other tools as well. Apart from this, 4.13, it is doing great. When you look at the strategy like product vision, performance, innovative roadmaps, partner ecosystem, delivery models, and all, even there, UiPath is leading when I compare with the other things. So by considering all of these factors, I can see this UiPath is one of the greatest technology which is solving all of the customer needs. It is doing a greater automation in business sectors and solving most of the needs and all. So by considering all of this, I can summarize it and I can say, yes, this of a one platform which can help you to automate some of the tasks in your business unit. So these are some of the strong points what I just wanted to highlight.
Here, the overview of the video is this UiPath is not like it is delivering an hardware kind of robot, which you guys are already know. Like it helps you to create some of the software bots. Software bots means you just saw how an human he was performing. He was writing some Word document. Parallelly, what bot was doing? It was doing some kind of finance kind of automation by putting up say some data to the Salesforce by sending out a draft email, keeping it in the outbox and all. So in overview, a bot will be sitting on your machine and parallelly you will be doing some task, but in the background it will also be doing some other task in the background and it's going to help you to do some automation. And also you saw a human was performing at this WordPad, but here you had bot has opened one window which is of its same copy of your machine. It was doing an automation over there, which is a great feature which we call as a picture in picture automation, which we're going to be talking about it a bit later. But this is an overview of the thing what I just wanted to show. Now we understood, okay, this UiPath is of it helps us with the software robot, and also this was a company which was introduced very recently in 2005. It came to a limelight from the year 2016, but after this, due to this pandemic, even it is at the greater limelight. Now people are very much crazy about this, and these are the technology which two people have introduced this. One is Daniel Denis and Mauritius Tricat. These are the two people who have founded this platform. And you can think this UiPath is one of the complete cake. In that cake, we can divide into three different slices. One is as UiPath Studio, and another one is as UiPath Orchestrator, and another one is as UiPath Robots. These are the three slices what you can consume on this platform on UiPath. This studio is for the developer. This is a place where the developer he gonna build and code by using some of the pre-built activities. As I said, this platform it doesn't require any coding skills. So there is no dependency on the programming and all. If you want to do some automation, sorry, if you want to do some automation on any of the things, for that you have already a ready-made activities. If you want to do an Excel kind of automation, you have a ready-made activity. If you have to do some automation on the cloud like AWS, GCP or Azure, you have ready-made activity. If you want to send out an email, you have ready-made activities. What you have to do is you have to just drag and drop those activities, configure the things and use it. That's it. There is nothing much. There is no need us for us to scratch our head to understand, okay, what is the coding language it is built in the background and all. Nothing such. You just want to make use of that activity, build an automation and run it. That's it. That is Studio. Orchestrator. This is the place where you control, you manage your workflows, you manage your bot, you're gonna monitor your bot, you're gonna understand what your bot is doing, at what time it has to run. All the doing some administrative work like I can say it is something like an central processing unit. That is the place where the processes will be there, the bots will be there. It is something like an managing unit where you will manage your bots and the processes at one place. So this is of an orchestrator. Next, bots. These are the ones who gonna do an automation for you. These are the UiPath bots which gonna help you to build an automation. Now in UiPath Studio, you're gonna build a sequence how your bot has to perform. And UiPath robots are the one who gonna build an automation. To bridge the gap between UiPath Studio and the robot, we have Orchestrator. The process what you have built in Studio, it is published to Orchestrator and all the bots will be sitting in the orchestrator. In the orchestrator, what you're gonna do, you can just gonna map that process to the bot. Hey robot one, this is your process, go to that machine, complete it and come back. That is the indication what you give from the orchestrator. So this orchestrator is something like a bridge between the developer and the robot. Now, we have multiple types of robots in UiPath. One is attended robots and another one is unattended robots. Let me talk about this. Attended robots are the one, like in the video you saw, attended robots, which was working parallelly with human. Human was working at some point, human was working on some other task, and the robot was doing the task for you. After the robot was have been done with the task, after completion of that task, it was asking some input from the human. Later you saw he stopped that task, he done some actions over here. Next, the bot has completed. See, both human and robot are working parallelly, hand in hand. That we call as attended bot. Unattended bot means without any human intervention, the bot just go to that machine, complete the automation and come back. That is unattended kind of automation. So these are the two different bots we have, attended and unattended. If we use both of the bots in the same environment, we call as an hybrid RPA, where both the bots will be working in the same environment. We call that as an hybrid RPA. So that is UiPath robots. These are the three different slices which we're going to be looking also in this course. We're going to be talking deeply on these parts. Next. Yeah. Now, there is always be a question like, can bot can perform all the tasks what we humans does? Let me just fast forward the things. Like here, I'm just showing this graph. What we wanted to understand is how like we cannot think all the process can our bot do an automation? There are some clauses, there are some flow. If that process follows that flow, then only we can say that is the best process for automation. So this is the flow. Whatever the task, whatever the process you take, if that process follows this path, then you can see that is the flow which is best suited for automation. First, you can think of any process. Right now you're working on any of the process or any of the thing you can keep in your mind and you can start. If you start with the thing, just check whether it's of an highly manual repetitive task. If it is of highly manual, then go ahead next. If not, just apply some improvementative initiatives like doing some other kind of workaround and the things. Next, check whether it's of the rule-based process. To complete that task, does it follows multiple rules and regulation? Okay, uh, if I want to do a next step, I need to get into some kind of a database. I need to see that data, and based on the data, I need to proceed further. Some of the things. If it is of such kind of rule based, if it is S, then go ahead next. If not, just do some other kind of minor kind of things rather than investing more on RPA. Next, check whether it's of the readable electronic input type. If it is of an readable electronic input, that means since I said this is of a software robot, you cannot give an hard copy of an invoice or anything to your bot and you cannot ask your bot to read it. So if you just give a scanned copy of that or anything, yes, your bot can do it. If it is of something like a hard copy, it cannot. So you need to be assured that whether it is of an electronic input type. If it is of electronic input type, just go ahead. See whether it's of a standard input. Right now the bot can understand some of the set of languages. Apart from that, if you just give some other languages in the Arabic or anything, our bot will be find difficulty in understanding that. So it should be a standard inputs. And the exception rate, if it is of a lower, then go ahead. If not, apply some initiatives. Next, just see whether the process method can be changed. Processing method. Right now I'm just following from A, B, C, D. Just see whether you can skip B, C, D and just jump directly from A to D. Just see that.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of RPA by answering this question. What does RPA stands for? A. Robotic Procedure Automation. B. Robotic Process Automation. C. Robot Process Automation. D. Robotic Practical Automation. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
If it is possible, then just implement some other tools which can do this task rather than investing on RPA. If the processing method itself can be changed, then looking for some other tool. If it cannot be changed, then see, do you have high process volume? High process volume means right now think in the finance, the we want to automate the invoice processing. If we in a month, if I have around 10 invoices, if I have 10 invoices, then the volume is very low. If I implement this RPA as well, it would be of a no use for me. Why? Because in a month it's of only 10 invoices. For that 10 invoice to process, is it a good that I invest lot of dollars on UiPath of one technology? It doesn't make sense. If in a month, if I have thousand of invoices, 2000 or 3000 of invoices to be processed, then just go ahead with that. If it is of high process volume, if it is of high process volume, then just check, will minor kind of automation improve the process? Minor kind of automation means by generating some macros or scripts or anything, Python scripts or anything. If it is S, then investigate some potential other solution rather than this. If not, if that minor automation cannot be done, then just look in whether do you want to do, is it possible to do deep system changes? That means, can you take out some of the application? Can you remove that database and replace with some other things? Those are the things. If it is possible, then you have to check it. If it is possible, then investigate some other system integration tools. If you can replace some of the application, then just looking for some other tools rather than RPA. If you have an option to do is deep system changes. If you are not able to do that deep system changes, then RPA is the best place. RPA is the only solution which can help you to do the automation for you. Next, so that is the way you need to choose which is the best process for automation. After understanding the flow, you can understand. After that itself, you need to choose. You need to start implementing the RPA. So that is the first step you need to take care. And now, these are the some of the benefits what you can get out of this platform. One thing is no coding skills. Nothing is required. It's one of the greatest cost-cutting technology. It works 24 bar 7. It never takes a sick leave. It never takes unpaid leave, or it never sleeps or anything. It works 24 bar 7, and it reduces burden on IT. It's more accurate than the human because it's of a robot, right? It should be precise. We humans make mistake, but robot should not. Productivity rate is much higher. It follows all the compliance rules and regulations, and it's one of the consistent kind of technology, including all the benefits of RPA. Including that, the UiPath offers some of these additional benefits. Now, let me talk about some of the UiPath capabilities, what and all it can do. See, the bot has a capability to understand. So it has a capability to read text from the images. In an image, if you have some text, the bot has capability to read it, and it also has capability to work on the virtual machines, on virtual environment. Virtual environment means in cloud, in AWS or anything. You if you just trigger an instance, in that instance also it has capability to do the task, and it can also deal with unstructured kind of data. And also another major thing is, we as a human, like as a normal person, we cannot understand a doctor language. If you just go to any healthcare or anything, they're gonna give you some prescription, or sometimes it will be easy for us to understand by looking at the characters, but usually we will not be able to understand the doctor's handwriting. But bot has a capability to read the handwriting, to read and understand the handwriting as well. See, that is the greater extent what UiPath is moving. Now they have been introduced with some additional kind of other capabilities as well, like they are creating a chatbots with an additional intelligence to it. It can recognize the speech from different languages and convert it to a required language, and it can do the mind processing, capture the things, extract the data, so many things. There are multiple additional AI kind of technology which has been adding to the bots. So this is the way how UiPath is moving, and this is the capabilities what it can do. And these are some of the technology partners where UiPath have been collided with. Here you can see multiple tools over here. Uh, Technology partner means, as I said, for creation of any process, it's all you already have a ready-made activities, right? See, for the ready-made activities to build it, UiPath have been partnered with all of this, and for each of the tools, they have ready-made activities. See, if you want to add some additional intelligence, some of the tools which already companies using, if they want to add that intelligence to this UiPath bots, they have some direct integration some of these tools, whether it's of an AI, architecture, digitalization, process mining, security, NLP, process and case management, and much more. Apart from this, there are plenty of other technology which I cannot bring everything into the same slide. So these are the some of the top kind of technology what you can see over here. And now let me just quickly talk about some of the installation of the community edition, which is of the free for a lifetime. Let me just talk about this. Just go to your browser and just land up on, just type in as cloud.uipath.com. Just go to your browser and just type cloud.uipath.com. If you just navigate to that, then you'll be getting a sign in page. In that sign in page, it asks you to sign in with your Microsoft account, sign in with your Google account or anything. Just click on any of your account and feed in your required information like your name, last name, and your email address and all. As soon as you give that and you hit create, as soon as you do that, this is the screen what you'll be seeing. Here you will be landing up to something called as UiPath Automation Cloud. It's of an automation cloud instance which is free for everyone for lifetime. You can make use of this. Here you have something called as download UiPath Studio. As soon as you see that, if you just click on that, the download is going to start. The download will be started automatically. So after that, if you just open it, it will be of a multiple clicks. That's it. Apart from that, nothing else. But here you can see here you can access your orchestrator service. Orchestrator. It's of another component of UiPath. Orchestrator you can see over here. In this orchestrator itself, you'll be having the multiple bots. See, alternate bot, testing bot, and all. They're going to be giving you inside this itself. So which we're going to be talking about bit later. And you saw how to download the UiPath Studio. As soon as you download, sign in and create your first automation. See, these are some of the steps what you want to follow. As soon as you hit open like UiPath, it's gonna ask you to some sign in with your Google Cloud account, like sorry, cloud account. You just give this as URL and you can sign in. But for now, I would recommend you just navigate to the more options and choose the standalone option. Why I'm saying that is, in the future when we talk about the orchestrator, I'm gonna talk all about the things, how to connect the robot orchestrator and all. So for now, I would recommend you just hit more options, standalone option, and choose for community offline. If you choose for community offline, then you're going to be getting this as a canvas. Here, it's going to give you a three different options. One is Studio Pro, Studio, and Studio X. I would recommend you to choose the Studio. Studio X is for the people, C-level people. Why? Because they have designed tool for them. They don't have sufficient time as a developer what we build. So they want to do a quick automation for them. They have some ready-made kind of workflows and all over there. So this is for them. You cannot do much of the automation over there. Whereas Studio Pro, it gives you some additional features. Here you can change the programming languages and all. This UiPath is completely built on .NET. So here we're going to be using some of the expressions. But if you're very much familiar with C hash, then this UiPath Pro will give you an option to change the programming languages and all, which I'll be talking about a bit later. But let's not go to that extent till now. Right now, just choose for UiPath Studio. As soon as you choose for UiPath Studio, then you'll be seeing this as a screen over here. This is the screen what you'll be seeing. This is how it will be. And next, you're gonna be creating an simple workflow, which I'll be talking about a bit later. Now that is how the installation part is.
What is variable and how the variable can help us to build an automation and so many things. Before I jump into the variable, let me start introducing you about the studio. I will not just directly start, so let me just open up my UiPath studio. Now first, as soon as you install your studio, this is the screen what you'll be seeing. Here you'll be seeing something called as open tab, open recent, new project, new from template, so many things. Here you have so many things. But for now, let's not. Now here you can see some open tab. If you have some projects which is lying on your documents or anywhere, here with by using this you can access it. And whereas the new project, here is the place where we start creating the process by taking the first one, the process one, which I'm going to take it. And apart from that, UiPath have designed some set of templates for us for RPA developer to start with any automation. So here you're going to be seeing all of those, some of the templates regarding the RE framework and all, which is our advanced topic. I'm going to talk about it a bit later. But for now, I will just, yes, this is the screen and these are some of the elements. And here you can see some of the ribbon. You have a ribbon and you have multiple tabs like tools, templates and all. In the tools, you can see you have multiple kind of tools which are available. So here are some of the set of tools which are available for you. It all depends on based on the automation what you're gonna build. For now, I would recommend you guys to just try to install any of the browser extension which you guys are using. For example, some people might be using something called as Chrome or Firefox or Edge. I would request you guys to please install this extension. How to install? Just click on it. It will be automatically installed in the background. So no worries on that. Just click on it. You're gonna be navigated
Advantage.
and it will be installed to your studio. Yeah. So this browser here, you can see right now I'm using an Edge browser. In that I have already installed this UiPath extension. So this is the extension. Why it is a need is, if I want to do an automation on the browser, I need this extension. Then only our bot will be capable enough to identify some of the elements on the screen. For example, see here, in this go to meeting, I have multiple elements. Now, if I want to showcase my bot that you have a message that have a great meeting, I know we as a human know we have some word over here, but for the robot, it doesn't understand. For the robot to showcase it, we need to have this extension so that my robot sees this as a text, some random text is over here, and it can process which of the things. So that's the reason I'm requesting you guys to please install this extension based on the browsers what you guys use. Only these three, and apart from additionally we have multiple tools. I will just take it forward as we move on. And as I said, we have some set of templates which is designed by UiPath. We can use it for our automation. And apart from that, if you're working as a team, like in an organization, if you are put up into any of the project, you will not be the only sole RPA developer. You'll be having a colleague, and I can say as a best friend, where you guys will be working parallelly. In that case, if you want to version control your code, version control your workflows, we have a direct integration to GitHub. So with that, you can directly integrate it. Apart from this Git,
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in RPA, then Intellipaat provides a RPA training certification course for UI Path. It is taught by industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
we have other two. One is SVN and TFS. Right now I have just disabled, which you can enable in the settings tab. But these are the three version controlling tools which UiPath gives you direct integration for doing a version controlling thing. And in the settings, you can do some minor kind of settings like the theme. Right now I have set it as a dark mode. For you it will be often light mode kind of thing. And in the design tab, you see some of the options, the location, manage sources, licenses, and the teams. See here, I have just disabled SVN and TFS. If you want to enable, you can enable and use it. And next you have something called as help section. Here you can see the version, what the version you are using, and what is the license you will be holding, and some of the other information. Like here you can find the product documentation. And as I said, community forum, we have a great community forum. Whatever might be your question, you have an answer over there. Browse for the thing. I'm sure like in the community forum, someone have already answered your query. You can use that and implement the same logic, and you can build an automation. So this is a great platform. I would encourage you guys to please visit this. And help center, academy, release notes, and all. Some of the other tabs are there. Whenever you find some time best, I would recommend to please go through that. Now, after completion of this, in the start tab, I have something called as process. Let me just click on it. See, it asks me a couple of things. Right now, I have installed UiPath Studio Pro. That's the reason I'm able to see language as an additional option. So I believe I have requested you guys to install only UiPath Studio. If you install that, you'll not get this as an option. So I will just highlight some of the things as we move on, like what is the difference between the two. So like I was just talking about the process, how to create a new process. If you want to build some automation over there, so that the first step for us to build here I have under new project, we have something called as process, right? I recommend you guys to just click on it. As soon as you click on it, you get some several options. But here right now I have installed UiPath Studio Pro. That's the reason you are seeing two different options. One is language as VB and C hash. It is giving you the option to code your automation. But whereas in the studio, you'll not be seeing this option. So right now I have installed the studio to show you the difference between the Studio Pro and the studio things. So this is the first difference where you can see this. So the name thing here, I would recommend you guys to give always a proper name for your project. See here right now I have built multiple process and all. See here it says something like a test and testing process. I don't know what does this test, what I have built over there. I don't get it by looking at the name. So whatever you do in that automation, I would recommend you give the similar name so that it will be easy for you to understand the process. So now right now we're gonna understand about the variables, right? Let me just give the name as variables. Let me just put up the variables one. Like I already had the name as something was variable, so I'm just giving the name as one. And I would recommend you give the proper description, because every time you understand the process by looking at the description. Here, see, testing process. You're gonna understand with a brief description. If you give, then you're gonna understand what is this process is. Right now, let me just give it as variables demo, and let me just hit create. So that's it. If you just hit create, in the background, the UiPath Studio, it's gonna give you a workspace where you can build an automation. In UiPath, everything is just drag and drop. All the activities you have available over there, you just drag and drop and build the automation. See, as soon as it opens up, this is the screen what you'll be seeing. If you just hit open main workflow, then it's gonna open up the main workflow what it's gonna run. And here it says drop an activity here to start the automation. The activities you can find something. I have a tab which I have already pinned to the left and to the right. See, these are the some of the tabs. Right now, when you just open up for the first time, you'll be seeing all this tab somewhere below here: projects, snippets, activities, and all. Similarly, over here as well, the resources, properties, outline, and all. So, some of the tabs you'll be seeing over here. And here, if you just see, here you have all the set of activities for you which you want to build in automation. Each and everything you have over here, which I'll be showcasing. Here is the place for you. And next, if you want to create a sequence flowchart, I'm going to talk all about this. But here is the place where you create some new tabs. Here, as the name itself suggests, you can save it. If you want to export your workflows as a template, you can do that. If you want to debug your file, then you have a resume button, so play button. So it helps you to run the workflow in a debug mode or anything. So you have multiple tabs where you can use it and explore things. And apart from that, you have other multiple tabs. They are like UI Explorer, which is used for selectors, test manager, analyze workflow. If you have some remove unused kind of workflows, variables, arguments, dependencies, some of the screenshot which are there, you can just remove it by using this. So this is of another tab. And apart from that, in the debug tab, let's not worry much, but just keep an eye. You have something like a place where you can run your workflow. You have something like a place where you can save, and here you have a create new sequence flowchart or anything. That is the option. For now, these are the things which I want you guys to remember, and also the activity panel. So this is the place where you find your automation to be built. Right now, as a first activity, I can just drag and drop the activity over here as this, or else I can just double click on that activity. That activity will be placed as this. So this is how you bring activities from the activity panel to the canvas. And here you have something called as variables tab, arguments tab, and import tab, and output panel. So many things you have. As you move on, I'm going to be just highlighting some of those so that you guys can remember. So this was just an overview of the studio. I will not jump in deep into this. Now let me just start with the topic thing, so that we understand the topic parallelly, we understand the studio parallelly, we're going to be building an automation. So I would prefer to take that as a path. Now let me first talk about the variables. I'm sure guys you might have already heard about the variables. You might have came across some of the other programming language, or somewhere in your school or anywhere. Might be you heard about and something called as variables. And also you have understood the topic, but now I'm just going to be brushing up the things. So this you can think this variable as something like a container, where it can store some element. For example, in your room, if you have so many toys lying on the floor, what you would do, you're gonna pick up all the toys and you're gonna put it into one container, right? So that is a toys box. You're gonna put it up over there. So storing of the elements, storing of the data, we call that as a variable. And this variable can hold. Let me repeat it. This variables can hold the data of the same type. I mean, like let me take the same example as your room. In your room, you have a toys, you have some books, and you have some other accessories and gadgets and all. Now, what you're gonna do is you have something called as toys box. In the toys box, you're gonna be putting only the toys. Next, you have some accessories box. In that, you're gonna put up only the accessories. Next, you have some other box where you're gonna put up only the books, and so on. See, each variable, each box contains data of a same data type. Variables which can hold the data of the same data types. For example, in the screen itself you are seeing, see, the first box it's holding only numbers. Second box, we call this as an string. This is integer, string, images, array. But here you can see only the characters, only the images, only the array of data and all. So this is how it is. The variables is something like a, you can think it is something like a box where it can store multiple data of a same element. Multiple data of a same element. Multiple data means, here see, I'm storing three numbers 1, 2, 3, but all are integer. I'm storing three character ABC, but all are string, images, and so on. So that is how it is. This is of the variables, and in this we have multiple data types. Like we have plenty of those, but here I'm just gonna be highlighting some couple of those. First is integers, where it can store and whole numbers. String, it can hold some characters, array of characters, like the example hello world what you're seeing. And next it can store boolean value, true or false, accordingly. And next we have something called as array, storing of uh, multiple values of a same data type, which we call as an array. I have a dedicated topic for that as well. And next, if you want to store date and time of right now, today, what is the time now and what is the date, you want to store it in a variable, you can do that. You have a dedicated type for that. By choosing that, it can hold that data. And apart from all of this, we have one specialized kind of data type, which we call as a generic. In this, let me give you one example to understand this. This generic, think you have built two workflows, workflow A, workflow B. Now, you're passing the data, the output of workflow A, you're giving as an input to workflow B. That is what you have configured as an RPA developer, and you have put it up into the production. It is running perfectly fine. But after a couple of months, you have configured the workflow in such a way that workflow A, you thought it is generating a string, and workflow B, it gonna be receiving the string. That is what you have configured. It is running perfectly fine for a couple of months. But after some time, it started generating some integer values. In that case, the workflow will not work. Why? Because you have configured in such a way it receives only a string, but now the case is integer, it doesn't work. Now in this case what happens is the workflow will fail. Now as an RPA developer, you come over here, you change the data type to integer, and you go on. And after a couple of months or 3 months, again same issues, but this time it is generating some other kind of, what can I say, so boolean values, true or false. Now you cannot, every time you cannot keep on changing it. So this is not the best practices what we build in UiPath. So to handle such kind of scenario, we have one option. If we choose the data type as generic, what happens is whatever might be the data which is flowing from workflow A to workflow B, whatever might be the data, whether it might be an integer, whether it might be a boolean, string, or anything, it accepts everything. Irrespective of the data type, it accepts everything if we give the data type as generic. Apart from that, if we give some specific like the integer, string, or anything, it gonna take up accordingly and it gonna process it. But whereas in this case, whereas in generic, it can hold anything. So this is the one specialized thing which I just wanted to highlight on data types. And apart from this 6 data types what I have showed, there are still plenty of the things. As you move on with the course, I'll be just highlighting some of those. Now let's just put our hands on the workflow and let's start building the automation. Let me just go back to the studio. So yeah, that is being said, let me just start. So this is the screen what we'll be seeing as soon as we create any process. First, I have just dragged a sequence. Sequence means, as the name itself suggests, it goes step by step. You see here, if I just drag a couple of assign activities, see how it is going step by step, one after the other. As the name itself suggests, the robot starts from the top, ends at the end, like bottom. So sequential order, it goes from top to the bottom. That is how it's gonna be doing. This is the case. Right now I'm just starting with the sequence. Why? Because it will be easy for us guys to understand this template. So like every time it is a mandate that one, that is, you have any of the container, we call that sequence as a container, flowchart as a container, state machine as a container. In that container, we're going to be putting up some of the activities like that. For now, I'm just starting with a one container, which is I call it as a sequence. If I just double click, see, this is the container. If I just remove it and if I just click on the assign activity, I'm going to get it, but with a sequence. See here. So one container is of a mandate one. Container is necessary. So that is the sequence. But for now, let's not just get the things complex. So I'm just starting with the sequence. You can think this is something like a container. This, let me just rename it as an variables. I'm just renaming that container. Yeah, I have just named as an variables. Now, as a first activity, let me just pick up one activity which is called input dialog box. Guys, from now on, let's follow one thing. Whatever might be the concept, whatever might be the thing. So, like I was just highlighting that regarding the variables, I just dragged one activity which is called input dialog. Now, we're gonna be discussing about we're gonna be understanding the topic. So, to understand the topic, I just want to make it as interesting. So, what I would do is I'm gonna just take one any of the story or any of the thing, any of the need of it, and let's start solving it. So I will just take any of the concept and I'm going to take one story, and let's start completing the story. Parallelly, we'll be completing the topic. We're going to be understanding that on the concepts and the activities and all, and also parallelly we're going to be completing the story as well. So similarly, let's follow that as a pattern. Now, to understand this variable, I'll let me just take one scenario, that my bot should ask me, like, just it should ask me a thing, a question to me, like, what is your name? As soon as it asks me a question, I just gonna input, okay, my name is Kantesh. As soon as I give Kantesh, it has to just give me a message like stating that, okay, Kantesh is from India.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of RPA by answering this question. What is RPA primarily used for? A. Automating business process. B. Automating BPO process. C. Automating banking process. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
That is a message, a simple static message. Let's give it and let's ask my bot to do it. It's of a simple thing. Let's see how it can be done. So for that, I just dragged one input dialog as an activity. This input dialog, what it does is, it helps us to ask a question. It helps us, see, if I just run it, my bot gonna follow the steps, right? Follow the sequence, what I have just given. So that sequence, first it should ask me some question. That question, that capability is involved in this activity which is called input dialog. See here, if I just give the title as name, and here input label as what it should ask, it should ask that what is your name, and the input type, let it be text box. So if I just run it, you can just see this is the run button I have just pressed. It is running in the debug mode. I believe I'm gonna get the workflow started. Here you can see this is the output panel. See here, I got one pop-up like stating dialog title. See the name, I just given the name. Here I have a control, I can change the name. So what is your name? That is a question I have given, so that has been passed. Now whatever the thing I give, my robot gonna take it. So that is the next step what we're going to be building. So I believe you got some overview understanding about this input dialog. But not only that, in input dialog it has its own properties. See, if I select that activity, if I just hit property panel, I believe for you it will be somewhere at the bottom. I have just pinned it for now. In this you can see the name thing, it's already fed over here. So it's you are able to see over there. See, this we call as a designer panel. See this. this thing what you're seeing it as a designer panel. This we call it as an property panel. See, this is property panel. In the property panel, you can see in the designer panel, I have given the name and what is your name, right? In property panel, it's already been reflecting. Name, it's already been there. What is your name? Is in the label. Apart from that, let's understand some other properties what it has. See, display name, this is the input dialog. If I want, I can change it. If I just want to give as input name rather than input dialog, I can do that. I have complete freedom to do it. See, it got changed. And next, you saw is password, some check mark, check and uncheck. In this, to understand this, let me give you one scenario. When you want to log into any of your social media account, like it might be a LinkedIn, Facebook, or Twitter, or anything, to log into that, first it asks for the username, email address. You're gonna type it, which is publicly available. If your friend is sitting next to you, he can see that whatever you might be typing. Right now, I'm going to type as kanteshmallesh@gmail.com. That is my email address. If I just type it, if my friend is sitting beside me, he can see that email address because it is publicly the public name I can say. But whereas the password, it's of sensitive. No one should see it. No one should be aware of it. Now, if even though my friend is sitting next to me, when I start typing the password in the password section, you might have seen whatever the each character you give, it will be a black dot. That means it is masking the character so that there will not be a data leakage. So that is password. If your bot is asking the data of the user, if none of the other person who was sitting next to him is should not see or anything, then you can check mark this. If you check it, each character what your bot gonna each character what you're gonna be typing, it will be masked and it's gonna be taken into consideration. So this is the is password check mark. Right now, let me just disable it. Next, I have an something called as options. Here, let me just give the options as first. Let me put up some value that I will say as my name Kantish, and I will say as robot, and I will say as UI path. Now, if I just run it, just see the difference. What have been changed? The workflow started. See here, it's asking me the name, but now it is no longer it is giving me a text box. It is giving me an options like to choose any of those Kantish, robot, or UiPath. I can choose anything and I can hit OK. So that is the option. If you want to just give the option in the input dialog box, here is the place. This is the pattern how we give. When I just talk about the arrays, I'll be talking about this, how to define this, why I'm giving the flower brackets and multiple values. Regarding while talking about the arrays, I'm going to be talking. But for now, I just wanted to showcase, so I just brought up this. Don't worry about this. We're going to be seeing in detail. Right now I have just cleared out the options things, but apart from this I have another thing, option string as well. Let me just give over here as my name Kantish. I just did it. I will just show you how it works, but right now let me halt it for a moment. Next, title, the name thing here you have given, so that is the thing it is reflecting over there. Next, you have something called as private, and even this is of a check mark. So what is this private thing is? For all the activities you will be seeing this as an option as a private. What does it do is, if you just check mark this, what happens is that activity will not be logged. See, whatever you run the workflow, right, each and every activity the robot maintain its own log folder. If you just click the designer panel and if you just hit Control L, it opens up the log box. See, logs, UiPath logs. Whatever that bot runs, each and every workflow, it maintains its own logs. If you just open up any of the document, you can see the bot will be highlighting each of the activity it has run. Okay, right now I have run input name, input dialog. So it will be logging it. If you don't want it to be logged in the log file, then you can make it as a private. Private means the robot will be executing it, but it will not be logged. So that is this activity. For all of the activities you will be seeing is it is where in some of the business cases we'll be using this. We don't want when my bot is reading the password from orchestrator or some places, some from database, I don't want my bot to log that in logs, so that people will be aware of it. I don't want that. In that case, I'll be just using this. In business cases, that is the case where we'll be using. Right now, let me just disable it. And next I have something called as result. Here I'm going to be storing one variable. Now, what is the case is, right now I'm just giving some name, right, for my bot. It is asking me a question, I'm just giving a name. If I give a name, where does my bot is storing that value? How it is storing? That is the question. Yes, like in the previous run, I have just chosen my name in the multiple choice and I have given okay. So where does it storing and how does it processing further? We need to have some medium, right, to store something. If your friend is giving you an 100 chocolates, you should be having some bag or anything, right, to carry it. Similarly, if human is giving some set of characters to the bot should be having some container to hold it. To create that, we come across a concept called variables. In variable, we're gonna create a variable and we're gonna ask our bot to store it over there. Now, to create a variable, we have three different types of, I would say as three ways of creating variable. One is from variable panel. See variables, this is of a variable panel. If I just hit create variable, I'm gonna get a name as variable one. Let me say as I'm just creating from variable panel, right? I will just say it as in variable panel. See the variable type. We have discussed integer, boolean, some other different data types we have. As we progress, we're gonna be looking, but this is the place where you choose the type. If you correlate it, types of boxes, toys box, books box, accessories box, and all. That is the type. Right now, let me just give it as a string. And scope, I will talk about it bit later, but not now. I will just halt this for a moment. Two things I have halted. One is scope and another one is in the properties. Options I have given for this activity. Options I have given as Kantish. I have just halted that. These are the two things what I have halted. Next, in the default, you can give some default values to this. If you want this variable to hold some default value before running, you can give that. That is the place for you. So this is how you create a variable from variable panel. Now, as I said, this is designer panel, right? From here, let me start creating a variable. How to create it? I believe this is the place where I want to create a variable. Just navigate to that and just hit Control K, K for kingdom. If you do that, it asks to set var. I would give as I am creating from designer panel. I will give as designer panel itself. See, as soon as I do that, if you see the variable panel, you'll be seeing that variable have been created. See, I have created through variable panel. I have created through designer panel. Next, let me create through property panel as well. See, this is the property panel, right, which I have already showcased. So from this panel, let me just guide you. In the result section, let me create one variable like the same way what you did for designer panel. Control K, K for kingdom. And here you're going to give the name for your variable. I would say as the variable name as property panel. So I'm just creating with that in that panel. So I will say as property panel. See, the variable have been created. If you see the variables panel, these are the three ways of creating variables. One is through variable panel, designer panel, and property panel. These are the three ones. Now, let me just jump into our story what we wanted to narrate. So here my bot should ask me a question. I want a container to be given to my bot so that it can store that value into that variable. For that, see here result it is giving me, right? I can give any of the variable to hold it. Let me create one variable as name. So this is the name of the variable. In this container, the bot should store the input, whatever the human is giving. It should give it. Next, now we have a confirmation that okay, that name is a container, in that it is holding some value what human is giving. Now I want to print it in the output panel. How to do that? For that, we have a dedicated activity which is called write line. If I just drag and drop it over here, it asks for the text. I can just give the name. See, it is holding the name, right? Name plus concatenation, we call it as. We are joining two different strings. I would say as he is from India. See, this is of a variable, is of a string, and I have another string. The string in UiPath, everything we're gonna give in double quotes. See, it's of a static string, right? In the double quotes is from India. So this, if my bot should understand this is of a string, then it should be in double quotes as this. Now I want to join two different strings to one. So that's the reason what I'm doing. I'm using a plus operator. Plus operator, how does it work as? It just concat. It just joined two different strings to one. Now if I just run this workflow, you're gonna be seeing the result what I wanted. The workflow started. See here, I haven't typed my name at all as a Kantesh, but already it's over here. Why? If you see the property panel of the input name, option string I have given as Kantesh. Now you got it why I have given the option string as Kantesh. See here, if I give that, by default you'll be seeing some answer over there. So if you want, you can enable it or else you can disable it. It's not mandatory. Now let me just give as a Kantesh itself, which I just wanted to type. If I just hit OK, the workflow got ended. Now I have something called as output panel. If I just click on that, see here, Kantesh is from India. I got it. So this is the thing what I was just looking, and I got my answer. So I made my bot to do it accordingly in a sequential order by first asking me an input and later it is entering some value. But now let me just extend this workflow a bit more. I will just add another sequence. See, I'm just dragging and dropping one sequence. I'm gonna add assign. So here, let me just create one variable which is called last name. So right now I'm just only giving the first name. So I will create a variable as a last name, and I'm gonna give my name, my last name as Alish. So I have just fed this as an input. Now what I want my bot to print in the output panel is first name plus last name plus is from India. That means Kantish Mallesh is from India. That is the result what I want in the output panel. If I want to do that, what I did, I have just dragged the assign activity. See here, it's something like A is equal to B. This variable should hold this value. That is the indication. If you see the variable panel, the last name is of a type string. It has been created. Why? Because I have just created from the designer panel. It's been over here. Now, if I just want to concat, let me just open it. And here I just want to type the last name, right? Last name again plus is from India. This is the information what I want. That's it. Okay. See here some red symbol. It says last name is not declared. It may be inaccessible, some protection level or something. It is saying last name just now I have declared, right? In the variable panel I can see that last name is over here. Why it is saying it's not available? See, in this right panel, oh okay, it's disappearing. See here, when I just click on this activity, I'm seeing last name. When I click on this right line, it is disappearing. Why? Because see here, I'm going to talk about the scope. I have asked my bot to just look in. This variable should be available only in sequence. That is the indication what I have given. See, scope. This last name should be available only in this sequence. If I want to change the scope of viewing the variable to the entire workflow, then I can just change it to variables. If I just do that, I no longer get the error. Since I'm not doing that, so it's throwing me an error. See, that's the reason. In this container, see, this of a sequence is of a one container, I'm able to see. Whereas in the outer container, I'm not able to see that variable. That is the difference. See, last name, let me change the scope to variables. So that's the reason I have just halted that topic on the scope. Now I can see I don't have any work here. Now if I just run this workflow, the workflow started, it's gonna ask me a name, like by default Kantesh. If I just hit OK, it's done. In the output panel, if I just see Kantesh Malesh is from India. This is what the thing I wanted, and this is what all about the variable is.
Now, arguments. This argument is also the same as the variables. There is no difference between the major difference between the variables and the arguments. But there is a place where these arguments are best suited. We have a best suited scenario for it. In UiPath, the scope of the variable, the scope was limited to the sequence. Later, we changed to the variable. So the variable can be visible till the outermost container. If I just open up the main, see, we have changed the scope. Right now, the scope was looking for only the this part, only till this sequence. We have changed to variables. But if the case is, if I want the variables to be visible beyond this, that means I want the variable to be used in another workflow. I mean to say, like this variable, my bot should take value from this workflow and pass that value to some other place, some other workflow, or some other project itself. In that case, how to do it? In that case, the argument is the best option for us. These arguments are very similar to the variables. They can, like all the things follows the same. They can store the data dynamically, and they have something called as data types, like the string and all what we have seen. All the data types supports to that. And additional to that, we have something called a new thing, which we call as a direction, which I'll be highlighting after this slide. And yes, apart from that, you can think only there is only one difference. We here in variables you have something called as variable in you have something called as scope, whereas in arguments you have something called as direction. That is the only difference. Apart from that, the working behavior, everything gonna be the same. The storing of the value and dynamically allocating the things and all. As I said, the argument is the best variable if you want to share the value between the workflows or between the processes or anything. If I want to share the value beyond the workflow, then argument is the best option, which variables cannot do it. Variables cannot pass the value beyond workflow. We have a restriction for variables. To overcome from that one, we have an argument. Now in argument, I have a special pane for this. We have something called as direction pane. In that pane, you can see four different directions. One is in, out, and the property. These are the four different directions what we have. Now let me just highlight some of the things. Like if the direction is in, then the data is flowing inside the workflow. That means workflow A is pushing out some data. That means you can think as workflow B is taking inside. Workflow B is taking inside some data. So in that case, we're going to say as in. If we ask our bot to take data inside from different workflow, then we're going to use it as in. Out means if workflow A is pushing out some data, we call that as out. In, out. As the name itself suggests, you can see if the data is flowing in, if the data is flowing out, we call as in, out accordingly. Next, we have other two properties. Another one is in out, and another thing is also we call that as a property. In out means if the data you sometimes we don't know the data might be flowing in, data might be flowing out. It will be a bidirectional. In that case, you can choose this option as in out. Whereas if you choose the property as property itself, then it will be in the disabled state. The arguments what you have created, it will be there, but it will be in a disabled state. That means right now you don't have any use of that argument. In the future you might be using it. So to have, if you have such kind of scope in the future, then you can make it as something like a disabled kind of thing property. So these are the four different types of directions. This is the theoretical thing what we are just saying before we work on the practical. I believe in the practical you're gonna get the exact behavior of the thing. Now let's jump in and let's do some hands-on on this. Yeah, let me just go back and take the same scenario, same workflow. In that, I'm gonna hit new. create a sequence. Still, I will not go to the next. I will just start with the sequence itself. See, if I just select as a sequence, it gives the name. I will just give a random name as, anyways, argument, right? Argument. Let me just hit create. Now the argument is being created. Since I have selected the sequence, now you're seeing a container, it's already been there, and also the name is already been changed. So the sequence, you saw how to create a new sequence within the project. See, if you just hit the project tab, this is your project. It has dependencies. See, you have system activity, mail activities, Excel activities, which is pre-installed, pre-deployed to your project. These are the some set of activities which are there. Those are the activities, you can see it over here. You saw something called as mail, right? See, from email, you have plenty of activities. If you see it as an Excel, you have an Excel activities. You have plenty of those based on the dependencies what you choose in the project app. Apart from that, we can add multiple dependencies over here in the manage packages, which I will take it bit later. But this is an overview of the things. And here you have something called as settings. These are the hidden folders where you can view it. And apart from that, see here, main. As soon as you create a project, you will be having one main workflow. That is one workflow. We just now created the variables, that one, that is of a main example. And next is argument. We just now created, right, that argument. See here, you can see that this project.json, it holds all the records of this information in the JSON file. If you want to land up on this folder, just right click on it and open project folder. Now you can see where exactly your project is saving. See, under OneDrive, UiPath, Documents, UiPath. In that, I have given a project name as variable one. In that variable one, you are seeing all the files. So this is how it is. This is how the project level folders are, and this is how you can view it. We just now created one. Now you can see as argument. So before we understand the concept of argument, let's take up a scenario. I want, anyways, this main workflow is generating some data, right? See, it is capturing my name, and it is capturing my name and the last name, and it is saying as is from India. Now I want my bot to pass the data from this workflow, from main workflow to the argument. See, I want to pass the data from main workflow to the argument. What is the data? My first name and my last name. It has to pass two datas to the arguments, and in that arguments, I want to display some other information. So I will say as Kantesh Malesh is from, I have said as India. So Kantesh Malesh is from US, USA, something like that. Anything, any different message, I need to print it out. So that is my agenda. One is I need to take out the data from this and put it into the arguments. I need to create a new message in the output panel. That is my goal. Let's see how we can do that. So I want the data from main to the argument, right? So here we follow four different steps. First step is we create a sequence flowchart or anything. So we have already created it. So this is the first step. Next, the second step is go back to the workflow where you want to take out the data. That means in the main, this is the place where I want to take out the data. I want to take out the data from this and input to this. So if I here, so I after going to that, below you have something called as argument next to variables. Just click on that. Here it asks you to create an argument. If I hit that, it gives me an option to give a name. I would say as, um, I will say as, so first I'm passing the first name, right? I will say as first name. The direction is I need to push out the data. See, out, pushing out the data. What is the type of the data you are storing in this? It's of a string type. See, first name is Kantesh. That is, I'm making as string. And another thing, you have default section. Default right now it is disabled. Why? Because out means every time it should be a dynamic value which you're passing out from this workflow. If you set it as in, it will be enabled. See here, the direction is as in means I can type in something as this. If I set it as out, then this will be disabled. So I believe you're getting the things. When you want to push out the data, if you are planning to push out a default value out of this workflow, then it doesn't make any sense. Every time you can go to the argument itself and you can make that variable as some default value rather than passing from this workflow to this. So out direction, that's the reason they have just disabled it. And apart from that, in out you have property, you have the things what I have just stated. These are the different things. Now, if you just see the difference between the variables and arguments, here in the arguments you have name. In variables, yes, here also you have name. In the arguments, I have argument type and the default, whereas in the variables, variable type and the default. But the only difference is, see here, I have something called as direction where I can see 4 different values. Whereas in the variables, you have something called as scope. In that scope, you are able to choose the level of availability of the thing. So that's the major difference between the variables and the arguments. Now, so the second step is done. First step, we have created a sequence where we want, and in the second step we have gone to that workflow from where we need to extract the data, and we have created in one argument. Okay, I need to pass the last name also, right? I will just hit create and I will see as last name. Now this is also I'm pushing out the data. So I would say as out. And another thing guys, like whenever this of a best practice, so whenever you're using an argument, UiPath recommends to append first the direction, which is I will say as out underscore, I will say as output underscore first name. Similarly, in the last name as well, uh, even this is of output, or else let me set it as in out. In out means it can be out as well, it can be in as well. So I'm making as direct bi-directional. I will say as IO underscore last name. So this is the best practice what UiPath recommends when you're using an argument. Why they are saying that is, if you have your own representation of arguments in such a way, then it will be easy for you to recognize. See, if I use first name in this workflow itself, then it would be very hard for me. It would be very hard for me to understand, okay, what is this workflow and where I am seeing this and all. So to have the difference between the variables and the arguments, so in the arguments, we follow this as a fashion so that it will be easy for the recognizing the things. So that's the thing. And
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in RPA, then Intellipaat provides a RPA training certification course for UI Path. It is taught by industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
here, let me just, so two arguments I have created. That is the second step. The third step is now I need to make use of that arguments what I have just created in this workflow so that I can be assured that every time when the workflow is done, it will be holding some value to push out some value. Right now, if I just run this workflow, if I want to expect this first name should be holding my name means I should be using something over here, right? Some variables or some assignment thing or anything. I should be using this as an argument over here. If I'm not using it, and how can I expect to pass data from main to argument? So the third step is I need to make use of this argument in this workflow. Let me show you how.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of RPA by answering this question. What does RPA stands for? A. Robotic Procedure Automation. B. Robotic Process Automation. C. Robot Process Automation. D. Robotic Practical Automation. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
I believe, okay, this was holding the name yesterday. Yes, this is the configuration what it with input and a value entered. It is storing in the variable called name. Now let me just bring out one assign, and I will say as, which is of output first name is equal to name. See, I'm just copying the value. I'm just taking the copy of that name and putting it to the first name. Just the thing, that's it. Copying the value. So that at the end of this workflow, I can be assured that this first name is holding some of the other value. It can be the UiPath, it can be Kantish or anything. But at the end of this workflow, I can be assured this argument will be holding some value so that it will be ready to pass the values to the another process. So I have used it. And whereas in the arguments, I have created the IO last name. See here, IO last name has been used here. So the third step is we need to make use of that variable in this workflow, which we did. First, we created a sequence where we want the data. Second step is we need to create an argument which we want to push out the values. We did that. And the third step is we need to make use of that argument in this workflow, which we are seeing it over here. See here, everything is there. Now, the fourth step is we need to go back. Before we go back to this argument, we need to save this. See, at any workflow, in the top of the head, you have something called as asterisk. If you have that asterisk, then the workflow is not being saved. If you just directly close it, there might be high chances that you might lose the data. So always hit save. Now I have saved this workflow. I will go back to the argument. Here I'm gonna call that variables into this variables. This is the fourth and last step. First step is creating a workflow. Second step is going back to here and creating arguments. Third step is making use of that arguments. Fourth step is coming back over here, making use of calling that arguments. How to call? I will show you. Anyways, we have a project tab, right? Just click on that. From which workflow you want the data? From main, right? Just drag and drop. Simple, it's done. But the actual procedure is you go to the activity panel. Here you're gonna call as invoke workflow file. You're going to take that thing and you're going to look in for that workflow where it is main. You're going to hit open. See here, you can see the difference. But the multiple step, it can be avoided by taking, if you want the process, if you want the data from within the same project, then this is of an easy task. Just drag and drop. Or else you can use and one activity invoke workflow file. In that you can look in for that folder in the dedicated location and you can use it. So these are the first step. So the first step is what I did. I have called that arguments. I have called that workflow in this process argument folder. Now if you just hit import arguments, see here you are seeing two different arguments. It is ready to serve you. It has some data now. It is ready to give you some data. If it is ready to give me some data, if your friend is ready to give you an 100 chocolates, you should be having a container or a jar or anything, right? If without that you cannot hold all the 100 chocolate at once. So for that we need to create a container. I can create an argument, but it would be of a no use for us. Why? Because we'll be using only on this workflow, right? So now let me just create a variable, so that let me take the data and let me store it locally, and I can use it whenever I want. So here I'm going to create a new variable. I will say as first name. I will say as will append with a. That means argument workflow. So this is last name. I'll append with a. That means argument workflow. If I just hit OK, then it's done. Now the two variables what I have created, it will be holding the values. What values? two values, first name and the last name. These are the two values what it will be holding. Now, let me just use a write line activity to print it in output panel. So that one we are already familiar with this write line. Let us use a new activity which is called message box. What does it do? How does it work? This message box. This message box is also very similar to the write line, but the only difference is write line activity will write the output, write the result, whatever you give in the output panel here. Whereas message box, it gonna give you a pop-up. Like in the input dialog box, you saw one pop-up, right? Similar to that, it gives you a result in pop-up message box. Let me show you that. Let me just print out this first name plus concatenate last name plus I will say as is from USA. If I just run this workflow, then I should be seeing the result. See, before I run, let me just here see if I have a drop down. Here I have run file, debug, run, so many options. But I will just throw some light on this where in the future we're gonna see in detail. But now I will just throw some light on this. Run means it's gonna run the main workflow. See how to identify main workflow. The UI path, you have something blue color thing. If you have an arrow mark which is pointing to the right, that is main. If you hit run or debug, it gonna be running main file only. If you hit run file or debug file, it will be running or debugging in the particular file which you have opened up. Right now, I will just hit drop down and I will just hit run file. So it is being minimized. The workflow has started. Now it has started. Now it's asking me the name. I will say as Kandish itself. I will just hit OK. See, I got a pop-up like stating Kandish Malish is from USA. This is the info what I got. Now, how does it working? How does this argument is exactly working? I did create some arguments in that workflow. I called it and how it is. Let me show you. In the debug tab, I will use some of the tools. Step in means it goes step by step each activity. I will just hit step in. See, there's a difference between a debug and run. Debug means you're gonna see these are some of the panels where you can use it. If you just hit run, you will not see anything. The bot minimizes the studio and it start running in one stretch. So that is the difference between debug and run. See, now I'm just hitting step into. I want my bot to go step by step. See, my bot is right now pointing to the argument. If I hit step into, it's pointing to invoke main workflow. Okay, what it gonna do? Let me see. If I just hit step into, see, it opened up the main workflow and it's pointing to the variables. If I hit step into again, see, input arguments. Now I'm gonna get a pop-up. See, saying what is your name? Myself is Kantish. If I just hit OK, see here what it all you can see. If I just hit scroll down, see, name is a variable we have created, right? In that container, we are storing Kantish. You are seeing that value. And these are the two different arguments. Output first name and input output last name. Right now it's holding null value. If I hit step into, see here, output first name, it's holding my name Kantish. If I step into again and again, see last name it's holding Malish. So these two arguments right now is ready to serve me. It is ready to pass the value from this workflow to the other workflow. If I had step into again, it's moving into the next activity. Step into again. Right now it's pointing to the outer container. That means I have asked my bot to print the value in the output panel. Output panel you can see over here. It says Kantish Malish is from India. So output panel, this workflow has been completed. My bot, it went from second workflow to the one, it completed the workflow. Why it completed the workflow? Because after my bot executes the workflow one, then only it will be getting the values. If not, it will not get the values. So that's the reason what my bot did. It went to the workflow one, it completed all the tasks, it took the value, and it gonna navigate to the same workflow. See, step into right now it is pointing to the same point. If you see the first name and the last name A, it is holding the values. That means it completed all the activities in this, took the value, and it is mapped to the local variables of first name and last name, and it is ready to move on to the next activity. If I step into, see a message box, step in again, I got a pop-up like stating that Khandesh Malish is from USA. If I just hit OK, then it's done. If I hit step in, the workflow is done. You can see in the output panel how long it took, and the message from the previous workflow and the pop-up you got in this workflow. So this is how the workflow will be run, and this is how the bot will take the data when you play with the arguments. I'm sure as we move on with a greater complex of the workflows, it will be a bit difficult for you guys to understand if you don't get this foundation level. So that's the reason I'm spending more time on this by taking the scenarios and all and the things. Till now, what we were doing, we were creating a variable. In that variable, we were storing an value. That means a single value. That means it might be an array of characters I'm saying, but you are storing only one value. That means in the double quotes, you're giving some value as this. Like here, what we did, see, in the double quotes, if you give anything, my bot sees it's completely as one value. Similar to that, if you want to store multiple values, if you want to access multiple values and use it, how to do it? Can I store multiple values into the variables? That will be the first question. Yes, you can. You can store multiple value. You can relate the same thing like yesterday. I have given you the one example. The box you have, and it's dedicated for toys. Can you store only one toy in that? No, right? You can put up all the toys into that same box. So similar to that, you can store multiple value. I will just show you how to create an arrays. I will just go back to the arrays tab, and here this is the workflow. In this, I will just click on the variables, and I'm going to create a new variable. I will just name it as an array var. I will just say as this, and the type here, it should be as, see here you have a dedicated array of what, array of what you want to store. If you just hit that, array of t means what is the type, into whether it's of an integer, boolean, string, object, or anything. So what you want to store, array of what, array of string. I want to store array of string. See here, just look at the naming convention. If I create a variable, see here, this is only a string, it can hold one value, whereas this, it can hold multiple value. You have a bracket, that means it is of an array. Easy indication. Now we this is how you set the variable type as an array, and the scope, it's always the array itself, like you don't have any other container inside it. So array, right now we are pointing to the outermost. And in the default section, let me just put up one kind of expression. We'll just put up, first let me put up, and later let me explain you what is that. For that, I will just open up the notepad, and so I believe you can see it now. Let me just open the flower brackets. I will see as RPA, comma, hyphen, always, in the double quotes, the right choice. RPA, always the right choice. That is the multiple. I have given the values in the multiple set of characters as this. See here, after RPA hyphen always the right choice. Even though it's often one sentence, I have just split it up. I have just break it down. See, in the flower brackets, If you want to store some value to your arrays, this is how the pattern you give. In the flower brackets, you're gonna give the first value RPA, comma, always, comma, the, comma, right choice. RPA always the right choice. Totally you have three, four, five values. So totally five different values you are storing under one variable. This is how you initialize the array. This is how you store some value to your array. Let me take this expression. Let me go back to my workflow. In the default section, let me put up the same expression. No changes. So actually at the end double quotes I have missed. Now it's done. Let me put up over here as well. So this is the value what I have given. Now this array is holding multiple values. Now if I want to see a value, if suppose let's take a business scenario, you have a array variable in that you have multiple values. That multiple values you want to see how it is been doing. If you want to see what is the value it is holding, then what you would do is you just go to the activity panel, and here let me just use a message box. It will be easy for us, and I will say as, see till now what we were doing, we were just giving the variable name as this array var. See if I give that, even the same, no issues with this. If I just run this workflow, see it's giving me the data type system.string of an array. See variable type, the variable type it is returning us. But we actually wanted the values. Why it is not returning? We have a pattern how to give the values. See array of var, in the you need to select which value you want. I want the first value. So for that I will just open up the brackets. I will say as 1. First value, right? I will say as 1. If I just run it, see, I'm getting always, but not the RPA. I want RPA. Why it is giving me always? Why? Because in UiPath, the index starts from 0. The index is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. If I just go back to our notepad, here we're gonna give the index for RPA is 0, for always is 1, followed by 2, 3, and 4. See, if you want RPA, you should say as array var of 0. If you want the choice, you want to say array var of 4. Then only you're gonna get that values accordingly. Okay, according to this index starts with the 0, right? Let me just give the value as 0. As 0. And let me just run it. See, I got it. RPA. I got it. So suppose if I would just want the fourth index, if I just give 4, it's gonna run. If my case is if I want all the values, then I would say as array var of 0 plus concatenation. I'm doing array var of 1, again concatenation, array var of 2, concatenation, array var of 3, followed by array var of 4. For different values, I want 4 different values at once, so I have just given as this. I'm just doing a concatenation. If I just hit run, see, RPA, always the right choice. Between the right and choice, I have no space. I can just work on this. Right choice, it's both of the words are together. Apart from that, see here, RPA, always the right choice. You got it. You got all the values over here. So this is how the array is. This is how you call. You call the value out. So yeah, this is how you access the value of the variables in that way. Now let's think, if I want to change some value, or if I want to, first let's start with the add. If I want to add some value to this variable, can I do it? Let me see. I will just go to the activity panel in the assign. Let me just drag and drop, and here I will just say it as array var Right now I want to add additional value, right? Till 4 I have the values which is already been there. Now I will say as array var of 5, and I will say as UI path. No issues. Now let me just append that array var 5 as well. Now let me just run. The workflow started and it's throwing me an error. It says index was outside the bound of arrays. That means if you just see over here, array var, before it runs the workflow, it has been initialized. It has been initialized with the size of 5. 5 means starting from 0 to 4 means 5 indexes. See, before it runs the workflow, since we have given the values in the default section, it is being initialized. It has been fixed to the size 5. Now, what we are doing, we are trying to add new value to it. That means we are trying to increase the size of an array from 5 to 6, which is not possible, which is not possible for the arrays. Array is always a fixed size. Once you initialize with the size or anything, then it will be of a fixed. You cannot change it at all. So while running the workflow, before you run, you can do the changes. But once the array has been initialized, then you cannot do anything. You can access the value, but you cannot add a value to it. That is the drawback what we have for the arrays. To overcome from this one, we have something called as list, which I'll be talking bit later. But now this is the drawback which I want you guys to remember. Array is of a fixed size, which you cannot alter the size of an array. Please mark it as the thing and make a note of it regarding the arrays. Now, okay, we got an confirmation that okay, I cannot add additional value to my array. If that's the case, can I change the value of an array since the size cannot be altered? Can I alter the value of an array? Let me see. I will say as array of 5, right? Behalf of array of 5, I will say array of 0. I need to change it to UiPath. Array of 0 means I have what I have RPA. I need to change to UiPath. Let me see whether it is possible or not. If I just hit run, the workflow started. Okay, it is throwing me an error. Why it is throwing me? See, array var of 5. I have array var of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Index was outside the bound of array. That means I'm trying to access the unknown index. See, only the size is 5, but I'm trying to access the sixth one. So that's the reason it's throwing me an error. Let me just remove that and let me run it again. Let me just hit debug. See, UiPath, always the right choice. That means we got a confirmation that we cannot change the size, but we can alter the values by pointing to its index accordingly. See, UiPath, always the right choice. Whereas this right choice, both have been combined, I can just separate with a spice. That's of not a big deal. So you are getting the value. See here, you are altering the value and you are making it to be visible accordingly. You're doing that. So this is often another thing which you can be clear on this. This array size cannot be changed, but the values can be changed with this. Now we got so many confirmation. We have altered the value. We have tried to add some values, and since the size cannot be altered, I cannot add or I cannot delete it, but I can alter the values accordingly. This is how it is. This is how all about and arrays in UiPath. So this is how you put up the value, this is how you change it, and you can view it. Now I'm sure some of you guys might be running something on your mind like sitting that every time does it the same way to view the values, like array of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and all. Since right now I have only of 4 index, it's easy for me. I would say a 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. But in the future, if the size has been increased to 10, what is the case? You can give array of 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If it is of 50, if it is of 100, if it is of 200, the business keys we cannot predict. We might ask our bot to read some document, and in that document, you can ask your bot to convert it to an array. That document can be holding multiple words. We don't know. It can be whatever might be the characters. I cannot keep on typing each thing after the other. If I use additional, it throws me an error. If I don't use it, then the data will be lost. So right now I'm in a situation where I cannot do anything. In this case, we have one workaround. In this case, what we can do is we have something called as string concat. We have a plus operator, right? What we were doing, we were taking the one value, plus operator, another value, plus operator, another value. Behalf of that, what we're going to do is we're going to call the data type as string. It has its function, which is of concat. You can think in the form of a programming. It's everything in the background. It's all the programming. This UiPath is completely built on .NET. .NET means if you guys are familiar with the .NET kind of thing, then it will be easy for you to understand. But it is not a mandatory that you should be knowing and knowledge. You should be having a knowledge of .NET. So that's not the case. But anyways, in this course, I'll be just guiding all the expression, how it works and all. So there is no need for you guys to spend on .NET. I'm going to be helping you all sort of fashion. But here you are seeing that string is of a data type and you're calling a function which is of concat. What you want to concat? I want to concat the array of var. Array of var. If I just hit close, then that's it. If I just hit run, you can see the value. It has been concatenated. See, UiPath always the right choice. Without giving of 0, of 1, of 2, of 3 and all.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of RPA by answering this question. What is RPA primarily used for? A. Automating business process. B. Automating BPO process. C. Automating banking process. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
This is the best way. But all the arrays will be combined and it will be given to you. It will be concatenated. So this is how it is. And here in this expression, we have some clause. Like I mean to say some defects or anything. This right and choice is not been separated with space. It is being together. I just want to append a space. What I can do is one thing is I can go to the variable section and I can add a space over here. Apart from that, I have another expression which is of I will use the same message box activity. Here I will say as same data type as string. I'm calling a data type dot join. Behalf of concat, I'm using a join. What does this join do is it does the same as the concat, but the only difference is it gives me an option to give the delimiter. I would say as see slash comma array array var. Here I want right now at this expression string.concat. What the message I'm giving is, hey bot, just take all the values, concat it together. Means join all the things to be together, concat all the things to together. Whereas this expression, what is saying is, hey bot, just join all the array elements to one by giving a delimiter, a separator to differentiate between each word as a slash. Just give a slash, add the next value. Just give a slash, add the next value. That is the indication what I'm giving. This join clause, this function, it just give me an option to just add a delimiter. Whereas this concat, it doesn't. If I just hit OK and if I just hit run, the workflow started. See here, after UiPath slash, after always slash, after the slash, white slash choice. Whereas if I just hit OK, see here, it is of a delimiter, which is the output of string.join. After each word, it is appending with slash. After each word, slash. Whereas string.concat, see, without anything. See, I don't have any delimiter between right and choice. In this case, what I can do is behalf of slash, I can give a space and I can run it. See, I have some already had some spaces, but now the major thing what you want to be concentrating is it's over here. Between the right and choice, you have a space. This is the delimiter option what the string.join gonna be helping you. Whereas the string.concat, it doesn't. So this is what all about an arrays. Let me just throw some light on the difference between the sequence and the flowchart. Right now, I will just talk about these two, sequence and the flowchart. First, I will create a sequence. Let me close the other tabs and I will create a flowchart. Okay, let me just let me start deriving the difference between these two, sequence and the flowchart. The first difference is you can see how the sequence looks. If you just keep on adding the activities, how it goes. The first difference is in the sequence, you're going to see this box as the first thing, and you're going to see a set of activities one after the other. Whereas in the flowchart, that's not the case. See here, you have one container which is of something called as flowchart, but you have first as something like a starting point, a start button, which is over here. But here, when you just click on the activities, you're also seeing the all the activities in a fashion, but you don't have any arrows like the way the sequence is. See here, arrows. In flowchart, you don't have anything. So this is the first difference what you are seeing between the sequence and the flowchart. First is you are seeing as a start in flowchart, whereas not in the sequence. You are seeing an arrow over here, whereas not in the flowchart. In the flowchart, it gives you an option to define the flow how you want to run. Where in sequence, it doesn't help you to do it. Suppose if I want this assign to be run at the first and next this as second, third, fourth, yes, I can do it. I can just drag and drop and alter the values accordingly. Whereas in the flowchart, it's quite easy. It's everything is in the graphical fashion. Just connect your workflow to that assign, and after running this, it should run this activity. Means just connect. See here, connecting. Look at the value, look at the placement of the activities in this, and look at the placement activity in the flowchart, which is easy for us, for the human eye to understand, whether it's of a sequence or a flowchart. If you ask me, then I would say as flowchart. So on the top level of your workflows, you'll be having a flowchart. On the bottom level, you'll be having a sequence. That means what I'm trying to highlight over here is top level. Top level means like you've been assigned with one project. That project, what it does is the robot just go to one browser in any of the URL. It just go over there, it just logs in and come back. So let's think that is the workflow, that is the project you are handling. For that, what the way you're gonna be representing? If you just represent in the sequence to a CEO of a company or to your team, it will not help you. They might or may not be very much familiar with this platform. If I show them, okay, this is your workflow and this is how the login does, it is it is not that much appealing. Whereas the flowchart, it it tries to tell a story. See here, the bot starts with this activity and later followed by this and it goes to this, and if I have some other activity, just go to this block and all. See, it just try to tell a story. That this is how the graphical representation of the things work. So usually the flowcharts we're going to use at the top level, whereas the sequence we use in the ground level. That means you can think as in the front office, back office, like the development or whatever might be you can think. But The workflow, it will be at the front, whereas the other set of sequence and all we're gonna be keeping at the behind and building out the activities. So this is the some difference on the flowchart and the sequence. And additional to that, I want to highlight the another thing where a bot should take. For that, we have something called as if flow, if activity, where as soon as I just drag, you guys will understand what does it do. See here, if the condition satisfies, it goes to the then block. If the condition doesn't satisfy, else block, then else. See, if condition doesn't satisfy, this. Condition satisfies this. This is often if condition we call. We gonna be discussing about this if condition. But now see here, condition, control, then and else part. Suppose think in sequence I have multiple conditions. Then like this it will be. Again, if I have multiple condition, see it goes on and on. Look at the complexity of the workflow, how it is growing. See, it's going on and on. See, if I just want to see this, if right now I have just added only the if else activities, but if I append some more activities into it, it will be more complex. If I want to see here, look at the flow, how it is, how complex it is. If you guys want to understand what the thing I have built over here, it takes some time for us to analyze. Whereas in the flowchart, we have a dedicated activities for the flowchart. See, just type as flow. These are the set of activities which is dedicated to use only for flowchart. See, you have something called as flow decision. It even act as an if else. See, if condition satisfy, here in the properties you're going to give the condition. If condition satisfies, then it follows the true path. If not, false path. For that, let me just bring two more activities onto this canvas. See, it goes to this. If condition doesn't satisfy, then another decision flow. See here, if I just go on adding multiple kind of flow decision, the complexity will never increase. Why? Because see here, this is the way how it represent. The representation of the workflows will really matter. So in the flowchart, it will be easy when you have multiple conditions in your workflow. Then the flowchart is the easiest one to showcase how it is working. So now for your second question, like you might be asking at when we should use sequence, when should we use flowchart, then here is an answer. So when you have more decision flow kind of thing scenario, then go ahead with the flowchart. Why? Because it will be easy for you guys also to understand what you are doing. Whereas in the sequence, it create more troublesome. It create more different kind of the complexity of the workflow will be greater in this. So that is the major difference between the sequence and the flowchart. And also another difference is in the flowchart, as I said, you have three different activities. Flow decision you saw, and which we'll be discussing. Again, similarly flow switch, but you have something called as flowchart. What is this? If you just look at the symbol and if you just try to relate the symbol over here, see here, you can see the same symbol, flowchart. This container, you are able to see that container over here. Let me just drag and drop. See, I got one flowchart container inside the flowchart container. If I just double click, see, flowchart. See, you can use flowchart container inside the flowchart like the way what we did for our main workflow. See, in this main workflow, what we did, we have used sequence inside another sequence, right? Like the same way, flowchart, in the flowchart, I'm using another flowchart container. So this is the pattern what we have seen. Sequence, inside that we have seen sequence. Flowchart, we have seen inside that is also a flowchart. We saw that scenario and it's working fine. But if I do the alternatives, like if I try to use the flowchart into the sequence and the sequence into the flowchart, does it work? Let me see. Let us explore it. Let me just delete this for a moment. Let me go back to the sequence. Let me just scroll to the left and remove this complete if activity. So the complexity will be reduced. Now, I saw some container right regarding flowchart. Let me just drag and drop it over here. Drag and drop. See here, I got it. But whereas this other two activities, flow decision and flow switch, you might be wondering, can I use this two activity in this sequence? Let me see. If I want to use flow decision, see it is allowing me if I just drop it. See it doesn't. Even though it is showing me as plus button, but you can see the block symbol, the stop symbol. It doesn't allow me to put up the value, flow switch or anything. Only I can use a flowchart container. In that flowchart container, I can use these two activities here. Flow decision if I want. See, under sequence, flowchart, under flowchart, I'm using flowchart activities. That means these two activities are dedicated for flowchart only. If you want to use it in somewhere else, you cannot. You cannot do that. In sequence, you cannot do it. So that is of another clause. And we got a conclusion that we can use flowchart inside sequence. It is possible. Let me see other way. In the flowchart, can I use sequence? Let me see that.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in RPA, then Intellipaat provides a RPA training certification course for UI Path. It is taught by industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Sequence, where it is, it's over here. If I just double click on it, see, I got it. I got the sequence. That means the other way around is also possible. I can use sequence inside flowchart or flowchart inside sequence. Both the way as possible. I can fine tune my workflow accordingly. If I just double click, I can start adding the activities. But this flowchart doesn't have any restriction. For dedicated to sequence, we don't have any activities. So all the activities, what I'm seeing over here, everything can be used in this flowchart, like the sequence, flow decision, flowchart, assign activity. Even I can drag the if. See here, if I just double click on it. Okay, I think it's moved to here. Let me just drag and drop. See here, if the representation of the thing is different, but the thing what you want to highlight over here is you are able to use that activity in this workflow. That is the thing which I just wanted to showcase. In flowchart, you can use all the activities, whereas in the sequence, only two activities which is left out, which is of one is in the sequence, only the activities which you cannot use is flow decision and the flow switch. These are the only two activities which you cannot use it in sequence, but in flowchart you can use it all the things. So these are the some of the difference. And I'm sure like in our next class when we talk about something on the control flow and the decisions and all, you're gonna get some clear understanding on this, how this flowchart is working and what's its behaviors and all. And but the thing is, like here I just want to highlight, like if you suppose if you have built some workflow in the flowchart, now if you want to convert it to a sequence, then that is not possible. You cannot convert the flowchart to a sequence or sequence to the flowchart, but you can mimic an action. Right now you are using a set of assign activities. You can go to the sequence, drag three activities and replicate the same. You can replicate the same, but in one shot you cannot convert it. For example, you have built a workflow in flowchart as this. See, start my bot is starting at this point, assigning activities, three activities. Now, behalf of creating a new sequence over here and dragging three activities and all, so you might ask me that can I convert directly from flowchart to the sequence? You are able to get me? Like so these are the things, guys, regarding the sequence and the flowchart. But as I said, like in our next class, we're gonna be discussing deeply on this. We're gonna be taking up a scenario. We're gonna be understanding the decision flow, and also parallelly, we're gonna be talking about the several things where you can get the most of the things out of it.
So let's talk about imports panel. So the first slide here says VB.NET namespaces in UiPath Studio represents containers that store different types of data. They enable you to easily define the scopes of your expressions, variables, and arguments. Let's imagine you are planning to use many expressions from a specific namespace, for example, system.text.regular expressions. So once you import it, this will be the part of the implied when using the expression. This is the equivalent of using the top of a C hash file. So what does this mean? So I'll start off by answering with a simple example. Like suppose you're using a library. So while using, if you have prior experience in coding with C, so many of you would have seen we include like hashtag, include stdio.in, or using namespace std or something like that. We include something. So what basically happens is UiPath is a tool. This tool is worked based on a lot of libraries. It uses a lot of different libraries. So whenever it is using a certain library functions, like a library functions can be is like if you have like, let's say Microsoft Excel, so you have a set of defined features for Excel. So when you are using Excel, you need to mention a file or a header or something like that to reference that you are using Excel and all the functionalities of Excel. So the program needs to know what all functionality that it is going to use. So imports panel basically keeps a track of all the libraries or functionalities that you are using in a current file. So basically it gives you the set of the things that you are using. So imports panel is majorly for UiPath's reference. You don't have to use anything. As soon as you drag and drop it, it mostly includes all of them. It just shows you the list of things that you are using. So if let's say certain things are sometimes not working, like your Excel file and whatever, so you can just try to import it in the panel and it should work. So all imported namespaces are displayed in the imports panel. Note some of the namespaces are automatically imported when you browse for a .NET type variable and or an argument. As I said, like if you are using an Excel and if you drag and drop Excel, it automatically includes it. You don't particularly have to go and import it for yourself, but there are certain different kinds of namespace values which you have to import, but that is currently out of the scope of our knowledge for now. So just understand, like if you want to use something, then you need to reference a library of it so that the UiPath understands which all functionalities to use so that it is able to perform the actions. I want to show you it on the UiPath Studio. So here it is. Here is the imports panel. When you click here, for our purpose here, we can see Microsoft.Visual Basic. So it is using Visual Basics, Visual Basic activities, system expressions, all of this, IO, drawing, diagnostics, Minute Mail, all of these are pre-recorded. UiPath Core and UiPath Core activities. So it is including all of those imported namespaces. So all of these functionalities are present on the go if you want to run. And if you import more things, it will import more namespaces and you can just make use of it. So you can select more namespaces from here. If you click here, you can see the different, you can say domains from where you can import the namespaces. So there is a CSV helper if you want. There's enclosed XML, Excel attributes. There's a lot of things for XML and for different libraries. These are all different libraries, PowerShell commands, Visual Basic commands, and then there is, if you see, Bouncy Castle, system activities, system IO. So you don't have to know all of this per se. Just we are telling you this because it's there, so you should have an idea of what it is and what's the basic use of it. So let's now get into the fun stuff. We'll be talking about the different activities from now on to the end of this module. So the first one on our hand is UI automation activities. Now, the flow of the module from now on would be like, first we'll discuss the different activities that are there, see what these activities do. Then we'll look at a basic hands-on. Then I can tell you a simple activity that you can try it for yourself. And most importantly, please try out all the activities and problems and project works that is given to you. So these will help you gain hands-on. So you can learn about the tool theoretically, but in my experience, the best way to go about it is to try on different things. If you think of something and you think about you can automate this, then just try it out. So we'll look at the few activities under the UI automation activities. We'll then see a hands-on on it, see how to do it, and then we'll proceed. So okay, so under UiPath activities pane, you'll find UI automation activities. These has various commands under it and which has another sub commands under it. So the basic outline is the browser, the element, the image, OCR, which stands for optical character recognition, text, and window. Let's see the different commands under it. So under browser section, you can find all sorts of commands which are required to do commands related to browser. These are pretty straightforward, as you can tell. Attach browser, close tab, go back, go forward, go home, insert JS, which is when you want to insert JavaScript. So these are pretty straightforward. We'll attach a browser. It will allow you to attach a browser and perform actions to it. Close tab will close your tab. Go back will go back to the site, or you can go forward to the next site where you came from. Next one is not even the next one. There are more under the browser. So you have open browser, refresh browser, set web attribute. So you can specify your web attributes and then you can set it according to your desire. Also, in some of these, we'll not be mentioning all of it, but as we go towards the hands-on, I'll show you inside the studio what are the different elements that are present. So under elements, there are various subdomains which contains various commands. So these contain of attributes which enable you to perform activities related to specific attribute of a UI element. Then there is control, which provides you control over various UI elements like highlight. You can highlight text, you can select items and stuff like that. Then there is event. It's basically like a listener. So if when there is a change in UI or some event is there, then it allows you to perform action. So basically it's a listener, kind of a trigger kind of thing. It will listen to your activities. Like if there is a change in UI, like certain image pops up or certain key is pressed, so it will allow you to trigger actions accordingly. Then there is find. So as the name suggests, it allows you to search for various elements. Then there is keyboard, which gives you a control over various keyboard activities like typing secure text, passing the hotkeys. Hotkeys can be Alt, Win, or a control of keys like Win plus X or something like that. And finally, mouse gives you control over various mouse activities. Pretty straightforward. You can hover, you can click, you can double click, stuff like that. Then talking about image, under image, it again gives you 4 subdomains. And there are various tasks related to it. There's an event which allows you to perform various actions when an image appears or vanishes. Then there is file. This subdomain allows you to load an image from the disk that you have from your own PC. If you have some image you want to load, you can use the file element. Then there is find. This subdomain allows you to find an image or check the UI, the current UI that you have, for existence of an image. The next is mouse, which allows you to search an image and click it or hover on it, double click it, something like that. Then OCR, which stands for optical character recognition. Now basically what it means is, let's suppose you have an image, right? So when you are reading something like for a computer, when you're reading text, so if it's in a text format like in a notepad or in a Word, then it can easily read it because it's in the text format. But what if you have an image and that image has some words written in it like hello Intellipaat or something like that? How do you get that? So optical character recognition allows you to extract text from those images or from places which do not have text in text format, or they are in PDF or image or something like that. You can extract text from there using OCR. So under engine, you can find various engines of OCR. You can choose whatever you like to extract the string information. Various engines, as in there are different methods used by different companies which they have developed to to optically recognize the characters. So basically it's from Google and Microsoft and stuff like that. So you can use whichever engine that you feel like using to extract the image, extract information from the image. And then there is find, which checks if the text is present in the given UI. So if say you want to check if a particular string or a word is present in that image or in that UI element, you can use find to find if that text exists or not. And then there is mouse events, which allows you to hover or click over a text after finding it with the OCR technology. And finally, screen scraping. It searches the screen for the presence of certain text. So it can extract information and give you the position of the text as well. The next one is text. So you can use screen scraping to find certain text, and you can extract the text as well. Then there is find. Find is used for finding the text, presence of a text in a given UI. And screen scraping is used for extracting information from the entire screen or to a point. And then mouse again allows you to click or hover or find text in the UI element. The difference, it's basically the same, both OCR and text. Not basically the same, but the functionality is the same. You're looking for certain text and you're performing actions related to a text. But in OCR, the text is not present in the text format. It is in some other format, like an image or something like that. And in text, it is in text format. So this one is much easier. With OCR, you need a lot of engines and computing power. Then finally, there is window. This contains various commands which allows you to interact with various windows that are open. So the commands under it is pretty straightforward. Attach a window, you can close a window, get a window, hide a window, maximize a window, or move a window, restore a window, show a window, something like that. It's pretty straightforward. These are not generally of much use, but you can use it in certain scenarios. So let's look at a hands-on, then we'll get a more better understanding of what it is. So now let's perform a very simple action using the UI automation activities that we saw just now. So what we'll try to do is we'll open a browser, we'll open a website, and we'll look for a word, and we'll try to hover our mouse over it. So for that, what we'll be using, so let's look at the UI automation activities first. So it looks something like this here. So this is closed. As you click on UI automation, you see the browser, element, image, OCR, text, and window. As you open this, you will see the different activities inside of it. Same as goes for here, and you have different control and attribute values. You can use a lot of these. If you ever feel like you don't know a certain activity or you forgot about what it is, you can just hover over it and it will tell you exactly what it does. So it retrieves the value of a specific attribute of a UI element. So get attribute and get position and take screenshot, whatever. And if you want to search for any activities and you don't know what it is under, you can just search it over here. So what we'll be doing is first we'll attach a browser, or we can open a browser if there is one. We'll open the browser. Yeah. Insert URL here. Text must be coded. So let's open, let's say google.com. Then we'll use another activity inside here. Let's say we'll try opening OCR. So under OCR, I told you there are different kinds of, you can say Google Cloud Vision is there. There is Abby OCR, Abby Cloud OCR, Microsoft OCR, Azure, Tesseract, and you can use find if the text exists. You can do mouse activities related to it. So let's do a mouse activity. So we'll hover over the OCR text. So we'll just drag and drop it here. As you can see, there are the different properties are here which you want to see. So the text that must be you are looking for. Let's look for Google itself on the Google website. So basically what we are expecting here is for the browser to open google.com and then find wherever Google is written on the entire screen and then just hover over it. Okay. I think this is correct. Yeah, there is no errors here. So if you have those exclamation marks that were here just a second ago, it means there is some error in your entire program. So you need to debug it basically. So if you can see these properties right here also. Instead of typing here, or we could have typed here where it is the URL, and we have to open a new session. Oh yeah, and you can choose the browser type. So we'll not be using IE. We'll use Chrome for this purpose now. And here under hover OCR text, as I've written Google, you could have written it here as well. These are the properties window. So if I run it, then let's see what happens. I've clicked run now. So this is our page opening. Now it should go to the Google search. See, it went to Google and the program stopped. So basically what happened was this web page was opened by our UiPath Studio, and then the robot was looking for a Google using its OCR technology, that is the optical character recognition. It found it here and it hovered the mouse here as we defined it to do. So again, a very simple activity of how you can use the UI automation activities. You can experiment with a lot of these. You can do a lot of different text. You can do full screen scraping to extract full text. Just try it by yourself, open a web browser, try to extract texts from here and there, or you can use OCR to find text or image. You can send hotkeys, or you can use to type into, let's suppose you wanted to type something into the web page, then instead of doing all this, just delete it here. Let's delete it here, and we'll send a type into activity. So whatever you wanted to type, just type go. Let's search for Intellipaat. Okay, so what should happen is we need to indicate the element on the browser where you want to type. So just here we'll indicate that we want to type in here. Just click here. Now it will automatically search for it and do it. So what should happen now is our tool should open the web browser and then search what Intellipaat, or not search, just type into there the Intellipaat. Let's see if that works. We've opened it and see, that's how it works. Simple as that. Now let's come to the most important point of this entire life, that is what is RPA life cycle. So if many of you have been involved with computer science, you'd know that any company that is related to IT, they have this software development life cycle, which they call SDLC, software development life cycle, right? So there are various methods in terms of software development life cycles. Also, people realize that it's easier to have like a set of processes, like we'll do this and then this and then this provides this process, this provides this clarity in terms of where you are in the project, right? Similarly, RPA is also based on those particular life cycles. Many companies use their own kind of infrastructure with respect to this life cycle. It is not a rigid life cycle per se, but most of them follow this, let's say, generalized version that we are presenting to you today, where they follow these steps for developing their environments, right? So it is basically how a company achieves automation through RPA and what are the various stages where they decide what they want to do. If you look at this picture here, you can see there are four major phases in terms of an RPA life cycle. You have the analysis phase, you have the development phase, you have the testing phase, and you have deployment and maintenance phase. Now these are basically the four phases in terms of the RPA life cycle. Now what does these phases mean, right? So if you talk about it, when you start with the analysis, any company, whenever you provide them with a problem, let's say we'll take the example, right? So we'll be doing in the next section, we'll be doing a small demo. That demo is based on invoice processing. So the first and foremost thing the company has to identify is what is the problem. So the RPA lifecycle begins with this analysis phase, where the business team, which is responsible for getting you the business and who are looking at the end user side of things, and the RPA strategists as well as architects, they work together to identify what is the problem and how RPA can solve it, which tool is the best for this solution, what all steps should be involved. So this is, in this phase, you basically identify your problem, what is the problem and how do you go about solving it, how do you involve RPA, and what are the different stages that you want, or various features that you want to present at the end of the day. So after that, what you have done is you have created this plan. So this phase is basically identifying the problem, identifying the solution, and coming up with a plan where how you're going to go about your execution. So that is the first phase in any RPA lifecycle or any software development lifecycle as well. The first and foremost thing that you need to do is you need to identify the problem and how do you go about solving it. Then what you do next is you have come up with a plan. Okay, this is what we are going to do. This is the problem and this is how we're going to go about it. So we need to create this, and you go about making this prototype kind of thing where you have small things working here and there. So the next phase that involves people is the RPA dev team. Now the business strategist as well as the RPA strategist and architect have designed how we are going to solve the problem. Now it's a task of the RPA developer team to start working on the development of these bots, which is our second step. The development of the bots is the second step. In this step, you basically are working on the requirement on the environment which will solve your problem. Now that environment can be automation anywhere, or UiPath, Blue Prism, and whatever else is involved with respect to your problem that is presented to you. So you start working on developing these bots and you start working on various kinds of things which will solve the problem, right? You start to implement the solution that you planned in the first step. So in the second step, you basically implement the process which you thought about in the first side. So you analyze the problem in the first one, then you start about how do you gonna implement it. Once you have started implementing that, what you do is you start doing testing. Now that is the third step in it. So depending on the kind of automation developed and the organization, the bot is either tested by the development team itself or by a separate testing team, which is similar to a regular software testing. Because even in software, when in IT industry works, sometimes they go for peer reviews. In peer reviews, people just go through your scripts, see how your program looks like, if there is any problem, if they think there is, they go about testing it. Or you can have a dedicated testing team itself who will try your particular solution on various different use cases and see if there is any discrepancy, and they'll report it back to you, so that if there is any error with respect to the software, that can be changed, right? In the testing phase, you basically try out whatever the solution that you have implemented on various different end cases, on various different environments, and you see if your solution is consistent at all points of time. If that is the case, what you do is now you have come up with a solution which is created and tested. So you go about deployment and maintenance. So after the development and the testing closure,
A bot is ready for deployment and it enters the maintenance phase. Whenever a change comes in the process, script, or the bot is updated, or a new use case is implemented, or some problem that you missed through your analysis phase and did not implement in your development phase, and because it wasn't in the plan, it was never tested, right? So you add that, and then same bot is redeployed, and this process keeps on going. So you create this process and you didn't reiterate. It is similar to any Android software having an update, right? You create a software, then you test it, you deploy it, you keep on working on it, and then you come up with new features, you come up with some bug fixes here and there, and then you implement the version 2.0, version 2.3, and stuff like that, right? So that is how basically an RPA life cycle works. You think about the problem, you come up with the plan to solve the problem, you actually implement your solution, then you test if the implemented solution works perfectly. If that is the case, you go about maintenance and the complete changes with respect to the tool itself, right? So that is the maintenance phase. So you maintain whatever the developed thing that you have. So that is the basic stages in the RPA life cycle, right? So moving further, now let's talk about the demo. So the problem that we are going to solve today is of the invoice processing, right? So I am a company that goes through let's say n number of invoices a day. Now what I want to do is I want to extract the customer details and store it in an Excel sheet. Now there is a small problem which is there. So how do you go about solving it with the RPA lifecycle stages? So the first thing that you do is you see what kind of invoices that you get. So let me show you the invoice real quickly. So if this is how my invoice looks like, right? So I see that my whatever the details I need to extract is from here, right? These are the details I want to extract, and I want to get the names, I want to get the location, I want to get the phone number of the particular person who has placed the order. Now this is the step one. I have identified the problem. Okay, this is my entire invoice which is open in an PDF reader. So I need something where I can go about reading the PDF, and I have to extract these details and I have to put it somewhere and just move it to the Excel sheet. So that is how I do in my analysis phase. I identify the various steps that I have to follow. So the first step would be downloading the invoice, opening the invoice, coming to the invoice and extracting details, and from here I have to put it in an Excel sheet and I save it, right? So that is the first phase. The second phase which comes is solving the problem. So I have created this logic here. Here it basically opens the files, and then you go about extracting the details. As you can see, it is extracting the name and stuff like that. And then in the final stages, here I am writing in the Excel sheet, right? Cell is an Excel activity. So this is how the visual designer looks like, right? So you can see in this how the visual designer looks like. So this is the data scraping. This is one box, right? This is the one entire box. If I select it, you can see one entire box. Inside of this data scraping, all of these activities are taking place. So I'm writing an Excel sheet while I'm extracting the data and I'm posting it. So this is how it looks like. So the next stage after I have created these things is to go about testing it. Now for testing, I have to first check if my Excel sheet is empty. So let me real quickly open the Excel sheet for you. So you can see the Excel sheet is initially empty, right? Excel sheet is initially empty. Now what I want to do is I want to test my particular module. So I have kept two invoices in here for testing. Now I want to extract the data in these two invoices, right? So what I do is I've created this logic out of here. And now what I want to do next is I want to check if my file is working properly. So I go about hitting this particular run button, and you can just run it. Now it will start doing the process. Now it is opened my file and it is extracted. I'm hoping it has extracted the data, and now it is done for the other file. So my process is completed. Now it's time to see if the end result is as we expected it to be. So we're going to check that real quickly. So we're going here, and this is the test invoice which we had. Let's open this document and see if we have extracted the data properly. As you can see, from both of the invoices, the name, the location, and the phone number was stored properly. So I know that through this testing that my particular environment is working properly. Now you try different kinds of invoices and you check that if it's working for all of your end products. If that is the case, you go about deploying this project. And once you do that, you are clear to go, and you can go in the deployment and maintenance section, and you can, let's say if tomorrow there a requirement comes where in this invoice I need to extract the invoice number as well. So that is a new feature that we'll have to implement. So we'll go through the same phases again, right? But this time we'll be maintaining the bots which we had, right? We created this logic and we'll be editing this logic in some sense that it works. So that is how you basically go about doing an RPA project.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of RPA by answering this question. What is RPA primarily used for? A. Automating business process. B. Automating BPO process. C. Automating banking process. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And talk about the famous RPA tools. So I told you RPA is a technology, and this technology can be performed by various different tools, similar to like the programming is a technology, and you can have Java, C++, and other programming languages to perform similar tasks, right? Similarly, in RPA, you have various tools, and there are a lot of different vendors in the market, but we are choosing three right now, and these three are outstanding tools for you to start with. So one of them being UiPath, and I will show you UiPath in this session as well. So in this session, we'll go through UiPath a little bit, and we'll show you some automation through UiPath. Other than that, we have Automation Anywhere, and we have Blue Prism. Now, once I present these options to you to learn in terms of RPA, you would be questioning me as to which tool should I start with. In my personal opinion, UiPath or Automation Anywhere is the way to go. It being a very simple fact, Blue Prism is an outstanding tool. All of these tools are very outstanding, very reliable, very scalable, and they have an equal amount of demand in the industry. So you in terms of that, you don't have a problem where you start with. Why I recommend UiPath and Automation Anywhere is the simple fact that you have some kind of a community additions for these two, where you can learn these tools for free. So you can download it and you can get started with a trial or something, and you can learn these things for free. Whereas Blue Prism is a 100% paid tool. You'd have to pay beforehand and then start working with it. So let's say someone who is starting right now and do not know what UiPath is, and if Automation Anywhere or UiPath or RPA is the field for you, what you can do is you can try out UiPath and Automation Anywhere and see if this is something you want to work with in the future, right? So since it is very user friendly and everything, it's very easy to learn these things, and since it is free, I'd always recommend going for the free tools first and finding out if that is something that interests you. If that is the case, then you can go ahead and learn Blue Prism. That is not a problem. But as a starting point, I would recommend UiPath or Automation Anywhere. Now let's talk about some RPA use cases. Right. So far we have discussed a lot about RPA. Now let's talk about how industries are using RPA. So the first example that comes to my head is form processing. Right. So I've told you like the data entry and everything which is out there. So we have a lot of let's say if you are a company, you have a lot of invoices coming. And what you have to do is you have to pick out valuable information from these invoices and do some data entry. Let me show you on direct UI path as to how these things work. So let me show you. Let me open this test that I created. So I have two invoices here, right? So I've downloaded two invoices. So problem with this is, let's say if I have an invoice right here, right? So I have the name, I have a location, I have the phone number, and I have some different descriptions. I have a lot of different information in here. Now what companies want generally is they want to have these informations extracted and pasted in some kind of an Excel form. Right? Similarly, I have pasted two information in here. I have two different kinds of invoices in here where I have different name and phone numbers in here for the customer's information. Right? So what you can do is what I want is generally is data manual entry people. What they will do, they will open this information. They will look at, okay, the name is this and the phone number is this. They will take this information and then they will, let's say, open this Excel sheet right here. And in this Excel sheet, what they'll do is they will basically put the different information in here. Whatever the information is, they put this information in here and then just save it. Right? So what they want is the name and the phone number and everything to be here in this Excel sheet. Now you can do this manually, right? You can do this manually, or you can use RPA. So this is what the RPA is, right? This is what the UI path looks like. This is what the UI path looks like. So I've pre-created this this particular program for you so that it's we can do these things much more faster. So let me close this invoice real quickly and tell you what this program does. So in this program here, we are assigning a file array we are creating, and in this file array, I am getting the directory name where this information of the files is stored. Basically, I want to find out where these two invoices are, right? So I have taken that information, I have assigned an X and a Y. I'll tell you the reason for this later on. So what I'm doing is, in the item file array, so I have an array of files. An array is somewhere it's a kind of a list where you store the information, right? So I have a list where all of the whatever files I put in this particular directory, if there was like invoice 3, invoice 4, invoice 5, whatever it is there, I take all of the items for each file or each item in the file array. So all the items in that list, what I do is I take all of that. Then what I do is I open that. I open this particular invoice. I open this invoice, so that the start process is for that. Then I look for, let's say I open that. What I want from here is I want to extract some valuable information in form of, let's say, the name. I want the name, and what I want is write a cell. So what I'm doing is I'm extracting some information, the name, the location, what is the phone number is. I'm extracting that information in here. Then I'm writing that to an Excel sheet. So a write cell is used to type that in an Excel sheet. Now what I do is, in this, if you notice, this is where you will be typing into the sheet, right? So this is the sheet information, like the sheet 1 is the information of the Excel sheet where you want to put, right? So in this we are using test, right? We work test XLS. So this is the text XLS. In here, what I want to do is I want to start with sheet 1. So this is the sheet 1 right here. This is the sheet 1. I could have sheet 2, sheet 3, whichever sheet I want to put. And in that sheet, which column or which row you want to put. So I have put A and then X. Now my X has been assigned a value of 1 and my Y has been assigned a value of 0. So why I do that is for a very simple fact that once I have this information, let's say for the first invoice, I will be writing that information in the first row and the first column, right? So I will write the information in here, right? So I will write the information for the first one in here. The next information that I want to type is I want to type in the second sheet. And what I will do is I will basically assign that to y is equal to y plus 1. Basically, if it was 1, now it will become 1 plus 1, which is 2. The next time I go to this iteration again, so since it is a for each loop, it will keep on rotating inside of this particular loop again and again and again. So every time I go into this loop and the top, 1 will become 2, 2 will become 3, 3 will become 4. So every time depending on the number of invoices I have, if I run it, the information will be there. So let's see how this works. So I've created this particular file and my Excel is right here. So I will close my Excel sheet and let's see what this particular program can do, right? So let's quickly click on run. Let's see what happens. So my program is running right now. It has opened the PDF sheet. Let us close the PDF sheet. It has opened the other PDF sheet, as you can see. It's taking the information, it has closed it. Now my program says that it's done. So that if that is true, in that scenario, if I open test right now, I should be able to see some information in there, which is with respect to the invoices I have. So let me open this and let me open my invoices also so that it's clear of what just happened. So I've taken the information, which is the Prakhar, Delhi and the phone number from this Excel sheet right here, all these three information, and I have pasted it here, and all of that using my RPA. And if you see the invoice second, it should also have the following information, which was Hemant Gurgaon and these numbers. So I've pasted that information also in here. So that is what basically, and it took, how many seconds did it take? It probably took 1 or 2 seconds. That is the power of RPA, what you can do. You can do this invoice processing in one click of a button. So that is the power of RPA. So let's come back to our presentation and let's move along. You just saw how the form processing works, right? So I had an invoice and I picked out the valuable information, which is the name, address and phone number, and I pasted that to an Excel sheet. So this is an example of form processing or data entry. You can have a lot of different things. Like you can see if the name is, you can validate the name, you can validate the Aadhaar card, you can do a lot of different things with it, right? It's just a simple example of what you can do. The next example of an RPA in action would be, let's say if I wanted to have some information from some website. Let's take a scenario of a stock industry, right? So there's a lot of people working with stock, and with the rise of the new web series, which is the scam of 1992, there was stock market trading, right? So in that, if you had seen that all of the investment bankers who are working in there and all of the bankers which are working, they have to be very much involved in it, have to have the information of how stocks are going, if they're going up, if they're going down, and based on that, they have to make a lot of different choices, a lot of different decisions, right? Similarly, so what you want to do is you basically want to go to the website which takes the stock information, pick out the valuable information from there. So what is the stock value, the highest stock value, and then based on that you can do some manipulations with respect to that data. So let's say the stock is rising, you can send an email to your customer saying this stock has just risen. So maybe you want to, and it looks like it will be growing for some time, and based on that you can make this selection, or you can have some reports being generated over some time. Okay, this was how the stock was going for some time, and based on that you can take this information. Now most of you would be asking, how can UiPath do that? Can it take the information? So let me show you another example so that these things become much more clear. So let's we go to Google Finance, right? Now if we go to stock market prices, and in here if I search for TSLA, which is Tesla, right here, so you can see this information right here. It tells you how the stock was.
Now the program that I have created, it was done a while earlier, right? So it was done a little while earlier. Let me close the invoice one and move to the other program. Let me open the example. I think it was test, if I'm not wrong. So let me, meanwhile that it opens up in the main workflow. So when I created that particular information, at that point of time, you can see I created this program on 27th October. At that point of time, you can see the stock information was 420. It was 420.28 minus 37 something in the USD. So whatever the information was, this is with respect to at that point of time. Now, at the current point of time, you can see the information as it says, the information is 555.38. So this is the information. So let's say if I wanted to run this program every single day and find out what are the information with respect to these stocks, and then based on that you can have some report or some kind of decision making process, right? So what you can do is you can create an RPA program which will automatically open Google Finance. It will automatically search for this. It will come to this page and it will extract this particular information and give you the result. So that is the web scraping capability of RPA, that you can go to a particular website and get the relevant information back, and then you can have that information in some Excel sheet, or you can send some email based on that. You can perform different activities based on that, and you can maybe plot a graph like this. Let's see if my program can do it, right? Let's see if my program can bring back this particular information. So let's try. So it will initialize an Microsoft Edge page, and you can see it opened the website automatically, and it returned the information with respect to what this was automatically. So that is another example of what RPA can do. So let me guide you through the program and how it was built. So the example this in here is very simple. It opens a browser. It goes to the particular website, the Google Finance page. In there, it goes to the particular web page, and it tries to extract the information which is in here. So you can use web scraping, which is another information. You can use the web scraping information to extract the information, and from there what I wanted was to, in the message box, I wanted to print variable 1. So whatever the information I was getting out of this, I stored it in a variable and I pasted that variable to get the information out there. So whatever the program was built, I built out, I got the information out and put it in a variable form. So this is a very simple program that you can create in RPA, and this was done using this tool. So you can use this web recording. If I use that, what you have to do is just use this copy text, and you can copy any of these elements. You can copy this information, you can bring it back to your UI path, and you can use that information to perform various different actions. So that is the power of UI path. So you can see this, you can do a lot of different things with your UI path itself. So let me close this. So you can, these are the various different applications that you can do inside of UI path. You can see a lot of different activities are in here for your mails, for your computer vision, for your orchestrator, for your programming, for your system activities, core statements and open close processes, dialog, environment, PowerShell, PB script, UI automation, which has browser code element, OCR, which is optical character recognition. So we can use optical character recognition also to read PDF. So while I was reading PDF, I used OCR engine in there, and you can have SAP and different technologies that you can automate. So RPA can do all of these things for you and for your industry. So let's talk about other applications of RPA in the industry. So far we have seen 2 examples of RPA being used in the industry and how it can bring out the information and store it for you. So let's move further. So some more use cases of where RPA can be used in the industry is customer email query processing. So as you can see, there was another separate action set for emails. So you can read the subject of the email, and based on that you can decide which team that particular query should go to. And you can automate that entire process, that the customer gets an automated email response. Okay, we will be connecting you with this trainer on this particular day, and you can send out the email to your particular representative, like this was the customer's query for you, and you can resolve it. And then based on that you can entirely automate the process. Let's say there can be some predefined information as well. So let's say if your customer has some kind of an FAQ which you generally face, and you can design an automation task which can recognize, okay, if the customer is asking this particular thing, we already know how to solve it, and I send that automated response real quickly, and then we are done. Let's say if there is a forgot password kind of thing, You can have an RPA program created which will automatically send those email informations and get them to change their password. So you can do that as well. You can do client profile update. You can take all of the information from the customer, let's say the phone name, phone number, everything, and then you can open the Excel sheet or whatever the website is. You can go in there and you can just design it to change that information and update the information in there. Customer order processing, we just saw an example of invoice processing. It is very similar to that. You can process the order and you can send the notification as to where their order is in the particular life cycle of the project. And then there is insurance claims processing, so you can have that done as well. You can have call center operations where if you want to, let's say, change your information, press 1, then you can have like an automated program which opens up, takes the information from the customers, let's say the phone or number or their new address or something they have to take, and you can automate processes based on that. So you can create all of these things with the help of RPA. This is very easy to use. So those were some simple examples of RPA being used in the industry.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in RPA, then Intellipaat provides a RPA training certification course for UI Path. It is taught by industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
So, which brings us to the top 3 tools of RPA, which is UiPath, Blue Prism, and Automation Anywhere. Now we'll look at these tools one by one, gain some info on all of these tools, and then we'll move on to comparing these tools. So let's start with Automation Anywhere. Now Automation Anywhere was originally founded by Tetis Solutions in San Jose. The company rebranded itself as Automation Anywhere Incorporated in 2010. Automation Anywhere is a tool which can automate end-to-end business operations for many companies, and it is generally suited for medium to large enterprises. It is a web-based management system which uses a control room to run the automated tasks, which basically means is you design it at one place and use the control room to run your automated tasks. So now let's look at the next tool on our hand, which is UiPath. So UiPath was originally founded in 2005 by Romanian entrepreneurs Daniel Dines and Marius Tursa. This is a very flexible tool which uses your existing infrastructure and processes to automate your tasks. The most interesting thing about UiPath is its visual designer. It is basically somewhere where you design your processes, and it has this intuitive drag and drop feature which helps you easily design the processes as well as debug it. So the next tool is Blue Prism. Now Blue Prism was founded in 2001 with a motivation to develop a technology that could be used to improve the efficiency as well as effectiveness of organizations. It is built on Microsoft .NET framework. As we discussed, that many RPA tools have this feature that they are built on the .NET framework. Blue Prism has many robust features like load balancing, encryption, audit, and many others. There are a lot of features, and this is a very, very reliable tool which works very well. So let's now compare UiPath, Automation Anywhere, and Blue Prism on various parameters. Now first, let's look at the different parameters on our hand. So the parameters are whether or not it has a community version, whether or not it has an evaluation version. Third is the types of robots that it gives you to work with. Fourth is if it has a macro recorder or not. Fifth is accessibility. Sixth is a process designer. Seventh is the pricing. And eighth is prerequisites. And finally, we check them on the differences of their market trends right now. So let's begin. Community version. So community version is basically a free version which is available to the community out there for the individuals to learn and work with so that they understand the tool better. Now Automation Anywhere does provide you with a community version, and so does UiPath. But Blue Prism does not provide you with any community version, so you need to pay from the get-go if you want to learn Blue Prism. Now let's talk about the evaluation version. So basically evaluation version is kind of like an enterprise edition, a trial version to the enterprise edition where you can see the different features that the enterprise edition has. So Automation Anywhere does give you a 45-day trial of their enterprise edition, whereas UiPath gives you a 30-day trial. But as we mentioned before, Blue Prism, you have to pay from the get-go. There is no trial version whatsoever. Even if you want to learn the tool, you need to pay to learn. Now let's compare them on the different types of robots that they offer. So Automation Anywhere as well as UiPath both offers you front-end as well as back-office robots which will help you automate both sides of the tasks. That is the front office tasks and the back office tasks. Whereas Blue Prism only offers back-office automation. The next criteria is the macro recorders. Now macro recorders is basically a recorder which a tool provides you where it records you doing the actions and then it makes a logic out of itself. You don't have to make set of sequential actions. The tool will do it for you based on the way you work on your system. So it records your movements and then makes a logic out of it. So let's see which tools gives you this opportunity to use the macro recorders and make your life easy. So Automation Anywhere offers you a recorder, which is very well working, and so does UiPath. Both of these tools provide you with a macro recorder, which will record your actions and create a logic out of it, so you don't have to work very hard when it comes to making the logic. Whereas Blue Prism does not offer any kind of macro recorder, so you need to build your own logic. Next is the accessibility. Now what accessibility basically refers is from where you can run your tasks. So Automation Anywhere is application based. You need to run it from your applications. With UiPath, you can use your mobile as well as your web browsers to access your orchestrator, which is basically a central platform from where you can run your automated task. You can also schedule and deploy robots from there. Blue Prism again is an application based platform. So if you want to run your automations, you need to be next to your applications. Now let's talk about the process designer. So a process designer is basically a kind of like a studio or a canvas where you design your tasks that you want to run. I was telling you, right, that we need to have a set of sequential actions. This is where you design your set of sequential actions. So Automation Anywhere gives you a script based designer, which is basically it will have line by line showing you what the actions are and how the commands are going. Whereas UiPath and Blue Prism both provide you with a visual process designer. Now visual process designer has its own advantages because it shows you where the control is flowing from where to where, which tasks come next. The basic advantage of using this is that your designing process is completely changed. What happens is you are now working faster because you can see what is happening, and the debugging processes is extremely easy when it comes to visual designer because you can directly see from the above where you might be going wrong. Whereas in script, you have to go line by line to check like where did you go wrong. So the process designer wise, I'd say UiPath and Blue Prism have the advantage. Now pricing. Now we look at the different pricing models after you have got licensing. So with Automation Anywhere, it's per bot. With UiPath, it's per application. And with Blue Prism, again, it's per bot. Now prerequisites. Now when we speak about prerequisites, we basically mean is the knowledge that you already need to have before you start learning the tool. So you need to have some knowledge before working with something. So if you require so which tool requires what kind of knowledge before you start working with it? So let's start with Automation Anywhere. So the Automation Anywhere requires beginner level programming skills. Now, all you need to know is basic programming fundamentals and you are good to go with Automation Anywhere. Whereas with UiPath, all you need is a basic visual skills. As I told you, it has a visual designer which lets you see where the control is flowing from where. So a little to no programming language skills or programming knowledge is good enough for UiPath. You don't need any kind of prerequisites. It's very easy to use. All you have to do is drag and drop, and the visual designer makes it very easy to use UiPath. Talking about Blue Prism, you need moderate to medium level of programming skills as it requires you to know basic programming concepts like typecasting and stuff like that. So when it comes to the ease of a user moving from a non-programming background, UiPath is the easiest, followed by Automation Anywhere and then Blue Prism because of the coding knowledge that you need to have or the programming knowledge that you need to have. Now let's talk about the market trends. What I mean by market trends is which tools are having more searches, what people are searching now, what people are working with right now, where are more jobs and other things related to the market. So the market trend right now, as you can see from the graph, is clear. So the Automation Anywhere is the blue line, UiPath is the red line, and Blue Prism is the yellow line. So as you can see, the yellow line is above all of the rest. This is because most of the companies prefer to have Blue Prism because of its extreme level of scalability that it gives. It gives you a very good level of scalability and it's a very trustworthy tool when it comes to performing on a large scale. Whereas Automation Anywhere and Blue UiPath are just reaching it there. But if you are a smaller side organization, I would you'd want to work with UiPath or Automation Anywhere because it is less costlier and you have a trial version to work with to understand. So if you are an individual, you prefer UiPath. If you are a small organization, you prefer Automation Anywhere. If you move on and you are a big enterprise, then Blue Prism is the way to go in my opinion. So what do we conclude from this? So as we mentioned before, we'll be trying to figure out which tool is the best for you. So if you are an individual and you are just trying to learn about RPA, then I'd say UiPath is the way to go. It's very easy to learn. If you do not have any coding background, go for UiPath. It's extremely easy to learn and it has a lot of applications, a lot of good features. It's good to go. If you are a medium to a big organization or an enterprise, then I would recommend you to use Automation Anywhere because it has a lot of functionality and good scalability as compared to UiPath in my opinion. And basically it's better for medium to large scale organizations because of the features it has. And if you are a large organization, then definitely go for Blue Prism because it has good scalable features which work very well, and it's a very trustworthy tool. And the reason behind these also contain the fact of the pricing. So UiPath is extremely free. If you are an individual, you can work with it as much as you want, and so you can work with automation anywhere as well with the presence of community edition. But if you are not an individual, you are a large scale organization and you can pay, then go for Blue Prism. It's a very good tool. In conclusion, just it depends on your personal preference what you want. All of these tools are absolutely amazing. All of these tools are market leaders. Everybody in the world is using right now, so you can go with any of these and you'll be good to go. Just it depends on the personal preference on things or the features that you want, which edges one tool over the other. Overall, all the tools are extremely good.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of RPA by answering this question. What is RPA primarily used for? A. Automating business process. B. Automating BPO process. C. Automating banking process. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now let's talk about how you can install UiPath on your system. So let me help you with setting up UiPath on your system. So here are the steps which you can follow to basically install the UiPath software. The first thing that you have to do is basically go to this link, that is uipath.com/developers and /community edition download. Once you go to that link, you'll basically see a page like this, right? Now all you have to do is fill up a form. So you have to fill the first name, the last name, the email address, and all these fields. Once you fill all these fields, just click on request community edition and that will set you up, right? That will just basically send you a mail on your email address. So once you click on request community edition, it will lead you to this page, which basically will say thank you for your request. And now you will receive a mail with the installation steps that you can use to install your RPA software. Now guys, once you receive the mail will look something like this. All you have to do is click on download the UiPath community edition and this will start your download for the UiPath software. Once the software is successfully downloaded, we'll just click on the file and let me show what the steps follow after that. Alright, so once the file has been downloaded, just click on the file and it would open this screen, right? Now this is the installation screen, guys. Let it be here for like a minute or 2 minutes. Once the installation is done, you will get one more screen where you'll be asked to enter the email address. So let's wait for that screen. Alright, so once that installation is complete, you will see this screen. Just click on activate community edition and enter the same email address which you entered while registering for the product, right? So I registered using this email ID. So let me just put in that email ID. And once done, just click on activate. This will activate your product and now you can successfully use UiPath on your system. So guys, this is how the UiPath Studio basically looks like. I'll get into more details. Let us just come back to our slides. All right. So guys, to summarize what all we did, we went to this link, we filled out the form which was mentioned on the web page. We received an email with all the information and the download link. We clicked on that and then we installed UiPath Studio. We got a screen in the end where we clicked on start community edition trial and then we entered the email address with which we registered on the web page. All right. Once that is done, your UiPath will be all set up and ready for you to use. Moving forward, now let's talk about our first program in using the RPA technology on the UiPath Studio. So let us switch back to our UiPath Studio, which looks something like this. Awesome. The first thing that I have to do is I will click on process. So when you click on process, just name your process something. Let's name it as hello world. All right, and now your project is getting ready. So UiPath is downloading any dependency which might be required for your project, And once this is done, you will reach the main page where you can start creating your project. All right, so let's wait for this to end and then we should start with our project. Awesome, guys. So this is your main screen. So the first thing that you would do is create a process. All right, so there is an activity called sequence. So just click on activities and click on search activities and click on the search bar and just drag and drop the sequence activity over here. So basically the sequence or activity specifies all your processes. So like I said, you have to design a sequence of steps that are going to basically create your project or is basically going to solve that problem at hand, which which the problem that basically you want to solve using RPA. All right, for simplicity's sakes, let's do a very simple program first. So what I want to do is I want RPA to basically send me a message box which says hello world. Let's see how this works out. So we'll type in hello world and that's it, right? And now let's run this automation. All I have to do is click on sequence and click on the run button. The moment I click on the run button, you will see that the UiPath studio will minimize and your automation will start executing. And this is what I get. I get a hello world message box. The moment I click OK, the automation would end and I would reach the UiPath studio. So this is basically how you get started with UiPath. Now let's create a little more complex problem. Now let me show you how to do anything in your computer. For example, say I want to click on the start button. How would I be able to do that? So all you have to do is in activities, just search for an activity called click, right? Just drag this activity over here. Now it says indicate on screen. Just click on the indicate on screen button. And now you would have to select where you want to click exactly on the screen, right? So let me select that. So since I do not have anything over here, what I can do is I can also start delay, right? So if I click on F2, I'll get a 3 seconds buffer time. So what I'll do, I'll exit this presentation screen and I reach over here. Now I want to click on the start button. So the way I can do that is go here, and as you can see, a small box will appear on the start button and I'll just click over here. Now as you can see in the UiPath studio, it recognizes, okay, so here it has to click on the button, and all I'll do right now is click on sequence and click on run, and you can see that my process will automatically click on the start button. Now this is just one step, right? Now you can do a sequence of steps as well to really understand the power of UiPath Studio. For example, say I want to go to Intellipaat.com website. I want to search for a course called RPA. Go inside that search page and then click on the RPA course, right? So let us do this manually first to see what all we'll have to do. So first, my program should open Intellipaat.com. Once the website is open, it should click on the search bar, type in RPA and then click on search. Once my program will click on search, I will get this page which will have the course, and all I have to do is click on the course and that will basically open the details of the course. So this is what I want to do using my RPA program. So let's see how we can do that. So first we'll have to search for an activity called open browser. So I'll search in open browser. I'll drag and drop it over here. And what I want to do is I want to go to www.intellipaat.com. Okay, so by default the browser that it will open is Internet Explorer. So let me choose Chrome over here and let's see what happens, right? So let us first execute only this part and see how it goes. So I click on run and it opens a website for Intellipaat. Awesome, guys. So this is what I wanted. Now let's go ahead and do the next step, which is basically searching for RPA in the search box. right? Now guys, a catch over here: when you're using Chrome, you basically have to install an extension for Chrome, which would basically be for UiPath, right? So if you want to go to a particular address, that would work. But the moment you want to, get some say I want to click on the search bar. So it has to recognize the search bar in the browser. For that, you need to install an extension in Chrome, right? I'm not going to go over how to install that extension. What I'm going to simply do is choose IE over here. So with Internet Explorer, you do not need any extension. All you do is you select IE and you just click on run. And now you'll be able to see that your Internet Explorer will open and it will have the Intellipaat website opening automatically. Okay, so this is the Intellipaat.com website and it opened on the IE Explorer and the automation exited, right? So our next step now is to basically search for a program, right? So I'll have to search for an activity which would basically type in this particular search box. So what I would do, I would search for an activity called type, and here I find type into, right? Just drag and drop it over here, and now indicate element inside browser. Just click on this and click on the search bar. So this is where you want to type. And what do you want to type? You want to type RPA. That's it, right? So let's see if this automation gets executed successfully. So I'll just click on run, and now the web page opens and the RPA is typed automatically over here. Awesome. Now the next step is to click on search. So what I'll do is I'll search for an activity called click, drag and drop it over here, and now indicate the element inside the browser, which is this search button. Click over here, and now it knows how to click on the search button, right? Just let's close all the browsers which are open. And now let's try to run this program again. So if I click on run, so basically it opens an IE browser, clicks on RPA, clicks on the search button and then exits, right? And as you can see, it has searched, now reached the RPA page. Awesome. Next step is I have to click on the RPA course. So again, I will drag and drop a click event, and now I will choose the RPA course to click on. Awesome. So this is also done. And this is as easy as it took only 2 minutes for us to create this kind of an automation. Had you been creating this automation in probably an automation coding tool like Selenium or Python, it would have taken around 15 or 20 lines of code for you to do that. And obviously over here, you did not require any programming experience. It was as simple as just dragging and dropping some elements and getting your automation being able to run, right? Now, one thing that you might have noticed is that it ends pretty quickly the moment it does everything, right? So what you can also do is we can delay the automation to end by specifying a timer over here. So probably I want the automation to run for 3 more seconds after it does everything. Okay, so I've entered a delay for 3 seconds, and now let's see how it works. So I'll just click on the sequence, click on run, and now let's see how it goes. So it went to Intellipaat.com, searched for RPA, clicked on the search bar, clicked on the course, waiting for 3 seconds, and then exited the automation. Awesome. So this is what we wanted, and this is your first program in RPA, guys. I want you to practice it, right? Get a hang of all the tools of or all the elements which are there in UiPath.
So here UiPath orchestrator dashboard. So as of now, it is robot, jobs, process, assets, queues, and schedules. These all are zero because right now we don't have any process published to orchestrator. So how to connect orchestrator with UiPath Studio? Now we have to make sure that UiPath Studio can communicate with the orchestrator. So how it communicate and how we can and what we can configure to make it a connection between the UiPath Studio and orchestrator. So the first step is the robots. You have to go to first robot here. Here you need to create your own robot. So here right now it is in blank, and from the plus button the add button, you have to click on and the standard robot. There's a two robot like floating robots and the standard robot. So as of now, you have to select on the standard robot only. I'm going to click on the standard robot. Here it is asking me a machine name, user domain, username, password, and type. So here for the machine name, you have to enter your machine name. So how you get your machine name? You can go to the your C drive, properties, and here is my robot name. Top 5411. So you need to copy your computer name in the machine and going to paste this, and it is searching for. Here it will show you the provision machine. Yes, you need to select this one. Now in the name, you can write any name of your robo. Let's say suppose your robo name is robo123. Domain name or the username. So username of your system when you log in. So the same username you have to write here. So for me it is what dev. Password of your Windows password. Now you're able to see here type. In the type it is development, attended, unattended, and non-production. So this is nothing but a license type. So as of now, when you open the orchestrator URL, so this is only for the demonstration purpose. So UiPath has only provided for the development license only. So only two development license, that means only robo you can create. And if you're able to see this attended, unattended, so at these license, we don't get this license in the demo version. So attended is nothing but when you have the attended license, that means the human intervention will require to run your bot. That means your bot is going to be run in your machine only. Unattended, that means your bot is going to be deployed to some other machine, and from that machine you can run. So as of now, we are having the development license, so I am going to select this development only and then click on create. It's creating now. So here you're able to see this robo123 machine name, this username, type is development, and major thing is here still it is disconnected mode. That means still the orchestrator need to be connected to the UiPath Studio. So the next step to connect your orchestrator is you have to go to the machine first. It's loading now. So here the robo, the same machine name, it appears in the machine automatically because we already created this our machine name here. It's the same machine name. Once you create, it automatically pop-ups in machine tab. And now it is showing me installed version unknown because it is not connected to the UiPath Studio. That's why it is not able to get the current version installed in the current version of the UiPath which is installed here in your machine. Now select this, click on this add button, standard machine. Okay, now you have to go to this view option. Here it is created a machine key. If you're able to see here robots, it automatically creates your machine key. That means it is unique to your robo and unique to your machine only. In this case, it is giving me a password kind of thing. So we have to copy this password or machine key and associate this password to the UiPath Studio. So how to associate this machine key to UiPath Studio? So if you go to the start menu and you will be able to find the UiPath robot, the UiPath robo. So this is nothing but a robo. Once you install your UiPath Studio, you will get a one UiPath robo in your machine by default. So it is a main agent which is who is responsible for transferring the data from the UiPath Studio to the orchestrator. So it is a mediator between your UiPath Studio and orchestrator. If I click on the UiPath robo here, actually it is showing me connected because I was already connected this one before. So okay, so now go to the settings one here, settings, and you need to give now it is asking for the orchestrator URL. So here I'm going to copy this URL, orchestrator URL, and machine. Oh, I'm so sorry for machine. Okay, fine, copy. Now I'm going to paste this. Now let's try to connect this. So it is showing me an error message. The given header was not found. That means you have to only write the URL up to .com, not machine. So let me remove this. And let me connect. Now it is connected, right? And the status here, you are able to see this connected and licensed, right? Let me close this one. Here, the status becomes green here. You will see this green, and the username it is also the green. That means this username is active now, and status is available. Now my orchestrator is connected to the UiPath Studio here, and if you see the robo, UiPath robo here, if you click on this and in the down, you're able to see here the connected one. Now this robo now ready to communicate orchestrator like UI means like UiPath Studio, whatever the code you are developing in the UiPath Studio. Once you publish your code, it automatically will go to this orchestrator. So, and from the orchestrator, you can schedule your bot. If you're able to see here the schedules. So right now I don't have any package here. So I need to publish my package to list down here. So now the status. So this is the two-step, first for the robots and second is the machine. So once you able to connect this, you can easily publish your task and you can schedule your task. So this is the steps. So let me try to publish one task and I'll show you what exactly the package is and how it create the package, right? So let me go for the UiPath Studio and I'll do some operation here, something little operation, small operation. I'll just message pop. I'm going to save this and how to publish your whole code to the orchestrator. So here you're able to see here the publish button. Once you click on the publish, it is asking for orchestrator. So and the new version, it automatically creates a version, incremental version. If you in the second time, if you change, if you update any code in your UiPath Studio, and if you try to publish this, it automatically creates a new version here. Right. So let me publish this. It is publishing now package. So here the project published successfully and the version is this and the name of the process is blank process. Let me click on the OK button here and let's check in our orchestrator. So I'm going to refresh my browser. Now in the process, you have to click on the process. Right now, no data shown found. So in this case, you need to add this and now the package name. And this is the drop down. Once you select the drop down here, you will get your package here. This is the package whatever you have published on that. So I just selected on this package and my package version is automatically pops up and it is showing, it is also asking me, and it's a mandatory thing, environment. You have to create an environment. So what exactly the environment is? So in the programming world or in RPA, so there could be 3 or 4 staging environment. Like first stage is your development environment. Second stage is your testing environment. Third stage would be your UI environment, and fourth stage would be your production environment. So this is the common terminology once you once you go to the any RPA domain or in the programming. So these are the common staging environment. So we have to create our environment. Let's say suppose we are currently in our development environment, so we need to first create our environment and then associate our package to that particular environment. In this case, I need to create an environment here. So let me go for creating the environment. So there was some because in earlier version there is separately they have a tab for the environment, so might be they have changed something. So okay, fine. So let's go to the process here. Now click on the add button. Now you have to select your package name. Version is loading. So version is loaded here. Now I need to create here my development environment, DEV. So no data found here. Just a second. Because this, like this orchestrator is common to everyone. It's the public domain. So a lot of people are working on this domain, in the same domain. So in the robot section, if you go to the robots and there's the environments here, you have to click on that particular environment to create the environment and then click on the add button. Now I'm going to create my environment as a dev environment. You can write the description. You can create the dev environment. I have to select this, update one. Now my environment has been created. Similarly, you can create your test environment. So let me go for to the process. Now I need to associate my package to that particular environment. This version. Now it is showing me dev and test. So let me select this dev environment and create this. Now my process named as blank process, which is associated with my dev environment. In the same way, if you go to the schedule here, you can simply schedule your bot. So, and here the schedule, name of the schedule, like suppose giving description schedule, process you need to schedule. I have a process and automatically it is associated with the dev, the blank process underscore dev. You have to select this one, and the time zone is, it is asking, like why it is asking for the time zone, because maybe your bot is going to deploy to some other countries. Suppose they have some different time zone. So as per the different time zone, your scheduled time will be different, right? So that's why it is asking me a time zone here. So let's say suppose my bot is supposed to deploy in some time zone which is something like, let's select the West Central Africa. Now similarly, like in your mobile also, you can schedule your alarm and all the things like calendars, everything. Similarly, we can schedule this. So this is the minute, hourly basis you can schedule, daily basis you can schedule, right? If you want to select this 1 minute, so if once you schedule this 1 minute, I'm going to create this. So it is going to be scheduled. So in the few seconds, I just in the next second run would be in the few seconds. So after 1 minute, it automatically starts running. My bot is automatically starts running. So let's wait for the 1 minute. So this is overview for the orchestrator, how it works and why basically the orchestrator is required. Because basically like orchestrator is only, see this bot is already executed and the message appears, right? Hello. So this kind of thing, like in the orchestrator, this is very high level thing. And very first stage is connection, and sometimes it's a bit tricky, and many people have queried that we are not able to connect the orchestrator with UiPath Studio. So if you follow these particular steps definitely you can connect, and you can at least you can upload your packages and schedule your bot. So this is the steps, and the jobs, assets, and queue. This is again the very important and very interesting section in the orchestrator.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of RPA by answering this question. What does RPA stands for? A. Robotic Procedure Automation. B. Robotic Process Automation. C. Robot Process Automation. D. Robotic Practical Automation. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
I'll quickly explain, and later on, like we'll go into, and also one more thing. You can also create your own environment in Amazon web services, like so you can create your own infrastructure in Amazon, and in AWS server you can schedule your bot and deploy your bot to AWS server. So it is absolutely free for a 1 year subscription. It's totally free for the 1 year. So assets is very important part in the robotics, because assets is nothing but, like let's say suppose you are going to log in your Gmail account, and which is having some username and password. So in this case, like, the username is okay, but password is sensitive data. So for the sensitive data, how you pass your sensitive data in your code? The one way is you can write in your text file and then read the text file, your password, and then insert into the UiPath Studio. But it is highly unsecure. In this case, anyone can take your password. So the second case is you can store your password in database and then connect your database and get the password from your database and apply in the UiPath Studio code. Again, it is not recommended because you are storing your password in database. And there is n number of ways how to get your how to set your password, but the secure one is the assets. So all the secure thing you can write down, you can simply type in assets. So I'll give you example here. This is the name and type and value. So name of your assets, that means let's say suppose username, right? And the type of your data type in username would be definitely in the text type, right? And value is let's say suppose Ravi. This is the value. This is the username. So here you're able to see this username and the value here. This is my value. Now I need to create a password here. So in credential, if you select the credential, it automatically asks for the two things, username and password, and you need to create a separate username, right? Username 123, password 1234567 8. So okay, so here the password is automatically created here, so, and in the secure manner. So later on, like when you how to consume this name value, this parameters, right? From the UiPath Studio, we have an assets. If you go to the UiPath, here the assets is, if you type the assets, and here you are able to see this get assets. So this is nothing but a method. You can simply drag and drop, and you can here the get assets. If you select, it is showing me an error because the argument is not supplied in the get assets. So here we need to supply the argument as the assets name. So for the assets name, we have, suppose this username is my assets, right? The name of the assets is the username, and I want the value Ravi Raj, right? So I need to give here the assets as yeah, in the string, sorry, username. Yeah, here is the username. Username is something like camel casing here. Username, and you need to, the output would be going to be going to be stored in the variable. So you need to create some variable here. Suppose X is my variable. So once I'll try to get the value here in the message box, X. Now again, in the message box is always going to be a string. So I need to convert this to toString. Now let me, okay, delete this one. I'm going to save this. Let me execute this. And the one recommendation for you, once you start developing in your UiPath Studio, like first you have to debug your code with uh, by clicking on the debug, right? Rather than just running on this, because you are not able, if any errors comes in, you are not able to trace what exactly wrong in. So let me try to debug here.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in RPA, then Intellipaat provides a RPA training certification course for UI Path. It is taught by industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Datasets is executing if in the dataset, so the username is pops, right? So similarly in your code you can securely access your key value pair, that is name and value pair, with the help of the assets. So it is highly recommended to use this. So one more thing I want to discuss here, you can configure your values. Once I saying that configuration of your value, that means let's say suppose here I'm going to give a message box and writing something here. This is nothing but a hard code thing. Test, right? I'm writing some value which is hard coded in my code, and it is highly not recommended, because in programming, in robotics, while you are developing the code, every variable should be dynamic, like should be dynamically stored in configuration file or assets. The reason behind, if suppose if in suppose you need to change some value parameters, so in this case you have to go to your code, explicitly change your code. So it is not recommended to change the code in the change the value inside the code. You have to simply go to the assets, or you have to simply go to the configuration file, and you can simply change your variables over there instead of going to the code. Because like if your process is huge and there would be multiple modules in the process, so in that particular modules, and suppose you are using the same variable, same values in the multiple modules, so in that scenario you have to go to the multiple modules and change explicitly from the code level. So it is highly not recommended. So instead of this, we can change in this one single point in the configuration file or in the assets. I'll show you the configuration file also, which is provided by the UiPath itself. Like you can easily use that particular configuration file, and you can easily make your code dynamic. So let me delete this one because it is always popping. You can easily disable or remove it. I'll show you the configuration file, and once you go to the start menu here, you will see here the robotics enterprise framework. So every code which governs via this RE framework, the short form is RE framework. UiPath is always recommended to use the RE framework, but it is up to you. You can utilize this RE framework, or you can make your own custom framework. So I'll give you what exactly in the RE framework here. Once you click on the RE framework, it automatically creates bot or XAML file here, Robotics Enterprise Framework. I change my drive to D drive UiPath. Now let me create this. Do you want to save my file? Yes, it's creating. So RE framework is nothing but a template. So that particular templates you can utilize in your code, in your project. So it is recommended by the UiPath. So this is nothing but a template, like RE framework template. So the first stage, what exactly? So this is like your entry point of your once you let's say suppose you are developing your code, how to start your code, how to start your development. What would the first stage, right? So the first stage would be like suppose before once your bot starts working actual work, so you need to clean your environment. Clean your environment, that means if any applications is already open, any instance, any notepads and etc., you need to first close everything, because we don't want to, like, let's say suppose if any applications is open, right, and your bot is running, so maybe it could be like, like bot can fail because of that unwanted applications is already open in that. So you need to first close or kill your all the application to make the clear path for the bot, right? And the second thing is you need to initialize your configuration values. So I'll show you what exactly the configuration values, which is very much similar to your assets name value pairing. So once I say the name value pairing, that means the name would be the username, value is your username values. Similarly, like password and the password value. Let's say, for example, if you want to open a Google website, so in that case, like URL is equal to www.google.com. This www.google.com would be the value, and the URL is your name. So this is nothing but a name value pairing. So in the initialization stage, it will pair all the name and name values pairing, and it will return an object. And that particular object you can utilize in your whole process. I'll give you a small demo so that you can easily understand what exactly I am talking about. So once you go through in the initialize stage here, I'm going to click on this. So the stage here it is system error is nothing. That means it is allocating the system error equal to null, or system error is now initializing the blank initial stage, right? Second stage is if first run now this is the read configuration file, reading the configuration file, right? So let me show the configuration file. Okay, fine. The UI path and the RE framework, right? Here. In the data folder, if you go, this is a config file. Here, they have categorized settings, constants, and assets, right? So settings, constant, and assets here. So if you're able to see, this is like, like the predefined variables. You can change, you can modify as per your process. So, so this is the initial configuration file where you can map your name and value. Similarly, in the assets, you have seen that name and value, right? So let me try this one. Like suppose if I want to open Google, so in this case, I need to write simply URL or anything, like name could be anything, and the value would be. Similarly, you can configure your all the values here. So the advantage is once you want to change, if suppose I develop my code process with this google.com, someday like Google has changed their URL or something like that. So in this case, you can simply update your URL in the configuration file, and you need not go through inside your code and update all the values from the UiPath Studio, right? You can simply change your code value here, and that's it. So this is the biggest advantage of using the configuration file. So before this, I just want to show a demo. The demo would be like the simple demo, trying to open a website, any website like Flipkart or Amazon, and that particular URL would be going to be reside in the configuration file, not in my code. So for this, so in the initialization state, it maps all the name value pairing, and it will return an object. If you go to the arguments here, so here in the arguments, you are able to see this out config equal to this. That means this configuration is my object. This is the data dictionary. So data dictionary, the concept of the data dictionary is mapping the name value pairing. So that means, let's say suppose in my configuration file, name and value here, name is 1, value is 2, tree likewise, right? So in this case, what exactly the UiPath Studio will do with the help of this configuration file, it will pair your name and value and store in one box, or you can say store in one object. So let's suppose this is a box or object. As a layman term, I'm using the box, right? Inside the box, you will get this name and value, name and value pairing, right? So that means in that particular object, once, and the output would be the object. This is the output is configuration, config out. This is my output, right? And further in your code, you can utilize this by using this config my box. It's nothing but my box or object config, and then you can pass the parameter which is name. Name, that means here the name is one, right? The double string name, to string. So you will get an output. Let's say suppose I'm getting I'll get the value in the output x, and you will get x equal to 2. So in your whole process, you can use this config, and you can simply write this config name is 3 and 2 string. You will get store in some other variables. So answer would be 4, y equal to 4. So I'm going to create an object and which contains all the name value pair, and then it will return an object, and that particular object, that is nothing but a config, and we can utilize this config in our entire process. So quickly I'll show you the demo and how to create an object. So this is an initialization stage.xaml file here, right? And inside the framework. So I just utilize this, I just copy this initialize all settings.xaml file. Just remember this. You can simply copy this, and let me go to my main task. Let me create one task here. Go to the process and just demo RE framework. Initialize all settings.xaml file. So you have to go to the first the sequence. I'm going to now for the invoke work file. So let me select on this, and where was the XML file, which is on, okay, here it is, the framework. Inside this is initialize all settings, right? We need to call this one. So let me copy this and initialize all settings. I'm selecting this initialize all settings. Okay. So in the import arguments, what exactly, so here if you're able to see, it is asking for the input configuration file. I'm going to initialize, I'm going to make an object, I'm going to make a box which contains a name value pair. So for this, I'm going to call the initialize all settings. For initializing all setting, what would the parameters which is required? It requires, where is the file? Where is the configuration file? So because, like with the help of that particular configuration file, we have to create the object. So we need to give the configuration file location, right? So it is asking for configuration file location. So my configuration file location is inside the data, and this is the configuration config dot, here I have given the config file, and it is asking me the config sheet name, right? So there, if you remember, there was 3 sheet here: settings, constant, and assets. So let me give the settings and constant variable. So there will be like constant, not constant, settings. In settings we are going to point. It means in whatever the values in the settings sheet, it will map all the values in the settings, and output is my like config. It will going to give the config. config has been created. So I'll give the path location of the configuration file. I'll given the sheet name of the configuration file. Now I'll going to get this configuration return object, right? Because this is the out, right? So that means out, that means this initialization, all settings will give an output which is named as config. So this is my final output, and in the further we have to utilize this config. So now once I run this bot, it creates an object that is config. Now we have to utilize that particular config. So for this, like I just want to open a URL. So for open, if you want to open any web browser, so we have an activities which is known as open browser. You need to simply drag and drop here, open browser. Automatically asks insert the URL here. So if you go for the hard code, you'll simply go to the, you can simply write here www.google.com, right? We are going to utilize our configuration. So in this case, I need to enter in the settings sheet, I need to enter here the URL, name, and value would be www.google.com. So this is my name. We need to like remember this name. We need to copy this, because like we have to pass the name. So name it is a case sensitive, like if you write something, this is the URL and you are writing some in the smaller case URL or URL 1 or 2 3 whatever the thing, like in that case you will not get the value, because this is like it is going to search with this particular URL name. So let me copy this, save this. Okay, so now my configuration file is now having the URL here, and for getting the value configuration file and how to get the value, this is nothing but a config file, automatic config. This is my output box or object which is having the key value pairing, and I'll pass it's simple to pass, like in the double quote I need to copy this URL and to string. So it will go to the initialization stage, it will pair all the things, key value pairing, and I'll get the object as a config, right? Change this and then I'll going to utilize this. So let me execute this, and I'll going to execute in the debug mode. So in the debug mode, in the right side, you will observe that demo frameworks executed, initializing. See here, the config file somehow, like I have given the parameter config, but I don't know why it has not saved that particular config. So let me again save this config here. Close, save this again. I need to check in the import. So config is there, right? So this is what the debugging steps, like like the easiest way. So here you are able to see this, the message box successfully prompts me with www.google.com, and try to, now I'm going to okay, and it is going to launch in browser, right? That is www.google.com, right? So before starting any development, you just simply go to the configuration file. You can configure your name and value pair and start from this. I all how to read email message and download email attachment. This would be the first topic, and the second would be the flow chart. With the help of flow chart, and what's the difference between the sequence and flow chart? I'll show you an example how to log in, how to capture the web elements, capturing web element, and the basic of flowchart, and what's the difference between flowchart and sequence, and capturing, or you can say the recording of web application. So first of all, like this is, like email thing is very important, and it is everywhere the email utility is going to be used. So I'll show you first thing like how to read an email and how to download the attachment. So what would be the prerequisite for this? If you think, if you want to read some email from your Outlook, there will be some specific subject line that we need to pass, because like if I want to read every email, it's not the feasible thing, because you have some certain amount of email you want to read, and the second thing is that you have to filter with some subject line, some specific subject line, and that email matches with the specific subject line, then we have to download the attachments of this. So this is the basic workflow that I want to show you and want to demonstrate this. First part, we open the UI path. Let me create one more sequence here. So as of now, I'm showing all the things in the sequence, and later on I'll show in the flowchart. And basic difference, why sequence and why not flowchart, and why flowchart, why not sequence. So there is some basic difference between the sequence and flowchart. Sequence is nothing but, as the name suggests, if you want to do some operation sequentially, let's say suppose you are opening a web browser, you are logging to the web browser, you are clicking somewhere in some button in the web browser, and then you are going to log out your browser. So these are the sequence things. Sequentially you can perform this, but it is not mandatory you should always use a sequence. So basically the flow chart is, if suppose if you need some calculation, some logical decision, let's say for example you want to log in your web page. Once you log in, the main home page is loading, right? Suppose it is loading. So in this case, how your bot get to know that your web page has been completely loaded? So in this case, you can identify from your home browser. So in the home browser, there will be some element, some button or something. You can wait for that element to appear. Once it appears in the home page, then your bot get to know, okay, the page has been loaded properly. So in this, we have to take some decision to check the elements are appearing or not. So in this case, you have to do some retry option, retry mechanism. Retry mechanism is nothing but like you have to give the retry, let's say suppose 10 times, it will retry to the 10 times and watch the whether the element is appear or not. So this is something like operation, some logical operation. So in this logical operation, you can perform flowchart, even though you can also perform the logical operation in sequence also. But like if you perform complex logical thing in the sequence itself, then there would be some code would not going to be readable, right? So it's for the maintenance purpose, and the costing and all the things are going to be high if you deal with the huge large process and with the complex logical thing, and you implement it in the single sequences. So like it's not recommended to use the logical thing in the sequence. It's not recommended, but you can perform this operation with the help of sequence also. But the better option is the flowchart. If you want to take some decision, if you want to take some logical operation, then you can perform the flowchart. So, and also inside the sequence, you can also create a flowchart also, and inside the flowchart, you can create sequence also, vice versa. So later on, like I'll go with the flowchart. Let me complete this email read operation with the help of the sequence.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of RPA by answering this question. What is RPA primarily used for? A. Automating business process. B. Automating BPO process. C. Automating banking process. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So I'm going to create one sequence and I'm going to create a new process over there. And one more thing, in RPA or like the people are talking about the reusable component. So what exactly the reusable component is? So reusable component is nothing but like if you got a project, right? So in that project, first of all, the developers are finding out, will find the opportunity of the reusable component. So once they got the opportunity of reusable component, they develop the reusable component, and later on in the development part, they can hand over the reusable component and anyone can use that particular reusable component. For example, in email, if you want to read email, right, and download the attachment, so this is the common process, right? So this common process is going to be a reusable component. Why it is reusable component? Because like if you are doing some project and I am also doing some other project, in our project, in the both project, the common thing is read email and download attach. It's not feasible that you are also going to develop the same code. So better is like one person can develop a reusable component, and anyone can use that particular component. So this is the very common concept everywhere. The reusable concept or library, you can say, in .NET, if you see the DLL file, in Java it is a jar file. So these are all the reusable components thing. Similarly, we can develop our reusable component in UiPath 2, and also there is one more thing, like there is a custom reusable component. So let's say suppose if you are dealing with UiPath activities, there's a lot of activities in the UiPath. Let's say suppose there is some scenario in which scenario you are not able to perform particular operation with the help of UiPath inbuilt activities. So in this case, you have to take support from .NET. So they have in .NET, like you can develop your code, right, and publish and create your package. Even though like this is the advanced thing, and later on I'll definitely show you how to create a package and how to write a code in .NET also, if you do some certain amount of operation. So after publishing the package, you can import that package in the UiPath, and that automatically become the activities. This RC, that is a reusable component, read email. So once you publish the package, and you can import that package into the UiPath, and once you import the UiPath, that package become activities. Same activities like the inbuilt activities in the UiPath. Similar activities you can develop your own. Like this is nothing but known as custom reusable component, you can say. So either two way we can develop the reusable component. First is with the help of this XAML file. XAML file is nothing but a code in what we are doing here, what I am going to develop the reusable component. And the second thing is your custom package, right? If you go here, see here the manage package. Once you click on the manage package, so these are the packages. This is the inbuilt packages. This package is been published by UiPath itself. And if you want to install some packages, nothing but the activities. If you want to install some extra activities, you can also perform that. Let's say suppose the UiPath system activity, there is the description over there. Once you install, you can easily use all the functionality of this. Similarly, if you want to create your own custom utility, and you can also import from here. I'll also show this. This is something advanced topic. So let me go for the activities, and we'll try to develop a reusable component of email. So I have Outlook email installed in my machine. So for creating a code, I'm going to create a sequence over sequence.
Yeah, so the reusable component must be in .NET environment. Not can we not use in Java?
No, we can use Java also, Python also, but only we can create our package, nugget package in .NET only. Because like this UiPath is built on .NET platform, so we can create our own package in .NET itself. But for the Java, we can write a code in the UiPath, and then we can invoke this. But we are not able to use the jar file and all the things in the UiPath.
Oh, you mean the activities? I mean, just like a lab. sequence or whatever flowchart we can create and then we can use. Okay.
So I'm developing this reusable component, and after developing this reusable component, I'll hand over to you, and on you have to call that. So let me first create read email functionality. Here I'm creating the sequence. I'm just renaming here read email. It's the best practice to rename your sequence and all the things, right? So that like in the troubleshooting, you are easily able to find the root cause and all the things. So here I have created one sequence, and inside the sequence there's one activities in the Outlook which is known as get Outlook mail message. So this is the get Outlook mail message. So this get Outlook mail message will get your all messages, email into the output file, output object. I'll show you how to configure the get Outlook mail. Here in the right side, in the property pane, if you see here, the timeout section. So default timeout is around 30. So it is 30 seconds, right? So what does it mean? Like once the get Outlook mail message invoked, it will contact to the Outlook server, so that it will get the email or download the email from the Outlook server. So the timeout section is, so like it will wait for 30 seconds. The get Outlook message is unable to pick the data from your Outlook server within the 30 seconds, then it will give you error. So this is the maximum timeout section. Default timeout section is 30 seconds, even though we can write our own timeout section here, always in the milliseconds, right? So if I select this 5000, that means it is 50 seconds. So likewise, you can your own timeout section, or you can make it default. As of now, I'm making it default for 30 seconds. And the account name, so account name is nothing but the account which you configured. Even though like if you're not writing here the account name, let's say suppose account name is dot so mentioning your account name, it by default will pick your account. So as of now, I'm not giving anything in the account, so the default account is going to be, and the inbox is a mail folder, it is a default one. If you have some shared mailbox, then you can also write here the shared mailbox name. So as of now in the Outlook, it is a default name is inbox. So same default name inbox over there, the mail folder. Now private thing, what exactly the private thing is. So private is nothing but like like click on this, that means your all information is going to be logged into the database like SQL database. If the SQL database is integrated with your UiPath, then it automatically logs your this activities information to this. So it is recommended, if your data is not secure, then you can log that information into the database. If it is secure, then you should not check this option. So, and this is the filter. So filter is nothing but like if you want to filter, if you want to get the email with the email receipt time, let's say suppose I want to get the email from date 12 December to 14 December, then only I'll get the email between this filter. In the filter, you can apply the filter if you have anything, and mark as red. That means once your data is downloaded, that means your message is downloaded, then you can make it red or unread. Like if I click on the red, that means like if your message is unread, it automatically read, so your bot will going to be red. So you can also select this option. This is up to you, like depend upon the projects, and only the unread message. So that means if I click on this, then definitely it will pick the email which is only unread. And this is the top 30. It will take the top 30 and you can change it to top 10 or top 50, anything. And whatever the message will going to be saved in this Outlook, you have to create the output here. Let's say suppose all message. I'm entering here, and in the variable you will see a list of mail message. That means it is a collection, right? Because there would be a lot of email, and that email is going to be stored in somewhere. Somewhere, that means it should not be in the variable. In variable, it is not possible, because if you have 50 email messages, then how you store the 50 message in the variable? So it is going to be saved in the collection, and I'll show you. So here I have given the get Outlook mail message, and in filter this is again the some small advanced topic, and once I perform this operation, I'll also show you how to apply the filter. There's some query part, and for that particular query part, I'll also share you how to write a query and all that, because like query is something like that. It's a whole world, and there's a lot of possibilities in the query. So I'll also explain you how to write the query over there. And okay, so as of now I have selected the mail folder inbox, unread, only the unread mail, right, and the top 50. So once I silently execute it, right, but it is stored in the all messages. Now we are going to loop it out and find out the email subject line. So matching email subject line. So let me go over there here. Now I perform the get Outlook mail message operation. Now for the for each loop, the control. Okay. So now for each item in my output all messages, right? So I have to write here all messages. Now I need to apply a filter or condition. You can say the subject line, which contains some matching subject line. So let's say suppose I want to fetch the data which having the subject line test. So here I'm going to give a if condition. And one more thing here, it's important to notice here, like in all message, once I click on this all message here in this box, there is a type argument. So always remember the type argument. You have to change the type of the argument. So here we are going to read a subject, right? Email subject. That means we need to change it and go to the browse and then just type the system.net.net mail, right? Now you have to select the mail message, because we are going to deal with the mail message. So there could be the one more thing like attachments. If you want to download attachments, you have to select this one. Otherwise, if you want to deal with the mail messages, then you have to select on this mail message, right? I'm going to click on the mail message over there. Now I have selected the mail message. Now in the if condition, I'm going to give the if condition the subject line which will contains the name of the subject. So in the if condition, I'll go for the item, the first item dot. Once you click on the dot, there is a lot of properties of the email, right? Because we have selected the object types system.net.mail.message in this part, right? So it will show me all the properties of your email. So in item, if you click, so attachments, BCC, body, everything. So we are going to select the subject. Subject dot contains, even though you can even implement the equal also, because and if you type equals, that means your subject line should be case sensitive. In contents, like not important. Now I'll here, if you see the function string dot contains value as string as boolean. That means inside the parameter I have to give a string value and the return type would be the boolean, because in the if condition we always need a boolean, right? If it is true, then do this operation, otherwise if it is false, then so this is the idle function, because we have to get the output as a boolean. And here I'm going to give string name. So let's say suppose I'm not going to provide any hardcode thing, right? So let me create a variable in the argument section, because I am going to develop this reusable code. Argument section, I'll provide input, naming of variable and all the things. UI as per the UiPath standard coding guidelines, right? So if I want to give input, so I have to start from the in underscore and then camel casing subject line. So this is the camel case, and the argument type would be the string. Now, as of now, I'm going to give a default value here. Now, if try to pass a value to this, you have to remove this. As of now, I'm giving the default value here. Okay, and I need to select the input in underscore subject line. Let me copy this. Now it is okay. Now the subject line which match, if the subject line matches, then what to do? If subject line match, the attachment of that particular subject line, right? So if in the then condition, if it is true, then again I need to give a for loop to find out the attachments, right? So let me give the for loop here. Okay, fine. So in for loop, try to change this item as attachment. You can also change, right? This is up to you. You can write over there attachment. Now in attachment, how to deal, like item dot this attachments. Here the attachments comes in. So now I'm going to iterate for the attachments only. So it will iterate for attachments of this subject line. Now I need to find out the extension of the attachment, because like the attachment could be XLS file or text file. I only need the attachment which is XLS file. So in this case, you have to again give the if condition. If condition, you can write there, if path is inbuilt function path dot get extension of what attachment like is this the attachment here. Let me copy this. Attachment dot name. Okay, let me check why it is not giving me item dot. Okay, path dot get extension attachment. Okay, so when I iterate with this for loop, once I click on this in the for loop here, if you see the type of argument is object, but we need to select system.net.attachments, right? Because we are dealing with the attachments, so that's why it is not giving the property of the attachment name, right? So let me change it from the browse for the types, right? And then system dot here we need to select the attachments. Okay? Click on the attachments here. Now dot button, it will give, now it is showing me name, right? Name. So path dot get extension, extension, that means extension of the attachment, and the name of the attachment is equal to something like dot xls. So now this is my input parameter. So I'm not going to give the hard code over there. I need to create argument in the input like in attach format. Select the in. So once we found this attachment, email attachment, then we need to.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in RPA, then Intellipaat provides a RPA training certification course for UI Path. It is taught by industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Download, we need to save the attachments, right? So in that case, we have to save in some folder, location. We have to give, we have to write some command like path exists. There is the inbuilt command. The path exists. That means in the folder, let's say suppose I am going to give a path, hardcode path. So path exists. That means if like if this path is not exist, in that case, now the output of this path exist here. If you see here exist. So I'm going to create a variable is path exist. Now it will give me a true or false result. If you see here in the variable, so it is a boolean. So if the path is not exist, in that case it will give you false, otherwise it will give you true, because like we have to know whether the particular criteria is matching or not, right? So I'm giving the path exist or not. So now I'm going to give if condition, the if condition here, if path is exist, that means if is path exists, that means it will give you true or false. If it is true, then save the attachments, save attachments here. All the like everything, all the activities are there in the UI path. So path would be like this is the item, right? Then the attachment path location. So let me see. So now again this is my input parameter, right? This is the path. So again I'm going to give an argument here, input attachment path location. Okay, so this is my input and I'm going to use the string. So here I'm going to replace this with path location, and the path location would be, and okay, fine. And the same thing, like the item is nothing but the item. This is the item, right? So item dot, so it will download the attachments, right? So where to download the attachments? Inside the attachment path location. Let's say suppose if path is not exist, in this case we are going to throw an exception, and the custom, that would be the custom exception, because we know why we are using the custom exception, because we know the maybe the path could be changed, right? Maybe the your if you are mapped the shared drive, and that particular shared drive is not available, there could be happen, right? There was situation can be happen. So in this case, we have to throw the exception, right? If you click on the drag and drop the throw, and in this, so like like there could be the two exception. First is system exception, and second is the business exception. For me, this is the business exception because the path is not found, right? I'm going to create a business exception. So how to create the business exception? You can simply write the new and then business rule exception. Write your exception. Path not found. Okay, so that means we need to encapsulate, because like if you are going to throw anything, you have to first encapsulate your whole code in the try catch. Without try catch, you're not able to throw anything. Okay, so I'm giving the here the system exception I'm selecting. Now I just want to give a message box, or you can directly write a log, the exception logs, right? So here I'm just typing the exception dot message dot toString. So it will prompt me if any exception comes in. Okay, now let's go to the business rule exception. Okay, fine. So our code has been developed, and in the argument section, there could be the three input types: subject line, attachment format, and attachment path location. So now I just want to create a message, email message. Let me create here test attachment, attach file. If anything XLS, then I'll show you. Okay, fine. To send an email. Let me send. Okay, fine. Now I got here. Okay, so I'm going to change some configuration. Okay, fine. So here the configuration is marked as red. Successfully get the email, then it will mark as red, and only the unread mail and top 50. So let me try to execute, and let's observe what exactly the output will be. Okay, let me run this. Fine, it is unable to get the record, and the get outlook mail message unable to find the subject line, which is start with the input subject line. Okay, the test, let me check, let me analyze what exactly the wrong here. Input dot subject, okay, line, okay, fine. Okay, let me try some, because like I just simply write here subject dot toString dot contains the subject line. Fine. So let me try this again. Okay, let me check. Okay, so what's wrong here? Why it is not able to find the attachments? Okay, so let's investigate. If item dot subject contains subject line, okay, let me debug this. What exactly debug? Okay, in the debug output, let's analyze what exactly. Let me. Okay, so mail executing sequence try catch. Okay, read email executing. So get outlook mail executed, for each executed, read email close. So everything is executed, but like it unable to find the subject line. So that's why it skipped. So Okay, let me again change it to contains, and then let me do for the hard code. Let me try this. Okay, let me try one more thing here. The get Outlook mail, let me give the account name. Okay. The specified folder does not exist.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of RPA by answering this question. What does RPA stands for? A. Robotic Procedure Automation. B. Robotic Process Automation. C. Robot Process Automation. D. Robotic Practical Automation. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
See the message box over there, what we have written. I guess it is successfully, now successfully, no, it is still not. Outlook mail message faulted here. So the specified folder does not exist. See, this kind of similar exception you are going to definitely encounter. So this is the common issue why it is showing me this specified folder does not exist. So what is the specified folder over there? So like this Outlook mail message is talking about your account name. So it is unable to identify the account name. So that's why it is giving me error. So let me do one thing. Let me remove my account name here. And I'm going to close this Outlook. Now let's try it. Okay, execute it. Download it or not? Unable to download. Open the Outlook again. Still it is okay. It is XLX. Okay, fine. Let me change to XLX file. The test is fine. Let me check here. The subject contains test. Okay. Okay, fine. Let me execute again. Here my subject line is in all in
Okay.
smaller case. Things. Okay, let me first try to figure out what exactly the content is. So let me figure out. I'm going to give a message box over there and try to figure out what are the subject it is fetching. Item dot subject dot toString. So let me check. It is not getting any message in the all message. In the output, in the get Outlook message, it is not fetching anything in the all message. Because of this, it is not going inside this loop. So for this, I'll show you a proof why it is. Let me go for the message box. Now I try to find out whether this output list or collection having the zero or non-zero value. So let me select this dot count dot toString. We'll try to get whether the email is stored in this or not. So let me execute. If it is zero, that means it is unable to fetch. See, this is the zero. That means it is not fetching the record email from the server. That's why it is not going inside the for loop. But the reason is why it is not fetching, because this all configuration is correct. Top 50 marked as red because we have a lot of unread message also. Create process similar to this, and now you have to create a sequence, and you just need to invoke work file, right? So I already explained how to invoke. Again, I'm going to show you. So invoke work file, right? And you need to point the reusable component location. So for this, I just going to click on this RC read email. I just selecting on this XAML file. Now I ready to invoke. So before this, we have to import. We have to like by clicking on the import argument, automatically it imports the arguments, right? So that same argument be configured in the RC code in reusable code. So now from here you can write that, you can pass the message, that is the code test attachment format dot xls and the path location if you want, like anything. So, and let me delete the default values of the older one. So once you get this read email, you can remove the value from the arguments, right? What I did in the RC code. So let me execute. So now this code has been reusable. Anyone can call and anyone can consume the operation and can perform the operation without redeveloping the code. Okay, so now our next part is I'm going to show you how to record and how to log in a screen, how to log in a web application, how to record a web application. It's very interesting and very simple thing in RPA, and believe me, 70% part is only for this, like web automation and desktop automation kind of thing. So it's very simple and very interesting thing. So let me create a one process logging web application. So now I'm going to do some flowchart operation over there. Even though you can write, you can select the sequence, and inside the sequence you can create a flowchart, or inside the flowchart you can create the sequence. If you select the sequence here, now in the flowchart, once I double click on this, or is automatically giving the start, right? So this is something like kind of flowchart thing. So that's why it is by default giving me a start. Now I want to log in. I want to log in an application, web application. This is my web application. Let me open this web application. It is okay. Now I'm going to log in this application, and after login, I have to click in some button on the home page, right? So how to, first of all, how to open or how to launch the web browser? So in the flow chart, you can write open browser. This is the command. If you select this open browser, now you have to join this. In the open browser, once I double click on this, okay, so the URL you have to paste. So again, I'm giving this hard code, and you can also give, if it is going to be, if you suppose this is going to be reusable, then you can provide in the arguments, right? So in the open browser, you can open with the URL and do some operation. So what exactly I'm going to do here, I'm not going to do anything. I just back to the flowchart. Once I open this, I need to log in the web page. So for login, I'm going to create a sequence. Its name is login. Login. Now double click on the login. Inside the login, there's a two-way to record your web application. I'll show you. It's automatically recording thing. In the design, if you go the recording part, right? If you select on the recording, there is a lot of recording types. If you want to record the web application, you have to select the web application. If you want to record the desktop, then you have to record the desktop, right? So as of now, I'm going to create a recording of the web application. I'm just selecting on this now, and then press on the record button, and with Alt Tab button, I'm going to select Okay, because I need to record the login name and the password and the login button. Right? So I'm going to record here with the help of web recording. Click on the record button. Okay, so it is, you know, like if you hover your mouse, then you are able to see the image, and there in the left side, if you see the cursor position and the dimension and all the things, right? So once you click on this, because I need to record the username. Once I click on this, so it will ask me something, right? Whether it is a type password or a simple username. So if you suppose I am giving here the username, you have to write like this, email.com. Now hit enter, right? See this automatically writing, right? If you want to feed the password, you can simply click on this, and this is the password. So we want the mask field, so we have to select the type password. Select the password, hit enter. Okay. Now if you want to save and exit, so you can click on the save. So it automatically records. See, this is the automatic recording way, right? If you go down, you're able to see this automatically. It will record the username and the password. It automatically get the password, right? And then record, right? So this is the auto recording. But the alternative way of this, you can also do this the same operation with the help of, let me delete this, or let me disable this activity, and I'll show you manually how can we perform this. Sequence is nothing but like you have to categorize inside the flowchart. I was in login button, right? In the login, because you know, like you are going to type something, so you have to, if you want to, if you are going to type anything in the web page, then in this case you have to select the type into, right? So drag and drop the type into, and this is the link which shows the indicate on the screen. That means we have to indicate which part we need to automate. So once I click on the indicate on the screen, so it is, I want to, like, you know, like automate this. I want to capture, I want to spy, I want to record this. So once I click on this, the button, it automatically captures, right? And here the type name, you have to write your login name. The important part is in the right side. If you see that inside the target, there's a selector. This is, you know, like it's very important part, how your UI path able to identify the object, because this is nothing but an object. This is, you know, like your username, your any web elements, like any desktop elements are treated as an object. So how it identify the object? See, the object, there is some mandatory properties of the object. The mandatory properties is nothing, is like ID, name of the object, ID of the object, and label name and the tag. So this, I'll show you how how the UI path is fetching this elements. This is nothing but a HTML file, right? So if you want to investigate manually, you can go to your web browser, right, and right click on this now, or press F12. If you press F12, right, and if you see, this is the bracket, small bracket in the corner, you can simply click on this and you can target the element. Let me show you what exactly I'm trying to explain here. Let me open again. Okay, now I'm going to right click on this. You can also select the inspect element. Once you click on the inspect element or F12, you can select on this square bracket. Okay, fine. So now, you know, like it is capturing, right? Same similar way, like UI path is also doing the same thing. Once I highlight this email address, once I click on this, if you see here, maximize this window. Okay, so it is highlighted over there. This is your properties of your elements, right? So the what is the property? The first is input is tag. Name of the input is tag. This is input. This is nothing but a tag. Name of your screen is a username, right? And if you see the ID also, let me go for ID. I'll show you what. Okay, ID is input email. Same thing. This UI path has captured here. ID is input email, tag is input. Even though you can also select multiple properties also, because like if you get successfully ID, then you are done. You are able to capture it, right? Because ID is very important and mandatory properties. If your UI path unable to find the ID because of some reason, then you can go over the name and all the things. And even though like you can select the additional tag also, right? How to select the additional tag? You can click on the open in UI Explorer. Once you open this, because like this is the core part of your web automation. If you're not able to identify the elements, then your code is going to be failed. It unable to recognize your object. In the right side, if you see, the AA name is email address. EA name is nothing but a label. This is the email address. This is the which is identified as a AA name. Now, if you so even though like if you have a ID, it's enough. No need to select this one, this all the dependent properties. And as of now, I'll just want to show you a demo. So that's why I have selected this a name and username, all the things, right? So let me copy this. This is home XPath. This is nothing but a XPath, right? And going to paste this, right? So now you have ID, a name, and all the things, right? And this is the title of your web browser, name of the title, right? Cross browser testing app, cross browser testing app, right? And I'm going to select. Similarly, if you want to type a password, then you have to select this type secure password here. And similarly, you can also perform the same thing. The password, okay, the secure text input. In input, you can write the password. Okay. Okay, let me check. Okay, it is not able to convert. Okay, let me retry this again. Input into, this time I'm going to select the help of input into. Now I'm going, okay, fine. Now it is working fine. Okay, fine. So the space over there. Okay, fine. Now I have to click on the button, login button. So same thing, like you have to go to click, mouse click, and indicate on the screen, and I'm going to capture this login button. Once I capture, let's observe in the selector what exactly we got. So okay, fine. So we got ID, so we are good to go, because because ID is nothing but a kind of primary key. If you got the ID, it's easy to automate, right? So this is now I just created a sequence. Inside the sequence, I have created the flow chart. In the flow chart, I am giving the open browser, login browser. Like if login fails, then we have to iterate some retry option, and all the things I'll show in the later section. Why I have chosen the flow chart, because like once I log in, then I have to click on the home page. But how my bot get to know that the home page has been loaded properly or not? So in this case, I have to capture some element from the home page and will retry this option whether this element is exist or not. So this kind of looping thing we have to perform in the inside the flowchart. So let me try to execute this, and I'm going to, okay, let me close this process. Go to debug mode. Okay. Open browser executing. It's loading, right? Clicking login button. So this is loading, right? So in between, if suppose after this, after login, you have to capture some element in the home page, and still it is loading. So in this case, your code is going to be failed. So for this, we have to do something like to retry this and wait for the element to appear. Once the elements appear, that means like we get to know that the page has been loaded properly. So this page is loaded properly, and going forward, like we're going to click on this some elements and all the things, and I'll show you how to handle all the situation in the flowchart itself, as well as we are going to use the sequence also. If you see here, inside the sequence, we have embedded the flowchart, and inside the flowchart, we have embedded the sequence too. So this is the vice versa.
And talk about the skills which are required for an RPA developer. So far we have discussed who is an RPA developer and what are the salary trends, so that you know that this is a future protected job. Now let's talk about how you can become an RPA developer. What skills are required for you in order to become that RPA developer. So this comes across for any programming job or any IT sector job with respect to development. You will be requiring strong problem solving skills as well as analytical skills, because a lot of the part of the programming is problem solving. So they'll be giving you some requirements. Okay, this is the requirement. You have to think across, okay, I have these tools in my bag, these are the knowledge that I have, how do I use that to solve this problem? And that is where your analytical skills as well as your problem solving skills comes into the picture. So having good problem solving skills and analytical skills is very, very, very important. And this is not something that everybody has in the bag as they are born. This is something that you develop. So as you move along and work with RP and do a lot of different kinds of projects, different kinds of hands-on exercises, different practices, you see different kinds of things being developed, you build that knack on your own. So it is all about practice. So as soon as you practice, keep on practicing and seeing different kinds of problem and developing RPA and products, then you will easily develop these two things. This is not something which is that difficult to create. Next comes the knowledge of C# or .NET. So a lot of companies these days are demanding from their RPA developers that they have a background in .NET particularly, or C#. There are other scripting languages that they mention, but .NET and C# are something which is fairly relevant in across the domains, because a lot of people who are coming in this domain are also automation architects. So people who have worked with automation before in let's say Selenium or any other programming language for that matter, or testing for that matter, they have this experience across the board in these domains. And UiPath and other some tools are also written in these languages. They require you to have the little bit of knowledge of .NET and C# that will enable you to learn things faster. But having said that, this is not that much of a requirement, but this is a very much added benefit that you can have on your resume, which will boost your chances to land those RPA developer jobs. Other three skills which are very, very, very important is, first of all, business acumen. So as I mentioned before, RPA is spread across industries, right? So there is healthcare, there is manufacturing, there is retail, there is IT, there is telecommunication, there is banking. So whatever the field that you're working in, you need to have a business acumen for that. You need to understand what your business does and how it functions, so that you can solve the problems based on your industry. What is required for your industry? What is the standard of programs in your industry, so that you can create the programs which are on that standard level that you need in the industry right now. So having that business acumen is very important, and this goes across for any job that you are landing. The field that you are in, you must have a lot of knowledge about it. Let's say if you're doing a business in food or food services, then you must understand what is the good about the food that you are selling and what is the demand for it, what customers want, or any other field for that matter, you must understand what is the customer's requirement, and you can only develop that when you have good business acumen. Second thing, which is very more important again, is good grasp over one or more RPA tools. It's, as you can see across the industry right now, so there are a lot of different RPA tools, and we'll be discussing that in the next section. So there are a lot of different RPA tools which are out there in the world. There are 3 market leaders which we'll be discussing in the next section. So a lot of companies these days require you to have knowledge on at least one, and preferably one or more. So at least 2, I would say, you should have in your bag. When you're going deeper in your career, I would say learn 2 or more tools in RPA, so that it opens up more opportunities, because different companies use different kinds of RPA tools, and having knowledge in that gives you a fair advantage when it comes to landing those jobs. But having said that, knowledge in any of one of the tools and expertise in one of the tools can help you land the job at the starting point, but learning one or more would definitely benefit your career. And finally, communication skills. This comes across again for any job. When you are creating program, you will be talking to the shareholders who do not have programming experience. They will just give you requirements. Okay, I want this to be done, and you have to talk to them and understand what their actual problem is and how you're going to solve about it. And when you create that solution, you have to explain your solution as well, so that it is understandable for every stakeholder. And you have, as an RPA developer, you will be requiring to talk to different product analysts who will be gathering requirements from the stakeholders, and you will be working across domains with different developers and different kinds of people who may or may not have programming experience. So you need to have communication skills in the back, so that you can explain what your program is doing. So these are the most important skills when it comes to becoming an RPA developer. Now let's talk about which tools to learn. So there are, as I mentioned before, there are so many tools in RPA, a lot of different tools doing very good in today's world. And there are 3 certain tools which are the market leader in the world right now, and we're going to be discussing about these 3 tools. So one is UI Path, the other is Automation Anywhere, third is Blue Prism. Before I get into the depth of these 3 are again outstanding tools, very good tools, all 3. I'm just gonna compare and contrast them with respect to learning them. So again, UiPath, what it does is it gives you a visual designer, and Automation Anywhere does not. So what is a visual designer? So basically, understand that if you are someone who has programming background, it would be easier to understand that if you see a script or any programming language, any code which is written, it executes it line by line by line. When you have something which represents text information line by line by line, that is a basic scripting environment, and that is what Automation Anywhere provides. Whereas a visual designer is something you drag and drop and you see how it looks on the screen. And if, let's say, if there is a loop of things which are happening inside of one function, you can see that just through your program. If you look at on top of it, you'll see boxes, and you'll have boxes inside of boxes. So it is fairly easy to use and debug with visual designer. So UiPath and Blue Prism provide visual designers which are very good. And in terms of user friendliness, I'd rate of UiPath number 1, and other 2 are a little bit on the tougher side of things to learn, in my opinion. But UiPath is very easy. It's very easy to learn that. Other than that, all 3 are very good tools, highly reliable, highly scalable. A lot of different companies are using Blue Prism, but the only fact that I would like to compare it on is the learning ability. So basically, UiPath gives you the free access for their community edition. So you can basically download the community version and you can start working with it, learn how RPA works for free. So you don't have to do anything. You don't have to pay anything upfront. You can just learn it very easily by your own. Coming to Automation Anywhere, it gives you a free trial version for some number of days. And for those number of days, you have access to learn Automation Anywhere, and it gives you a very good insight of how the tool works, and it's very easy to learn as well. And having those number of days also benefit you, that you can learn for free and you can understand if this is something that you want, right? The problem with Blue Prism is there is no free versions available out there. So if you want to learn Blue Prism, you have to pay, and you have to get the software and start learning with. So no free version is something which keeps Blue Prism on the side when it comes to learning. So in my opinion, if you want to learn RPA, go for UiPath or Automation Anywhere. See if this is something that excites you, and if you are interested, then you can move along with the Blue Prism. And this is just behind the simple fact that you don't have to pay to learn these 2 different tools, whereas for Blue Prism you have to pay. That is that.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of RPA by answering this question. What is RPA primarily used for? A. Automating business process. B. Automating BPO process. C. Automating banking process. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Moving forward, let's talk about few RPA job trends. So the main agenda that we have today is the developer salary. Now, a lot of people, we have hosted a session on what is RPA and other things like that, and we have showed demo as well. So a lot of people ask us, what is the scope of our jobs when we actually land an RPA job? What are we looking at? What is the job trends? Do we have growth in the future? Now is the time to answer all of that. So let's begin with this. So if McKinsey and company have to be believed, they believe that automation systems will undertake work equivalent of 140 million jobs by 2025. Now that's a huge number. RPA will eliminate 140 million jobs. It's not just that it will eliminate jobs. These are the lower skilled jobs, if you will. That is what RPA is eliminating. It is eliminating the tasks which are repetitive and which can be achieved by sequential actions. Now, if these jobs are eliminated, it opens up opportunities for people who actually know RPA. So it will open opportunities for more skilled people who know about RPA and how to automate things with RPA, or design process with RPA, or even a production manager of an RPA developer. So these are the different jobs that RPA will be opening. So now is the time to think about whether you want to move your career in the future towards something which will be trending, or you want to stay back with the technology that you already know, right? So to demonstrate this fact, I have shown you, here's a graph that depicts the search volume of RPA jobs over the past 5 years. If you can see, in 2015, it was very low. And as we move into 2019, it is just going up. It is not coming down. It is going up and up and up. So the requirement and the trend that is right now in the world of RPA is that it is growing and growing and growing, and people are looking for more jobs to automate, looking for people who can automate their jobs and make their business functionality more robust, more adaptive, and more fast learning as well. So RPA is also developing there, including AI also now. So you can have sequential actions with AI, which will make your processes much more efficient, much more robust, and it will give you a lot of financial benefits if you are a company, right? So, and the another great thing about RPA is the simple fact that since every domain you go, every domain, I by every mean, I mean every domain you go, there will be some actions that every industry that works right now have some actions which can be achieved with set of sequential actions, and these are repetitive tasks which you have to do every day. It could be as simple as mailing a single file every day. So every industry has the scope of repetitive actions. That's why RPA can be included in variety of domains, may it be IT, banking, telecommunication, healthcare, insurance, and manufacturing. Now, some of you would be wondering, how in banking? So a lot of people have to process various kinds of files, or let's say documentations which they have, and RPA can use OCR, which is optical character recognition, and go through their forms and validate their forms and make the entire process of filling forms much faster for any banks, and validation for that matter can be made very much faster with the help of RPA for banking areas. Similar goes for healthcare, because you have to enter a lot of data while entering. You have to fill forms and you have to push data to servers to let people know what they're having, and you can train RPA to respond to particular, let's say, any certain circumstance you have based on some numbers or some graphs which you have while working with healthcare, and you can automate to take actions according to those. So automation is there in every domain. To demonstrate this fact, we have another graph for you. So as you can see here, these are the market share that RPA has. So it is in millions. This is 500, 1,000 million, 5,000, 1,500 million, and so on. So you can see telecom industry, retail industry, manufacturing industry, healthcare, everywhere RPA is being adopted. And as you can see, as it goes on, there is more and more job openings because the sector is expanding. So there will be more jobs in those sectors, and it will continue to grow till 2024 and so on. So if you're looking to start somewhere, RPA is the way to go. And if you are already an automation engineer, it's the right time for you to learn RPA, because in some time, companies will be looking for RPA developers, right? moving further, I would here we have compiled some more information on RPA jobs. So on the left hand side of your screen, you can see job openings across India, across various companies. So you can see Capgemini itself is looking for 1,855 RPA developers right now in India. And it's just in India. If you look at a global trend, there's jobs everywhere. And on the right hand side, I've given you the types of jobs that are available in the USA. So there are 2,597 full-time jobs available right now for RPA developers in USA. So this tells you a lot that how trending is this technology. If you can see the companies on the left hand side, you'll see Capgemini, you see IBM, you see Accenture, you see SAP, you see Oracle, you see Shell. All of these are multinational companies which are hiring for RPA developers. So which tells you that these companies see the future in RPA. That's why they are investing right now. So RPA is the future. And talking about the salary, so which is the main agenda of this. So as I've shown you, there is a lot of jobs, and these jobs are no ordinary jobs. So if you are working in India as a fresher, you're looking at a salary of around 7 LPA, which is a very good start for any fresher in India. And if you are an experienced developer, by experienced developer, I mean you have at least 3 years of experience, you are looking at a figure of around 18 lakhs per annum. Now that is again a huge number when you talk about in Indian system. 18 lakhs per annum is a huge deal. And if you are working in an USA based organization, or you are working in USA, for a fresher, you are looking at a salary of around $80,000. And for an experienced developer, you are looking at a figure of around $125,500. Now that is again huge number, and there are a lot of jobs which offer this. So if you gain more and more experience, you can see there is growth in the field of RPA as a career. If you're working there, you don't get stagnant with one particular salary. You grow in that field, and as the domain expands, you'll have more and more opportunities to work for variety of different fields, variety of different companies, for very, very, very good salary with very well tech-minded people, right? So let's talk about few sample resumes. Now, I went through a lot of different job descriptions and what they're looking for. So we came up with this part for you, which is a short part where we'll be telling you what people are actually looking for while hiring people. So there are few things in resume which they'll be putting. I will not teach you how to make your entire resume, but I'll tell you how a sample resume looks like and what is to be there in order to get shortlisted for those jobs, right? So we'll begin first with a sample job description itself. Now, if you look at the sample job description, this is from a company called Capgemini, which is a huge company. I showed you there are 1800 RPA developer requirement in that company right now in India itself.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in RPA, then Intellipaat provides a RPA training certification course for UI Path. It is taught by industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
So their job description is pretty straightforward. They need people who know RPA, and automation anywhere or UiPath is fine. So they're looking for automation anywhere or UiPath developer. They don't even have mentioned Blue Prism, but even if you have Blue Prism, that works for you here as well. They're looking for people who have experience of 2 to 6 years. They've mentioned location, notice period, that is fine. So if you come down, you can see the only key skills which is required is RPA and automation. RPA, automation, and UiPath. So if you're an automation test engineer and you know UiPath, you can directly apply for this job right now. So if you're watching it and you fit these criteria in, just go ahead and apply for these jobs, right? So this is a sample job description. So for this sample job description, you will need to have a sample resume. I don't know if this is very clear for you. So as you can see here in the overview section, you would want to mention how much practice you have in automation. So if you are working, let's say for any company right now and they are using automation like RPA Anywhere, so you need to mention that. If you have worked at automation architect anywhere or automation test engineers, you need to mention that. The experiences comes in very handy. But even if you don't have an experience, entering that you have a certification in a particular domain or particular tool for that matter, like UiPath or Automation Anywhere, it will reflect it there that your company, whoever is hiring you, knows that you know about that tool, right? So you will need to do that. You need to mention what all tools are there that you know under the technical section. While mentioning technical skills, this is a problem that a lot of people face, that what they do is basically on their resume they write everything they have learned throughout their life. They'll write C++, JavaScript, HTML, PHP, everything. The problem with that is people are looking for some things that you know inside out. So when you put a lot of skills on your resume, that this gives your employer a lot of opportunity to ask you questions about different domains that you might not even be able to answer. So do not mention skills that you do not know deeply about. Mention the skills which you know inside out. Mention RPA tools on the top so that while going through the resume they know that you know RPA. And after that you should mention if you have good analytical skills or communication skills. It's very good to mention those even in your resume. And if you have, let's say, less than 8 years of experience, please make sure that your resume does not cross 1.5 pages. More number of pages does not mean you have a better resume. It does not mean that. If you have more than 8 years of experience, go ahead, write all the experiences you have by all means, because you've earned it. But if you don't have that much of experience and you don't have that many certifications and you just ramble on about skills and hobbies, that is not something that the employers are looking at. They don't have that much time to go through like 8 pages of resume. They want to look at what crisp content on what you are actually good at, what you are looking to do, which things, if I question you about, you will be fast in answering without any errors, and you'll be quick to answer. So while mentioning the resume, keep the content very relevant. Keep your experiences which are, let's say, very recent, like the recent job you had or the recent certification you have on top. And valuable experiences of where you learned and what you learned is important. And job experience or any internships comes in handy. Mention that as well. And mention the key skills which you are proficient in. I mentioned again, only mention those skills which you are proficient in. Don't mention everything that you think you know, because if you are being asked about those things and you don't answer back, that's a huge problem for you while interviewing as well, because it shakes your confidence and it builds a doubt in your employer's mind that this guy might not be as good as he mentioned on paper, right? So that's a problem that will be there. A short, crisp resume with things which are actually relevant is more desirable in today's world. Now,
So the first question is, what is RPA? It is the most basic question which is being asked across any job interview that you have. The first question they'll ask you is, what do you understand by this term RPA? So you can answer it with the direct answer with that. Robotic process automation is a type of automation where machine or a computer mimics human actions and is helping you complete tasks based on rules, right? It is used to automate business processes, and automation is done through some robot, right? Or you can go about saying that RPA is made up of three terms, which is robotic, process, and automation. Now, robotic means anything that is done by a robot. Process is a set of sequential actions or sequential logic which leads to a desired result. And automation stands for anything which is done without human intervention. So in a nutshell, RPA stands for those actions which are done by robots where they follow some set of logical processes or set of logical standard procedures or steps in order to do some tasks without human interventions in it. That is basically what RPA is. Let's get into the next question. And the next question is, what are the various components in UiPath? So we are directly into the question of what are the various components in UiPath. So first component is the orchestrator that you can talk about. Orchestrator, this is an application used for remote control, government, and execution of those robots. You can talk about the UiPath Studio, you can talk about the UI Robot, and you can talk about the UI Explorer. Now, the proper sequence to go about it would be you talk about the UiPath Studio first, that you will say that there is a studio where you can use for designing what your bot will do, designing the logic behind what your bot will do. It is basically the bot designer. And then you'll talk about the UI robot. So once you have created those tasks, that task will be done by this thing called as robot, and in UiPath that is called as a UI robot. And these robots follow the set of sequential actions which you create in the UiPath Studio. Then you can talk about the orchestrator. Now, there are some tasks which you can schedule at your own ease and you can govern them, and this is like a web interface where you can do a lot of different things. So you talk about orchestrator next, where you can schedule a lot of different actions through this. And then you can finally talk about the UI Explorer, which you can use for spying element tools, and you can get selectors And UI Explorer is basically used for spying some element if you want to, let's say, generalize some processes for various different kinds of tabs or various different kinds of things. And this is basically used for spying elements, right? So you can talk about these four components when they talk about what are the various components in UiPath. Let's talk about the next question. The next question is how many kinds of robots can be configured in Orchestrator? So we just talked about Orchestrator. So how many different kinds of robots are there that you can talk about with respect to the Orchestrator, right? So the answer to this question is A, the standard robot, which is machine dedicated robots, and B, there is another kind of robots which is called as floating robots. There are two kinds of robots in UiPath which you can talk about. So standard robot is something which is some machine dedicated, it will work for specific machines only, whereas floating robots can be used for various machines. So let's assume like you have some organization you are working for, right? So every organization will have various users using the same machine, but they will have they will be logging into different domains, right? So imagine like your robot is something which needs to access various domains. Now various domains are there, so if a standard robot is there, he will only function for one particular dedicated machine. But if you have a floating robot, they can be used for various different kinds of machine, and you can run tasks using those floating robots. Now let's get into the next question. The next question is, where are floating robots used? The answer to this question is robots are same as the user logging into a machine. You can give them a metaphor, a kind of an example. So you can talk about it like robots are similar to the users logging into a machine. In a corporate environment, a user is attached to a domain, right? So as I mentioned before, a lot of people will be working on the same system, but they will be working in different kinds of domains. So the user is attached to a particular domain, and a domain user can log into various different machines, right? If they are working virtually and stuff like that, they can log in into various different machines. So in an environment where robots are used by various machines, then in order to be useful in those scenarios, we have to use floating robots. If you are using multiple machines to run similar tasks and you want to use the same robots for running tasks in various different machines, then you use floating robots. Now that is what floating robots is. Let's get into the next question. So the next question is, where should credentials be stored in an orchestrator? Now orchestrator is used to run a lot of different actions, right? So people a lot of times have some actions which require people putting in sensitive information like username and passwords. And when you're creating any kind of an application, it's very important that you keep those things very secure. So where would you store the credentials in an orchestrator? The answer is in assets. Assets is something that you define inside of an orchestrator, and all of the credentials that you have should be stored in assets. Okay, let's jump into the next question. Next question is, in the UiPath Robotic Enterprise Framework template, in the main workflow, what is the default type of transaction item variable? That is a little difficult question. So if you have used RE framework or Robotic Enterprise Framework, in the main workflow, what is the default type of the transaction item variable? The answer to the question is string, queue item, and object. These are the three default types of transaction item variable which you can use for which are present for you in the RE framework in the main workflow by default, right? So next question is, what is the difference between sequences, flowchart, and state machine? So let's start with the first one. What is a sequence? The sequence is actually a small type of a project which is suitable mainly for linear processes and will enable you to switch from one activity to the other seamlessly, right? And it actually acts as a single activity block, and you can reuse them many times if you want. Given below, as you can see on the screen, there is a small example of what sequence looks like in the UiPath, and this is what it looks like in the visual designer. You can see the sequences there, and in the sequence you can have set of actions inside of it, and each sequence is responsible for running all of those actions sequentially, right? Moving along, let's talk about the next one. Next one is the flow charts. So a flow chart, basically it helps in large jobs as well as in small projects as well. You can use them in different projects. Flow charts basically help in presenting multiple branching logical operators and helps in building complex business and for connecting business activities in many ways, right? And there is something called as a flow switch and flow decisions, which are basically the same thing, but it has one difference, that is the flow switch. Each branch of the flow switch is known as the flow step, and it is not just restricted to true and false. So if you talk about flowcharts, let's think about it like this. So let's say you have to make some decision based on something. So you go outside, you see uh, whether you should play cricket or not. So it depends on a factor like, is it raining? If it's yes, then you go ahead and play. And if it's not, you go to the other side. So that is what a flow chart is. You come to a point where you have to make a decision, and based on those decisions, you can flow one way or the other. So you can see on your screen down below, you can see there's an input dialog box and there is some decision being made. If it is true, you do one set of action. If it's false, then you go and you check for some other condition. So let's say if it was, let's say if it's not raining, then you check if it's snowing. If it's snowing, if the decision is true, you do not play. If it's false, then you go ahead and play, and something like that, right? So that is what basically a flowchart is. Like, you are going through various decisions, and whatever you will do will be decided on whether one particular decision is one way or the other. That is how logical things work, and that is what flowchart does. Let's talk about the third one, and that is the state machine. When a machine is using a certain number of states for automation during an execution, it is known as the state machine. It will only switch from one state to the other if the transaction is triggered, right? So let's say in the last example we talked about in flowchart, if the decision was true or if the decision was false, you will make a decision then and there. In state machines, you cannot transition from one state to the other if the condition is not met. Let's say if we are playing a game where we have to guess a number, right? And unless you guess the number correctly, you will be kept on a loop, right? So let's say if the number is 5, if I guess 1, I will be turned back to the same stage that you have to guess again. If I guess 2, then again I'll be turned back. And if I guess correctly on the 5, then I can move ahead and go to the next state, and it could be the final state and whatnot. There are various stages, but only if you met a certain criteria you can move on to the next state. Otherwise you will be looping on the same state as mentioned before, right? So that is how the state machine in UiPath works. So these were the differences between a sequence, a flowchart, and a state machine. So you define all of them and you compare and contrast them and how they are different. Like we mentioned here, how different flowcharts is different from state machines. Now with that, let's move on to the next question. The next question is, what is a selector? Now, a selector is something which is very important in UiPath. So to automate specific actions in the user interface, you are required to interact with various windows, right? And windows and buttons and drop down list and many other different things, right? So most of the RPA products do this by relying on the screen position of the UI elements. Now, it is a method that is not very dependable, right? So to overcome this problem, what UiPath does is they have provided this feature which is called as the selectors. Now in this selectors, you have various different things like called as wildcards, which is a symbol which allows you to replace 0 to multiple characters in a string. So for example, where you can give an example for a selector is, let's assume that you have, let's say 6 notepads are open. How does your program know in which notepad you have to go and type particular something, right? So in general, if you do not define anything, the program will directly go and type on the instance which it finds the first instance of the notepad. But if you define properly in the selector, okay, this is the window element that I want to interact with, or if let's then only it will go to do that. And another example of the reverse way would be if you are working on, let's say, Amazon tab, right? So if you are, let's say, trying to extract let's say some amount of what is the amount of, let's say, given particular item that you're trying to purchase. Now if you do it for, let's say, earphones, now the tab which is there on your screen, it will have the selectors with respect to earphones. Now if you want to automate, let's say, for any activities which for any product which you want to search for, then you can use something called as a wildcard, which is a symbol like a star, which you can use to replace single to many elements. Now if you put in star in place of the earphones in the selectors, so what will happen is it will work for any windows that is there with respect to Amazon, and it will extract information based on that. So selector is something which is used for doing automation on various different dynamic UI elements as well, and as well as if you want to select one particular item out of the various UI elements which are present on the screen. Moving along, the next question is, what are the types of wildcards in UiPath? So the type of wildcards are basically two. One is called the asterisk, which is the star symbol, which is used to replace 0 or more characters in a selector. The other one is a question mark. So question mark only replaces one single character. So let's say if my Amazon window was, let's say the title of the window was Amazon 1, and if I wanted to automate for any Amazon window, and that the pattern is it will be Amazon 1, Amazon 2, Amazon 3. So what you can do is you can just put Amazon and just put a question mark in there. So that way, any of your automation which is working on an Amazon window screen can be automated. But let's suppose you wanted to click somewhere and you did not care what the title of the image was. So what you can do is you can replace the entire Amazon 1 window with a star. In that way, it will look for every title which is there on your particular given window. It can go on any of the screen, and based on the other selectors that you have defined, it will go and properly do the automation based on your particular selection, right? So that is about wildcards. So let's get to the next question. The next question is, what is the difference between full and partial selectors? Now, again, a very important question. What is a full selector and what is a partial selectors? A full selectors basically contains all of the elements needed to identify a UI element, including the top level window generated by the basic recorder, and it is recommended to use you are recommended to use full selectors when you are switching between multiple windows in your automation. So let's say if you are switching multiple tabs one after the other, in that case you need to use full selectors because it will give you the entire information containing to identify a particular UI element. But let's say if uh, you are not switching in between a lot of different things, right? You're using similar tabs. So what you can do in that? So partial selectors are generated by desktop recorders. Last time it was done by the basic recorders, and this is done by the desktop recorders. It does not contain information about the top level windows. That is the first thing that you should keep in mind. Other thing is that activities containing partial selectors are enclosed inside a container like attached browser or attached window that contains full selector of the top level window. It will have something already which is there of the top level window, so you do not need those selectors now. We recommend you to use partial selectors when performing multiple actions in the same window. An example of partial selector would be the editable panel in the notepad. So if you are, let's say, working in one particular notepad and you want to do editing with respect to that, you do not need the entire partial selector. You can just entire full selector. You can use the partial selector for running those activities, and it is recommended when you are not switching a lot of tabs and you are working on one particular window, then you have to use partial selectors. If you are working on multiple windows, go for the full selectors. So moving along, the next question is, what are the types of recordings available in UiPath? So the types of recorders which are available in UiPath are basic, desktop, web recorders, as well as Citrix. So these are the four important kinds of recordings which are present. You can use any one of these for your use, and majorly all of the questions which will be asked to you with respect to recordings will come from Citrix automation because it is different from the other three, and that is the most important one, right? So the next question is automatically on that. If an interview asks you what are the various kinds of recordings, you can think that the next question will be, what is Citrix automation in UiPath? An answer to that question is, Citrix automation in UiPath is used for operating the virtual machine. If you efficiently want to process the automation in Citrix machine, then you want to use Citrix automation. And if the interviewer asks you for an example, the most simple example that you can give is, most of the companies, they do not work on their physical systems, right? You do not work on your physical systems, you work on some virtual machines. Now UiPath only has access to the resources of the system that it is installed in. So let's say if I am using some virtual desktop on my PC, right? So my UiPath only has access to the mouse elements and all of the other information that it has the access to only on my system. It does not have the information with respect to that virtual system, but you can still do automation tasks with respect to that. How do you do that? So Citrix automation basically takes a lot of images for doing the automation. So it looks at the images which you are going to mark as in your logic, and it will work according to those images on the window screen which you have presented in with respect to that. Like actions like go and click there and click here will not work in a Citrix automation because you do not have access to the resources of the mouse of that system. You do not. You have the access of, let's say, writing something on your particular keyboard, and that will be replicated in that particular window of the virtual machine. So that is how somewhere you can use Citrix automation. It uses its ability of doing image processing for doing virtual automation, right? So that is when Citrix automation is used. Let's get on to the next one. What are arguments in UiPath? So as you would know, there are different kinds of variables which are present in UiPath, and arguments is one of the special kind of those. So basically, arguments are used to pass data from work one flow to the other. They have specific directions, which is in, out, and in and out. These are the three different directions which are there with respect to the arguments. And arguments are basically used to pass data from one project to the other, one workflow to the other. Additionally, arguments have a specific directions. In means that the variables which you have or the data which you have is being passed and not returned. And if you have the parameter as out, then it basically means that the value of the parameter is being passed to a function is not of the any much that much importance, and it is being returned as well. So that is what basically arguments is. If let's say you have two workflows, one where you have the logic and where you present the output, then you use arguments for pushing. Let's say if my program depends on the user input of let's say I'm doing multiplication, right? So in one workflow, I'm taking the input from the user, which is let's say number A and number B. So I will pass that number A and number B to my logic, which is present in the other workflow. I will send it there, and you can do A star B in there, or A into B, or whatever it is, the action which is the logic is there. It will take those numbers, it will do the in this case, I'm having the in argument as I'm sending the data. I'm putting in the data from some other workflow to this workflow, and as I get all of those done, I can put an out type of parameter, and I can return back the variables to the first workflow, right? So that is how basically you use the arguments in UiPath. Let's get on to the next one. What is switch and flow switch in UiPath? As we've talked about this before, there was this basically with respect to flowcharts and flow decision making. So we have two different kinds of activities, which is called as switch and flow switch. Let's just talk about that. So the switch activity basically enables you to select one choice out of the multiple based on the value of the choice of the expression that you have specified. Whereas a flow switch activity works like a flow decision, except instead of being restricted to a true false branch, each branch of a flow switch is called a flow step. So switch activity basically enables you to select one of the choices based on the multiple parameters that you have, whereas the flow switch basically is not just true or false. It will take you through another branch of activities, and these branch of activities is called as a flow step.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of RPA by answering this question. What does RPA stands for? A. Robotic Procedure Automation. B. Robotic Process Automation. C. Robot Process Automation. D. Robotic Practical Automation. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So next question is, what is exception handling? Now, exception handling mainly deals with errors with respect to various activities in UiPath. The error handling activities offer up to 4 options that you can use to resolve your errors, and one is rethrow, other is terminate the workflow, and then there is throw, and there is try catch. So you have a try catch block where you try to catch whatever the error is, and then if there is some exception that you know, then you throw an exception, and then you try. If you throw an exception, then your try and catch block will try to catch those exceptions and work accordingly. Other than that, you can terminate the workflow as well as rethrow some of the exceptions that you have, right? Moving along. So another question which is asked very often is, what is the difference between data scraping and screen scraping, right? So we have mentioned the differences here in a tabular format so that it's very clear to you. So screen scraping is used to extract non-structured data, where you want to extract elements from your particular given screen. If you want to do that, then you use screen scraping. Whereas data scraping is used to extract only structured data from, let's say, an Excel file or a table or stuff like that. Data scraping is done in such a format. Whereas the scraped information in screen scraping is stored in a string, whereas the data scraping information is stored in a data table, right? So data table is another kind of variable format where you can store a lot of values like a table, and a string is basically your expressions mentioned in any way, right? And the third difference is that you cannot easily extract the data into Excel or DB when you are using screen scraping, whereas the whatever the data you are scraping can be easily moved to your Excel or any DB for that matter, because it's already in the format of a data table. It's very easy to write a data table to an Excel sheet. If you have worked with UiPath, you would know that very easily that the data table writing is much more easier. And screen scraping can be used to extract data from images as well as PDF, but you cannot do that with data scraping. So if I want to, let's say, if someone presents me with an image which has some, let's say, some sentences written in from it, and if I want to extract data from that, I will be using screen scraping rather than data scraping. And if there is some website where the data has been mentioned inside some table, or if it's in some structured format, in that scenario I will be using data scraping. That is the difference between screen scraping as well as data scraping. Now moving along, next question is, what is anchor and find element? Now an anchor base is something which is a container that searches for a UI element by using other UI elements as anchor. This should be used when a reliable selector is not available. So for example, let's say if I wanted to type username somewhere. So let's take example of Facebook. So there is a place you have to write username and there is a place you have to write password, right? But there is a problem with respect to Facebook that they keep on changing the relative location of where that particular box is. Let's say it was on the top right hand side corner in the initially, then they move it to the left hand side corner, or they moved it somewhere else. So you know that they will be changing where is the position of that box every time, right? So what you can do is you always know that they will be putting this box next to this element, which is next to this thing called as type username or and type password. So you know that this, where the box where you have to enter data will always be next to this thing where they have written this thing called as name, enter name. So what you do is you anchor your next action around this element, which is the username. So it will look for the username on the entire screen. So wherever that username is, and that username is your anchor, so wherever it finds that username, it knows that there is a box next to it, and it will try filling the details inside of those box next to that username, no matter where it is present in the screen. So even if they keep on changing the UI, you know that all you have to do is you have to find that username anchor, and when you have found that anchor, you can just put and write those elements, right? The other thing is, which is find element. Now find element is something where you wait for a specific UI element to appear on the screen, and when it returns, when it is there on your screen, it will do the actions according to those operations. So a very good example of this would be, sometimes it takes some time to load your website, right? Sometimes you would be slow in loading your website. So what you want to do is you want to anchor your elements around something which is there. So let's say if you have a slow internet connection and you define a complete UiPath program. So if it involves, let's say, opening the website and doing some actions, what your program will do, it will open the website, and as soon as it opens the website, it will directly go on doing the actions whether or not elements have been loaded on the screen, and that way it will lead to an error because it cannot find those elements, right? So what you want to do in those particular scenarios is you will uh, wait for the screen to find, let's say if I was trying to log in on my Intellipaat screen, I will wait for the anchor element, or I will wait for my program will wait for the action which is find element, where I find the element Intellipaat logo. If and only if the Intellipaat element, the logo is found by my program, only then I will continue and do the remaining rest of the actions which is there, right? So you can do like that. You can select something when and your program will wait for that element to pop up, and as soon as your element pops up, then you can go about doing the different actions that you want to do with respect to finding elements. So it basically waits for some UI element to present itself on the screen, and then you can go about doing the action. Whereas anchor is used to locate wherever you want to work, if you know that there is something which is more reliable as a selector, right? Moving along, the next question is, what is the difference between IMAP, get Outlook, send Outlook, and SMTP? Now these are the various different activities which is there with respect to your email automation. Your email automation gives you these different options which you can use to work around various things, right? So basically, IMAP or IMAP stands for the Internet Map Access Protocol. Through IMAP, we can receive the customized mail, right? And get Outlook, which is the other activity. Through this, you can get or retrieve various static mails. So if you have static mails, you can get through the get Outlook. Similarly, SMTP stands for Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, and it is used for sending dynamic mail Whereas send Outlook, through this activity, you can send static mail automatically. So that is the various difference between the IMAP, Get Outlook, Send Outlook, and SMTP protocols, which are there on the UiPath, which you can use for email automation. Now let's talk about the next one. So the next question is, list the OCR engines available in UiPath. Now, if you know, OCR is basically stands for optical character recognition. Now, it basically means that, let's say if you have an image, you have an engine that can see that image and can tell you if in that image the written word is something like, let's say, work, and it can basically know what are the characters written in that image. So let's say if I have written W somewhere, the engine will be able to identify what that image character is. So it will look at the image and it will tell you that character looks like a W, similarly like that. So in UiPath, what are the various OCR engines available? And the answer is there are majorly three present. One is Google, other is Microsoft, and the third is ABBY, or AB, whatever you want to call it. So these are the three OCR engines available in UiPath. Moving along, what is the break activity in UiPath is the next question. Now, a break activity in UiPath is basically used to stop a particular loop at a given point of time. So you can use that to do other activities as well. So it is majorly used for exiting a loop when there's a lot of iterations involved. So let's say if I am checking for some order ID, right? And if let's say checking of that order ID requires me to go through a lot of different loops. So if I know that the particular element has to be let's say greater than 5. So if I check the number, it's starting from let's say if it's 5. So the number which is present to me is 7. So I go for the first loop, I check if it is greater than 5, then I say yeah, good, go ahead. Then I go for the other one, the other loop. Or another let's take a simpler example. Let's take the example of a prime number. If you want to only proceed if the given number is prime number, right? So you will take the number, let's say the number is 7. So in order to find any given number is a prime number, you have to divide it till n by 2, right? So after n by 2, it will not be a prime. So let's say if I am trying to find if a number is positive, is prime, and the number is 13, I divide it by 2, it becomes 6.5. So any number, if it can divide it before 6, then only and only then it will be a prime number, because after that it will be let's say if I was 7, then 7 on the 7 and 7 twos are is 14. It will become more than that. So if that number cannot divide it, and then the next iteration of the number will not be able to divide it because it will be greater than that number, right? So for checking that prime number, I'll be going through 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, then 7, then 8, then 9, then 10. You are going through this loop, right? Till you divide it till 6, right? You're going till 6 if the number is 13. But assume if the number was 12 and you divide it by 2 and you find that the number is not prime at all. So you do not need to go through the iteration of 3, 4, 5, because you already know that this number has already been divided by something, and there is no need for us to go through that loop because we already know that it's not a prime number. So in that scenario, what you do is you use a break activity to break that particular given for loop and just go outside of that activity and go through the next one. You break through that particular loop and you can go through the next one, right? So break activity is used in such a fashion. Now, moving along, the next question is, what is an orchestrator? Now, orchestrator is basically a web application that enables us to deploy, schedule, monitor, and manage robots and processes. Many people use it for scheduling because let's say if you have some repetitive task which has to be performed at 6 a.m. every day, you can schedule it through orchestrator, and you can have things like assets and queues and different items that you can populate and have some business logic behind it, and you can find out if those logics were successful or failure based on your defined logic. So that is the use of the orchestrator. Is, as the name suggests, it will orchestrate all of your actions. That is, it will manage that everything goes smoothly. So it is used to deploy, schedule, monitor, and manage various kinds of robots and processes inside of UiPath. Moving along, the next question is, what is RE framework, and explain its components. So RE framework is a framework which is provided by UiPath to help developers build quicker and apply best practice principles to their particular workflows. It gives you the fundamental code to create more robust processes, and this involves a clean start and exits and automated recoveries, retries, status management, logging, and clean coding. Different parts of, or the different components of RE framework are init, get transaction state, process state, and end state. Now, init is basically used for reading the configuration and initializing all the applications in your given workflow. Get transaction state basically reads the transaction item from the queue. Process state gives you the process of the transaction item, process state of the transaction item. And end state basically closes all the applications which you have initialized earlier, right? So that is that. Moving along, the next question is, what is a machine and why it is used? So the machine page basically enables you to provision and manage various machines, right, with the purpose of using them to use the registered robots to the orchestrator. So when you want to have robots working through orchestrators, then you need to have some registered machine through which you can provision them to work on them, right? It basically displays the existing machines and all of its different types of machines that there are there with you. So there are two kinds of different machines as well. It enables you to create your own machine, be it be standard machine or a template machine. You can have two kinds of machines, standard machine and template machine, right? Uh, so going along with that question itself, so in the machine only, we'll talk about the two different kinds of machines, right? So if you have asked that you mentioned that there is a standard machine and there is a template machine. The standard machine, it should be used uh, when the name of the machine on which you want to define robots remains the same each time that you connect to it, right? And you define machine once, and then you can connect any number of robots in the robots page to a standard machine. So basically, if you want to use the same machine again and again, and you do not need to define it again and again. Basically, you can define it once and you can attach any number of robots that you want to a standard machine, whereas a machine template is used when the name of the machine on which you want to define robots changes every time. So you define this entity once and then connect it any number of attending floating robots in a unique active directory username. So basically, it is kind of a machine template where you define it so that you can attach any number of floating robots that can come and work on it. So that is what a machine template is. Moving along, let's talk about what is the difference between a workbook read and Excel read range. So what is the difference between read range of the Excel one and what is with respect to the workbook read range which is there? There are two options in UiPath, if you remember, for read range. So Excel read range must be used in Excel application scope only, whereas workbook read range do not need Excel sheets to be open. So when you're using the Excel read range, it should be defined in an Excel application scope, which is also a part of UiPath activities. You have to use that and then go through and work through it. Whereas workbook read range does not require that. Other than that, in my personal opinion, I find the workbook read range to be much more faster and robust when compared to the Excel read range. Now, there are different things with respect to Excel read range, which gives you other kinds of benefits, but personally, I prefer workbook read range much more. And in order to use Excel read range activity, we must have Excel installed on our machines, whereas we do not need Excel installed for using workbook read range. So if you are using Excel application scope, then you need to have an Excel, probably MS Excel installed on your machine and working properly, whereas that is not a requirement with workbook read range at all. You can use it with any CSV file that you have. You can use it with LibreOffice or anything else which is present for you. So moving along, suppose there is a URL which is dynamic. How would you automate that URL in UiPath Studio? Now, this is a situation-based question. They have given you that they have a website which is dynamic in nature. How would you go about automating that website? So what you have to do is you have to use the UI Explorer to extract the selector and use the dynamic selector using the star element, which is the asterisk, which will replace one or more characters. And in your URL element, for changing the value, you have to use the star element, and also you can use screen scraping to get the value. You can use two methods. An example of the selector would be, let's say, uh, if I wanted to see like the web browser will be there, right? So this is the selector for a web browser. So HTML Chrome is the application that we are using, right? The app is Chrome. So Chrome, we have set it that. So title basically stands for, you have various windows that you open in your particular web browser, right? And each window in that each tab has a title. So if you want, if you have a website that whose title keeps on changing, let's say one example would be Amazon, whose title keeps on changing continuously, then in that case you can use a star to replace one or more characters so that you can automate activities on that particular dynamic website. So that is how you use UI selectors in automating a particular dynamic website. The next question is, suppose there are 1000 rows and 50 columns, and suppose I want to select any random row data, how can it be done? So basically what we are going to do is we have to build a data table first. So you have to assign like dt variable, which is the data table variable, to a new data table. And once your table variable has been initialized, you can assign a random int, and you can have it defined in such a way that you can have new random dot next 0 to dt variable rows count minus 1, because when you do rows count, it's starting from 0, right? So when you are going to let's say reference that particular number, so let's say if I wanted to get the fifth column according to my coding would be the fourth, because it will start counting from 0 1 2 3 4, whereas in Excel it starts from 1 2 3 4, right? So that's why dt variable rows dot counts minus 1. Now this will give you a randomly generated number between 0 to n, where the number of rows in your data table will be counted, right? We subtract one because of the reason that I've mentioned before, right? And you can assign a random row and use dt variable dot rows dot in bracket random. It will return the random number that you want to take into account. So if any random row, if you want to attack, you can use that. Or you can use, if you know which column you want to extract, you can directly use the number as well, right? So that is how you output a random row of the random row data type. Cool. Moving along, if suppose there is an image pdf of which is of 120 dp, would you extract data? How would you extract data from that image, and which automation would be used, right? So to extract any image, as I mentioned before, you can use screen scraping or you can use OCR. There are two activities which you use. To extract data from an image size of 120 dp from PDF, we need to use read PDF with OCR activity, and the automation we need to use is PDF automation. So they have mentioned here that it is a PDF, so you can use read PDF with the help of OCR because it is of the form image, it is not in the native form. That's why we are using OCR activities. We can also use Microsoft OCR activity to extract data from the image of the PDF file. You can use that as well. Moving along, if suppose there are two Excel sheets and you want to merge them, how would you merge two Excel sheet data into one? How do you go about doing that in UiPath is the question. The answer is fairly straightforward. First, we need to read the range of both of the Excel files. We need to have data tables created for both of them. Then we need to use merge data table activity to merge the data tables of the two Excel files that we just created through read range. Then we need to use the resultant data to make the merge Excel file, and you can write that data using the write range activity, right? So read both of the Excel sheets, build two data tables, then use the merge data table activity to merge both of the data table. After that, take that new data table that you have merged and use the write range activity to write it anywhere that you want. Moving along, can UiPath run multiple instances of the same process within one robot in one system simultaneously? The answer is yes, it can run the same program simultaneously in two robots, where each system is registered as one robot, right? So answer is yes, you can do it. There is no problem with respect to that. Next and final question is, explain append range in UiPath. Now, append range in UiPath is basically used to edit or insert data into the existing workbook. With using the append range, we can insert the data from the last written data of the workbook, and you do not have to worry about the previous data being replaced. So whenever we do that, we will not overwrite the data. So that is how it is different from write range. So write range, if you do that, it will start writing from the first instances, and any data that you have will be overwritten. So let's say if in column 2 I had written some number ABCD or some random thing which is there, we will overwrite the data with the new data that we have. Whereas when we use append range, we do not overwrite the data. We write it wherever the data which is written has ended, we write after that point, and then we go about writing that. So that is about all of the question, guys.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in RPA, then Intellipaat provides a RPA training certification course for UiPath. It is taught by industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.